Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack's at Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proceed, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Happy Manic Monday, everyone. Today is Monday, February 16th, 2026, and we are on day 10 of the real life To Kill a Mockingbird case of Georgia versus Edrick Faust. And today the jury will start deliberating. While it is a holiday in many parts of the country, it is not a state holiday. And so therefore, courts in Georgia are in session today. However, Judge Lisa Lott told the jury they didn't have to come in until 12:30 today. And so we are just going to wait. I guess she's going to address the jury. She's going to send them out. And then we're going to hang out together today until if and when there is a verdict today. I don't know how long it's going to take. I would never bet money on how long a jury is going to take to deliberate. But I have tiny Jesus here, and we're praying for an acquittal. Because in my opinion, this is one of the worst railroadings that we've ever seen of an American defendant. One of the worst. This is a 25-year-old murder case involving 23-year-old UGA law student Tara Baker, who was brutally murdered the night before. We're in the early morning hours of her 24th birthday. She was living in Athens with two roommates who were away for the weekend. And in my opinion, this was a very, very brutal, very personal crime. Tara Baker was found fully naked, hair wet, as if she had just come out of the shower. And the way that she was killed was brutal. She was strangled. She was beaten, strangled with a power cord from a printer that was in her bedroom, stabbed, and then the house was set on fire. The front and back doors to the home where she lived with her roommates was deadbolted, meaning someone would have had to either deadbolt them from the inside and climb down a window, or exited the home some other way, or have had a key so that they would have been able to deadbolt the front and back doors of this Athens home. There had been some evidence, if you want to call it that maybe there was a broken screen on the back window, and so that's how the perpetrator got in or out, except we saw pictures of the inside of that window and those very cheap metal blinds that every rental home in college has were undisturbed completely. And so it does not seem that the perpetrator would have gone out or in the window. And anyway, the window was lost. Just one of the many pieces of evidence that was lost or mislabeled in this case. The only suspect in the case, well, there were, I guess, several suspects, but we weren't allowed to hear about them. But one of the main suspects, at least initially, was Tara Baker's boyfriend, a white man by the name of Chris Melton. The prosecutor, during the course of this trial, spent the majority of the time talking about and or defending Chris Melton. Chris Melton came in and testified. You watched it. Chris Melton's hair was found on the printer cord that was used to strangle Tara Baker. Chris Melton's hair was found near the anus of Tara Baker. She was also brutally raped and sodomized in both locations of her body. And Chris Melton's DNA was found near her back door and in her V, let's just say. And the defendant who's sitting in the defendant chair in this case, Edrick Faust, he didn't even become a suspect until 2024, when miraculously the Coleman-Baker Act was enacted in Georgia. And that was an act enabling or allocating, let's say, $5 million to the closure of cold cases, named in part for the tragically murdered Tara Baker in 2001. And isn't it a coincidence, don't you think? Maybe a little too much of a coincidence, don't you think? That the first two investigators who investigated or allegedly reinvestigated the murder of Tara Baker, this was the first cold case assigned to just Liz under the Coleman-Baker Act, and also the first case that was solved, as they're saying it's solved. This is outrageous. Apparently, the GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and these two cold case investigators, Liz and Jeremy, because that's what Chris Melton called them, Liz and Jeremy, didn't even come across Edrick Faust as a suspect until 2024, when they got a hit in CODIS. Many of you may know what CODIS is. Hold on one second. Is this the right? And CODIS is a database for DNA maintained by, I believe, the FBI, in which, well, it depends on the state, but most of the DNA in CODIS is convicted felons. Sometimes some states allow DNA to go into the database if they are arrested. Some states put unknown DNA from crime scenes into CODIS, and so it depends. It depends. But the prosecutor was allowed to talk about CODIS in this case, which I think is highly prejudicial, and talk about that's how they got the hit on Faust. And then they had to stop him at a traffic stop, get some more DNA to confirm it. Because the judge said, well, the jurors aren't going to know what CODIS is. They're not going to, we're just going to call it a national database. But he did say CODIS several times. And anyone who's ever watched any crime shows or watched any criminal trials knows what CODIS is. And here in New York, a defendant's DNA does not go into CODIS unless you are actually convicted, unless you're actually a convicted felon. So I think that was highly prejudicial. However, nobody asked me. Everyone knows CODIS. We did take a poll, and a lot of people did not know about CODIS. There are other national DNA databases like 23andMe and another one. Those are private. Those are with people voluntarily send their DNA into these companies, and that's how you can often get a familial match. I believe that was they used that in Koberger, right? IgG. CODIS was all over the news this weekend in the Guthrie case. Yeah. But here's my question for you. If Edrick Faust's felony, that was 2 weeks after the murder of Tara Baker, where he had a bar fight with a guy, and he pled guilty, did some time, and I think he got time served and 5 months. Yes, I'm going to talk about the GBI post. I'm going to put that up. Thanks, Life on Makeup. It's on my list of things to talk about while we wait. If Edrick Faust was arrested in 2001, a couple of weeks after Tara Baker's murder, and his DNA went into CODIS then, and some of these witnesses testified that they did retest, right? Several times. throughout the years. Why didn't they get the CODIS hit on Faust in 2001? Anyone? I mean, imagine that's when his DNA would have went into CODIS for the first time, right? And then he had some other drug charges throughout the years, some yayo charges. I learned about yayo because you guys told me, right? Why didn't his DNA hit back in 2001? And they did say at some point, there was some testimony that they re-interviewed Chris Melton. I can't remember exactly what it is because I have so many cases in my head at once. They re-interviewed Chris Melton sometime in like 2007 or something. Why? Why isn't the DNA continually run through CODIS? I don't know. I think the parents, I don't know if Tara Baker's mom is still alive. I know her mom is there because her mom's been in the courtroom. She's with a man. I don't know if the man is her dad. And so I don't know. And I don't know if we're allowed to talk about it either because the judge warned that reporters were not allowed to talk about the jurors at all, not even their facial expressions or whether or not they're taking notes or what they're wearing or anything such as like that. Scarface, you got the yayo, yep. Oh, please. Oh, there's a troll in here who just joined YouTube 4 days ago to come in and be this is what we deal with on a daily basis. I don't know if you got that one, Brittany, but no, that's a block, Britt. That's a block. Thank you. Thank you so much. I mean, the tenacity of these trolls is amazing, isn't it? That they wait for 2 days to come in and just trash. I think the trolls are getting very nervous because I think if you've been out there on social media and you've been following what's going on with the new dump of Karen Read video and documents and text messages, then I think there's some people that are getting very, very, very nervous. Very nervous about what may be about to happen to them and their friends and the people that they're defending. So there's that. Yeah, Robin's in a mood. Robin's in a mood. It's a beautiful day on Block Island. It's a beautiful day. How many will be going to Block Island? It's a real place, by the way, for those of you who didn't know. Block Island is a lovely place off the coast of Montauk, in between Montauk and Rhode Island. You have to take a ferry there. You can get there from Massachusetts, Rhode Island, or Montauk. And Block Island is a very, very beautiful place. But that's where we send the trolls. Yep. There's some talk about Lank. You guys sent me all that stuff. I did, but we're not here to talk about that today. Because today we're focused on Faust. No house, no Faust. No house, no Faust. I'm just telling you that that's where the trolls are coming from. So if you've seen all the latest droppings out there from all of the things that have been going on in the Karen Read case and persecution and all of the new information that's coming out due to Queen Corey Hopkins' FOIA requests and others, you will know why they are out in full force. So there's that. We're just waiting for the judge to take the bench. She told the jurors to be there at 12:30. Right now it's 12:30. Oh, thanks, Robin. So Auntie Deb, Emily and I, she asked us to come onto her channel and do a dramatic reading of some of the sidebars from Karen Read Trial 1 that just came out, and we did that, and it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. So thanks if you watched it. Thanks. It was fun. We had a good time. I played Alan Jackson and David Yannetti, and so funny. I came into my stream today, and then I went into another screen to do some stuff, and then it said David Yannetti and Alan Jackson have joined the stream, and I'm like, what? Did I invite them? Like, what's going on? And then I realized I forgot to change my name back to my name because that was the name I had up on Emily's stream. That was on Saturday. We did that on Valentine's Day. Thank you. Hold on. We have learned that on the deliberating jury for Faust, there are 8 men and 4 women. Of the 8 men, 7 are white, 1 is black. Of the 4 women, 1 is black, 3 are white. The jury skews younger from what I understand and from what I've been told. And we have several cupcakes in the courthouse today. We had, I think, 6 on Friday. I think we had 6 on Friday. And they're out there doing the Lord's work, sitting in the courtroom. They did say Edrick Faust has a lot of support in that courtroom, that the side for Edrick Faust is more crowded than the side for the family. Oh, that one joined 3 days ago. Congratulations to you. You're not going to last long here. Like, I don't know why you think you're going to last long here. Hold on one second, because I just hit the wrong person. Oh, please. Venus, I hid you by mistake. I got to unhide you now. Hold, please. All right. I think you're good. It's like we're fighting a war out here. It's like we're fighting a war out here. Constant insanity. The notes from Friday from Boston Hooker, who was in the courtroom. She said the court did not let anyone in the courtroom while she was speaking with Mr. Cruz about why he didn't respond to her email. Remember that happened first thing on Friday? The public was let in after the state started making their motions. The gallery was packed on both sides on Friday. The jury's reaction was obvious, that they were surprised to see so many people. And when the defense rested, one of the jurors, who had been nodding during Bigham's testimony, jerked her head around and her eyes were as wide as saucers. It was as if she was stressing out about only having the state's evidence to make her decision. And a little bit later, she was crying and had her hand on her forehead in disbelief. Boston Hooker's thoughts were that the defense caught the state off guard a little bit, especially since he argued the motions made by the state. And she said, "I love this for the state, LOL." Somebody pointed out to her that the judge's husband was also in the gallery, sitting on the state side. And then there's some things that I will not say. And then she said the alternate jurors were 1 white woman and 2 black women. My heart sunk a little, but I have faith in the system, and in my opinion, he should be acquitted of all charges, and I will wait as patiently as I can for their verdict. So she was going over to Barrow County this morning for the opening statements on Colin Gray. And I did start watching those opening statements. I did watch a good portion of them, and I don't think that's a case I can cover. I don't think that's a case I can cover. That is just, it's too much. It's too much for me. She's going to be there today, so let's see. And then some very interesting comments from attorney Law Mom of 4. Her name is Law Mom of 4. In chat, she is an attorney. She went to law school with Tara Baker. And she said this: as Yama starts his closing, I am once again taken aback by the surge of anger I have. I've carried this anger and frustration for the lack of care and outright disinterest in the police had in 2001 and the years following. That old man, good old boy police department was in over their heads the moment the fire department realized there was a murder victim in the house. They did not secure the crime scene. I've read throughout the years a different number of firefighters trampling through the scene, but the totals were always in the teens to 20s. The police and fire department operated defensively from day one. They dropped the ball. They didn't contact her parents. They contacted one roommate, and she contacted Chris. He voluntarily came to the scene, and they let him identify the body. They almost let him inside to identify her on the sheet in the living room, but someone stepped in and decided to take a picture. We know that because we listened to the testimony. Why in the world didn't they call her parents? In the event that he did murder him, why allow him the inside scoop? Her parents were outraged that they had their number, knew her car was the only car in the driveway, and that she was the only one with antiques in her room, but they didn't think to call them to preliminarily identify her on the phone. Her parents were livid that they didn't call earlier that day to ask which room was Tara's and could they come to Athens. Nope. They called at 7 p.m. Chris didn't call her parents. Why? I would have called the parents the moment the roommate called me. A lot of questions. She said that she knew someone who was a firefighter that she was friends with in her third year in law school, who was a firefighter. And he said he was on the scene. He thought she had just gotten out of the shower when the attack occurred and that the person who did this absolutely had to have known her. That was his opinion. He said that both doors were deadbolted and it wasn't possible to do that and leave unless they had a key. And we talked about this too. And we saw in closing when our king, our new favorite defense attorney of the week, Ahmad Cruz, did his little demo with a set of keys. She goes on to say, listening to this closing just makes me so angry as an attorney. How in good faith could he bring this charge? There is zero credible evidence that makes sense with the crime scene to support Faust's guilt. Since he just got elected in 2025, she's talking about Mr. Yalamanchili, the DA, he needs another big case conviction like Lake and Riley's murder. Justice demands better. Her family should not want a random person behind bars. I feel for her mother and siblings, but after seeing Agent Liz's disgusting treatment of Faust and her smarmy attitude on the stand, I wonder how they feel. Well, I will tell you that I spoke to some other people who were in the courtroom on Friday, and after it was over, Tara's mom was crying, and it appeared to these people that Tara's mom does not believe that they have the right person. I'm not in her head, so I don't know for sure, but that was the vibe that they got, if that means anything. She says Bigham was so flippant when speaking of Tara. She laughed and used booty call as if she was talking with her buddies. She gives me Proctor vibes, she says. The parents openly criticized ACCPD for decades. I know they support the prosecution, but I bet they expected more evidence. I don't think Liz was much of an upgrade. She clearly is using this case for her own personal career climb. I always believed Karen Reed was factually and legally innocent. This case is even crazier to me, she says. The only thing the DNA could suggest in this case is that his DNA had contact with her mouth. You and I know that does not mean that he broke into her house, raped, sodomized, beat her, strangled her, murdered her, or set it on fire. Closing a cold case with the wrong person isn't justice. I am outraged as an attorney. I am outraged as a female attorney. I am outraged as a female attorney graduate of UGA Law School, she says. I can still see her photograph on the billboard asking for tips to solve her murder, and I'm so sorry we couldn't give her a better, less demeaning trial. She says, I hope you know that you're doing honorable work. You're being a voice for victims and in some cases the wrongly accused. Thank you for giving me a safe space to process this trial. I can return to my role as a non-biased observer in your future videos. Continue to fight the good fight. She was emotionally outraged, apologizing for her typos, but finishes her email with a Dave Matthews quote. Oh, we live as if our hands are tied, but is it really so hard to do what we know is right? To protect the things that we hold dear, must we do things that we should never forgive? In the words of Dave Matthews, you know I think in song lyrics, and so thank you to Law Mama for if you are here today for sharing your thoughts and in such an eloquent way. Good morning. Good morning, Bethany Rose says Centuries by Fall Out Boy should be Cruz's anthem. Some legends are told, some legends turn to dust or to gold, but you will remember me. Remember me for centuries. Oh, thank you for your 10. And Elliot Allen became a member. Welcome. Objection, Your Honor. It has been here for 7 months. Thank you so much for being here for so long. Semantics has been here for 2 months and says, prayers for the outcome we all want today. Could only share this with you, Melanie Mods in chat. Thank you. Well, we have Tiny Jesus here. Hopefully Tiny Jesus is going to see us through. Cupcakes for Justice. Thanks for your 5. Says the afternoon, Melanie and Cupcakes. Thank you for covering this. Thank you for being interested in this. Caroline says, 1 year, can you review sperm versus no sperm confused? Well, if we have a lot of time today, which I think we might, I'd like to go over day 3 testimony because I was sick on day 3. And so we did not watch day 3 together. And there was a DNA expert that testified on day 3. And so I think that might be a good way to fill the time, because if you've been watching this case with me, you might have missed day 3 also. Thanks, Caroline. Thank you, Madam Mayhem, for your compliment and for tuning in from Canada. And she says, I pray that jury finds Faust not guilty. Thank you, Madam Mayhem, for being here from Canada and for your super chat. Mass Shenanigan says, Melanie, you make a wonderful Yannetti and Jackson. Thank you so much. My outrage came back all again when we read those sidebars, and they were wild. Thanks for hanging out with me for 15 months. Diana says, thank you so much. She says, thanks for always fighting for injustice and corruption as evidenced by protecting children harmed by the Catholic Church. And Karen Reed, trolled by the Commonwealth, and thou shalt not be named evil peeps. Yes, thank you very much. Oh yeah, I'm getting a lot of nasty emails lately telling me that I'm lying about my representation of the victims of clergy sex abuse against the Catholic Church on Long Island, because they can't find any public documents that my clients ever received settlements. And to them, I say, and it's all the same person under different Gmail names, you're an idiot. Settlements are not public and they don't get filed with the court. Okay? Go back to Twitter Law School and this time try and graduate with an actual real degree. Okay? Thank you for your 20, Diana. David says, watching Brother Counsel going over the Frank's memo, this case reminds me of Richard Allen conviction. Yeah, I did that as well. I went over the Frank's stuff. Thanks for your 5. During the trial, when our friends were actually in the courtroom, because there was no cameras allowed in the courtroom for the Richard Allen trial in Delphi. And so Allie and Bob Mata, Andrea Burkhart, Lawyer Lee, some other law tubers and YouTubers went and watched the trial of Richard Allen, and they were horrified by what they watched. Carrie says, they haven't slept well in over a week. I'm so hoping for a fair and just verdict with so much reasonable doubt. No house, no Faust. Thank you very much, Carrie. I appreciate you so much. Please. All right. So one of our girls was not able to be in the courtroom today, but a couple of them are, so we will see. One of our cupcakes who was in court on Friday texted me late Friday night and said, we're home, Lord, what a day. I'll fill you in. Well, she said 6 cupcakes were in court. Mr. Cruz's wife was released from the hospital. Then he said his wife started watching you on YouTube and loves you. He wanted me to tell you that any questions you have, just let me know. Mrs. Cruz is a cupcake. Mrs. Cruz, if you were out there, thank your husband for doing the Lord's work and for having so much passion for a man who is clearly does not belong in that defendant's chair, in my opinion. Thanks, Carrie Berry, for your super chat. And Lori, thank you so much for your super sticker. What do you guys think? And why is she not taking the bench yet? Hello, where's Cardi B? Hello. Life on Makeup says, I keep thinking of the lyrics to Raven by Dave Matthews Band with all the truth twisting in this case. Yes, Lauren was there. Lauren was there. Common Sense Investigator is her name. She's not able to be there today. You are correct. And so if she's able to pop on at some point today, depending on how long we'll hear, maybe she will be able to do that. And that would be amazing. And Baroness von Brackenfell is watching from South Africa. The world is watching. The world is watching. Kitty's picking up what's going on here. She says, desperation, trying so hard to get the heat off of them. Sorry, 34 crew must feel unbearable. Well, and also there's no statute of limitations on murder. So there's that. Imagine having to look over your shoulder the whole rest of your life. Imagine that. Infamous Sylvia said the jury started deliberations at 12:38 and defense attorney went to lunch. Mr. Faust did not enter the courtroom. Is that today? Because I was listening to Sylvia also. She was driving to court. All right, so that's today. So they're not going to take the bench. So we're just going to kind of sit here and wait and talk about some other things. All right, let's make a banner. Jury has been deliberating since 12:38. Oops. Guess she's not going to take the bench and formally send them out. Athens, Georgia is on Eastern time. And now we wait. And now we wait. Oh, Mitchell, thank you for reminding me. Let's do our affirmation for a badass this morning. Affirmation for a badass coming in hot. We do this every day because we have a whole deck of affirmations for badass and we're getting low on the deck. We're getting low on the deck, but here we go. What do the cards have in store for us today? Oh, here it is. Focus on the positive, you silly little biatch. There it is. Focus on the positive, you silly little biatch. Usually don't curse on this channel because I know a lot of you have your kids in the car, or sometimes there are many people who have written to me and told me that they own a hair salon or a nail salon and they put me on in the hair salon, and a lot of nurses watch and they're watching, with the volume up. And so I do that as a courtesy, and it's sort of become a thing. If I do say drop an F-bomb or something, one time I did and it trended on Twitter. And I'm not even on it. I don't engage on Twitter. That's where most of the really super crazy people are. Something else. I just lost my thought. Oh, yeah, it's wild because Ashley Banfield is on YouTube now. She's not on News Nation anymore, and she has a YouTube channel. She's getting hundreds of thousands of views on all of her coverage on Nancy Guthrie. But to hear, it's wild to me to hear her curse because now she's cursing on her YouTube show, and it just freaks me out a little bit because I'm so used to watching her on News Nation, where obviously she has to have clean language. So it's wild. It's all good. Says, thanks for sharing your knowledge and time with us. You are truly a gem. Love you. No, I love you guys more. Thanks for being here for 4 months. Kat Randall, today and the next, we are having a new moon, a solar eclipse over Antarctica, Ring of Fire, and Ramadan. Saddle up. Thanks, Kat Randall, for tuning us into the stars and for your 5. And Massive Shenanigans has gifted 5 memberships. So welcome to the 5 new members. I know Team Brittany says it's ridiculous that she feels the need to do that. Listen, I love Ashley Banfield. I've liked Ashley Banfield since 9/11. That's where she got her start, was her coverage during 9/11. And I still remember her with the glasses and the whole thing. And Brittany says, I think it's ridiculous. I think that's what you're talking about, right? She left News Nation, I guess, because she realizes she can make more money on YouTube. I'm not really sure, but her YouTube show is, she wears flannel shirts and it's supposed to, it's much more homey. I did notice that when she was on News Nation, she only wore ivory tops. Did you notice? She never wore any color at all, only ivory tops. You know what I mean? And so now she's wearing flannel shirts and it's different and she's getting tons of views, and good for her. Good for her. Here's something else that was brought to my attention. So I want you to see this because I found this to be incredibly insensitive. Something that was posted by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation on the anniversary of Tara Baker's murder. Really? Thanks to Life on Makeup for sending this to me because I don't know, I probably should do Facebook more, but I just don't. Here it is. This is the GBI post from January 19th, which was the anniversary of Tara Baker's murder. And they say in their post, they don't mention Tara Baker at all. This is the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, January 19th. Today, we honor the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. We reflect on Dr. King's message of hope, service, and unity, and remember the significant sacrifices he made in his fight for justice and equality for all. Here's the picture that they post. Dr. Martin Luther King, GBI, the time is always right to do what is right. Martin Luther King Jr. Are you kidding? Right. How tone deaf is that? The time is always right to do what is right. And you got your GBI investigators of your cold case unit getting on the stand and defending Chris Melton. And you know why they had to defend Chris Melton? We read about this the other day. In order for a case to be opened under the Coleman-Baker Act, there had to be no suspects. There had to be no suspects. And so they couldn't point to Chris Melton. They couldn't reinvest his alibi because otherwise they wouldn't have been able to use that $5 million to open up her cold case. Get it? Tell me how you feel about that. The time is always right to do what is right. Wow, that's a little tone deaf. Did they not even realize that it was the anniversary of Tara Baker's brutal murder? There is no verdict. We're on verdict watch. If you look, if anybody comes in and they're confused about what's going on, there is a chyron scrolling at the bottom of the screen. The jury's been out since 12:38 p.m. Yeah, Susan, if you could just not, there's certain words that YouTube will automatically strike my stream for. School pew pewer is probably one of them. And talking about firearms using their real name is another one of them. So just if you guys could just be careful what you put in chat so that I don't get in trouble by YouTube. Isn't that what Savannah said also on her last video? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Faust was in custody at the time of the post. Oh yeah, he's been in custody since May of 2024. And that post was just this January, right? This was just like 2 weeks ago, a couple weeks ago. That wasn't from a couple years ago, right? Sarah says, do a couple interviews and a couple DNA tests cost $5 million. No, but the funding was not just for this case. It was for other cold cases too, but it was just a way to, start this new cold case team, to start opening up cold cases. Michelle said, I must have missed that before. It makes perfect sense now. Atlanta's most blunted one. In your opinion, what's the most damning or detrimental evidence against Edrick? DNA excluded. There is no evidence. There's no evidence outside of the DNA, outside of the alleged DNA. But explain this to me. How do you take an oral swab out of Tara Baker's mouth and have her DNA not on that swab? And only Edrick Faust, or I don't know if it's Faust or Faust, not have his DNA on it. You guys in the chat can tell me if there are people who think that this man is slam dunk guilty. Tell me. There's none. I found his video when he was being detained after he had already been arrested at the police department, and his interview of just Liz and Jeremy to say to me, it appeared that he had no idea what they were talking about. People say the DNA is planted. Other people are saying the DNA isn't mathing. What DNA was procured from the empty evidence envelopes? Haha. Well, they said those envelopes were supposed to be empty because the hairs were on the slides. Well, then why did you admit those envelopes into evidence if they were empty? That makes no sense either, right? Definitely a planted swab. Remember, those swabs were sent to California. And so garbage in is garbage out. If the young lady who testified as an expert from California wasn't sent the proper evidence in the envelope that she received, garbage in is garbage out. But there could be a juror on the jury who's just like, DNA is DNA and you can't fake it, and nobody planted it, and they would never do that. And so if his DNA was there, then he must be guilty. But his DNA, even if his DNA is on Tara Baker, there's no evidence that he was ever in the house. And according to their own witnesses, their own experts, that DNA could have been there for 3 to 5 days. Right? Except not in the mouth. In the mouth, it would only be 12 hours. And so therefore, they had to find his DNA in the mouth, right? And so if there was one juror on the jury, and there's going to be, who knows what CODIS is and knows that in most cases, it's only convicted felons whose DNA is in CODIS, and that's how they got the match. And they try to convince the others that, oh, well, this guy's a violent felon because his DNA was already in CODIS. So obviously he's guilty. You tell me, well, what do you think? Atlanta's Most Blended, thank you for your 5 and for opening up that topic of conversation. Charm Free, thanks for your 20, says that tiny bit of DNA is the total evidence Idaho has on Brian Kohberger, but the state leaked a narrative and MSM went for it, leveraged the DP firing squad against a man who had only been diagnosed with ASD. Read the docs. Listen, I always thought with regard to Kohberger, there should have been a hell of a lot more blood in his car or anywhere. But then all of a sudden he pled guilty. And I was like, oh, well, why would he plead guilty? That's what I don't understand. If he's such a narcissist, why didn't he want to go to trial to get even more, fame, let's just say. I don't know why there's no clock. Maybe law and crime doesn't do that. Thanks for your 20, Charm Free. Lamont Farr says, thank you, Melanie. The louder the trolls scream, the closer you are to the truth. Praying for an acquittal. Real courage is when you know you're licked before you begin. But you begin anyway, and you see it through no matter what. And that is a quote from To Kill a Mockingbird, because this is a real life To Kill a Mockingbird. Those are the words of Harper Lee. Thank you. Thank you, Law Mama 4. And thank you for your 20. Thank you, Nathan, for becoming a member, and Lori and Jessica, all new members. Check out the emojis. We have special emojis for members. David says, it's not only that it created the cold case unit, it requires GBI to open a cold case if a family requests it. It doesn't require them to. There are certain requirements that must be met in order for them to open it. We went over it the other day. We looked at the act. We looked at all of the requirements. So it doesn't require them to open it. If they request it, they have to meet certain conditions. Thanks, David, for your 5. Thanks, Susan, for gifting 5 memberships. You're awesome. So I thought one of the things that we could do, if you like, is to watch some of the testimony from day 3 while we're waiting. But before we do that, sometimes we need to laugh or we're just going to cry. This could be verdict pending still. They just went out at 12:38 p.m. They've been out for 30 minutes. I don't think this is going to be quick. I don't think this is going to be quick. Another thing that we can do is watch EmilySeee. Let's watch EmilySeee, because sometimes we need a little bit of humor. And she so far is up to a 3-part series on the Faust trial. And I would like it if you would Get on over there. Get on over there and subscribe and like EmilySeee. It's EmilySeee. She's got a 3 short series on the Faust case. And why don't we watch it so we can laugh a little bit today, huh? Here it is. Here's her channel. Her channel is EmilySeee, S-E-E. She's adorbs. I've met her in real life. So she's a friend also in real life and on YouTube. And let's watch her 3-part series. Here is number 1, the state against Edrick Faust's opening argument. Opening statement. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, over the course of this trial, the state will prove to you that Chris Melton is innocent. I expect over the course of this trial, there's going to be a great deal. Is it fair?
Oops.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, over the course of this trial, the state will prove to you that Chris Melton is innocent. I expect over the course of this trial, there's going to be a great deal made about how one of the swabs taken from Tara Baker's body was mislabeled. I implore you to just ignore that. You're going to hear that Chris Melton was Tara Baker's boyfriend. You're going to hear that their relationship was relatively typical. They were introduced through mutual acquaintances in college. Then Tara moved to Athens in 1999, and Chris didn't finish school and he moved home, and his mom told him that he had to get a job, so he became a plumber. Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about what Chris was doing on January 19th, 2001. As you can see from my PowerPoint, Chris has an alibi. So even though people thought that their relationship was starting to fizzle, it doesn't matter. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show that Chris has been cooperative for 25 years. And so the case went cold. But that all changed in 2023 when the Coleman-Baker Act was signed into law. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to meet Liz and Jeremy, the investigators who, through the Coleman-Baker Act, did what nobody else could do. They closed this case within months. They took swabs from Tara's body and found out that swab A was a match to Chris Melton. Swab B was a match to Chris Melton. Chris's hair was found on the printer cord that was used to strangle Tara. And so that is why at the end of this trial, I am asking you to write the end to this horrible saga and find Edrick Faust guilty on all counts. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen,
Here's part 2.
they asked me to identify the body, but I did not want to see all the devastation that I had caused. And when he opened his hand, he had one of those diamond-studded earrings, and that was when I knew it was Tara. I felt like everyone at the scene was mad at me. I felt claustrophobic, so I took out my feelings on a wall and I punched it about 30 times, and my hands got all scratched up and swolled up. The nights were horrible. I was pounding the sand or whatever, and every day I was so angry. I was mad at God for allowing the devil into his angel's house. I would feel warmth and thoughts in my head that weren't my own. So I strapped on my boots, and this cycle continued until I couldn't recall what happened anymore. It was a long time ago. I can't remember if Tara told me if she would be alone that weekend. Yes, I remember exactly. I left my parents' house at 7:16 a.m. to go to truck customs. I picked up Josh. He was wearing a blue shirt and we were listening to Garth Brooks on the radio. We went to the bank at 9:07. I remember it exactly. Your Honor, I just need a minute. I'm just trying to hold it together.
The eye drops. No, the cry
I
stick.
miss her so much. They asked me to identify the body, but I did not want to see all the devastation that I had caused.
That's on a loop. Okay. Part 3.
So when we
Liz.
initially looked at the case file, there were 2 swabs labeled oral swabs. And that's like way too many oral swabs. So we switched one of them to say vaginal swabs, and that's the one that we matched to Edrick Faust. I interviewed Chris Melton on Sunday, May 5th. It's like our anniversary now. And he initially indicated that he hadn't seen Tara for 10 days before her death, but I helped him refresh his recollection. Well, Chris Melton was Tara's boyfriend, so there was no way that he did this. It was my job to find the bad guy. I had a video conference with the owner of Pure Gold, and he agreed that Chris's DNA was supposed to be there. So I read Chris's statement, and I knew he was telling the truth. No, Chris has an alibi. Yeah, so then I said to him, are you sure you didn't just have a quickie or get a blowjob? Because sometimes those are so quick that you probably just forgot the last time that you saw your girlfriend alive. There's something called drainage and gravity. Of course, that's how semen enters the butthole. Yes, Chris Melton's DNA was in Miss Baker's mouth and in her anus and on the murder weapon, but that's all normal. So that's how we knew to arrest Edrick Faust. So when we initially looked at the case file, there were 2 swabs labeled oral swabs. And that's like way too many oral swabs. So we switched one of them to say vaginal swabs, and that's the one that we matched to Edrick Faust. I interviewed Chris Melton on...
And that was on a loop, so it started playing again. Emily's here, and she's like, I can't, when I turn on your channel and I hear myself, it makes me so happy. And Anne is going to go, subscribe. Everyone, please go subscribe. Here it is. Here's the channel. It is EmilySeee, our girl, SEE. Let's see. You've got 14,000 subscribers already, girl. Look at you go. Let's see how many more we can get today. Let's see how many more we can get today. Sometimes we need to laugh or we're just going to cry. She knows it. I know it. You know it. We all know it. And as of right now, we're still waiting. And we could be waiting for days. Remember how we thought that Karen Reed's verdict in the first trial was going to be so fast, and then it went on for days, and then it was a hung jury. It was a hung jury. Atlanta's Most Blended said, I've missed most of this trial, but was there a jailhouse snitch who testified? He was supposed to. They didn't call him. He was going to testify for the state. Apparently, he has snitched in several other cases too. So I guess since King Cruz mentioned that in his opening, they decided maybe it wouldn't be such a good idea to call their jailhouse snitch, and they never called him. Lori said the judge was not allowing that witness, the witnesses who were out in the bar with her, right, the Mexican restaurant, that she could have been sharing a drink with that handsome young man 25 years ago. Yep. Yep. That's right, Lori. That's why part of the reason I think why the defense did not put on a case at all. Venus Blue sent an email. Thank you. I'll take a look when I can. Mariah pointing out that Classic City Crime Podcast removed all episodes of Suspects. The only place to find them is on SoundCloud. The Chris Melton interview is episode 9. He is suspect number 2. Yeah, the Classic City Crime Podcaster is very good friends with the family and Chris Melton, and he's very upfront about that on his landing page. And so when there was an arrest made and Edrick Faust was accused of this murder, it was he took down a bunch of those episodes, and he even has on his landing page, he looked at it the other day, solved with the Tara Baker's picture. And I just I don't think this is solved. Do you? Oh, please. Okay, well, this is interesting. Venus Blue sent me a clip from the Fayette Daily News in January of 2008. And these are statements from Tara's mother, Virginia, and stepfather, Lindsay. And it reads as follows. It's an actual clipping from a newspaper from 2008. While the Bakers wait for answers, both believe they know who killed their daughter. Quote, "In my heart, I know who did this," said Lindsay Baker. "And sometimes I have a strong urge to play vigilante, but I know I have to put my trust in the justice system." Virginia Baker also believes she knows who the killer is, and she struggles daily with the final words she said to her daughter. Tara called me and was upset because one certain person had found out where she lived again. She asked me, "Can't anyone make him leave me alone?" said Virginia Baker. Wow. I told her God loved her and that he had had his hand on her all her life. I told her he wouldn't turn his back on her now. It took nearly 2 years for police to release specific leads in the investigation. Here is what they said. A witness spotted a white male wearing jeans and a t-shirt running from the scene the morning of January 19th. A compact Presario model 1200 XL 1800 laptop was the only item missing from the scene. As of now, that is the extent of all the leads released by the police. In the following years, the Baker family became frustrated with the authorities' lack of progress. In 2008, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation focused on the lack of forced entry, a missing compact Presario laptop, and a latex glove found at the scene in the 2001 murder of Tara Baker. Did we hear about the latex glove that was found at the scene? Maybe that's day 3 that we missed. Investigators also pursued leads regarding a white male seen running from the scene, suggesting the attacker may have been an acquaintance. Goes back to 2008. Thank you, Venus Blue, for sending that to me. So what I think we can do right now is we can watch part of, why don't we watch part of day 3? I'll give you guys the choice. What do you think? Let's watch the witnesses. All right. Thank you to Court Chopped for chopping this up. I'm doing the Lord's work. So let's go back and watch some of the testimony from day 3. And the first witness that we're going to watch testify is Karen Williams. Karen Williams. Let's watch this. Because many of us didn't see it. Because we have some hours to kill, I think. And I will be watching the other screen on Court TV to see if and when the jury comes back with either a question or a verdict. What I would like to do first, though, is watch the testimony that we did not watch together. All right, so this is going to be a rewatch. I'm going to do rewatch of day 3. And this first witness that we're going to watch together is Tiffany. Let me know that you can hear this. I'll put her name up on the screen.
But everybody else, please put your cell phones away. I just want you all to be aware that if you are using your cell phone and you don't have permission, the deputy is going to ask you to leave and you will not be able to return. It's very serious. All right. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Karen Williams.
Okay, this is eyewitness of something. Karen Williams. I may speed it up a little bit, so if it feels a little fast to you, that's why. This is day 3. Because now we have the time to go over it together. Okay. It is scrolling along the bottom. So when people come in, let them know this is not live. This is Memorex. Thank you, Court Chopped, for letting me use this and for doing the Lord's work and chopping this up for us. Here we go.
KARENWILLIAMS
And Miss Williams, in what town do you currently live?
in Warner Robins, Georgia.
How far away is that?
About 2.5 hours away.
Did you come up to Athens yesterday?
Yes.
Now, Miss Williams, I want to take you back to 2001. Were you living in Athens at that time?
Yes.
And do you remember the address where you were living?
East Campus, University Apartments, I believe.
Okay. Back then, ma'am, were you married?
Yes.
Who were you married to?
Trey Bryant.
Okay. And so was your name Karen Bryant?
Yes, sir.
Your husband at the time, Trey, what did he do for a living?
He worked for Schumann Record Service, driving a tow truck.
Miss Williams, I want to ask you to try and remember back to January of 2001. Back then, do you recall talking to the police about an incident that had occurred in Deer Park?
Somewhat.
Okay. And do you actually recall, let me ask you something happened a little bit more recently. Do you remember speaking with me a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
And I drove down to your house?
Yes.
And after meeting with me, did I send you a copy of a police report as well as an audio recording?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have a chance to review those?
Yes.
Okay. And did reading that report and listening to that audio help refresh your recollection as to the specificity of what you discussed with the police that day?
Somewhat.
Okay. Well, what were you talking to the police about?
On that date, I guess suspicious activity that I believed that was going on early in the morning that just didn't look kind of out of the normal to me.
What, if anything,
Listen to what she considers to be suspicious activity.
and I'm going to ask you to go into a little bit more detail, ma'am. What exactly, let me back up. Do you recall being with your husband, Trey, your husband at the time, Trey, in Deer Park on the morning of January the 19th, 2001?
Yes.
Okay. And why had you gone there?
I believe we went to tow a car.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you see? Well, I mean, sorry, let me back up once again. Do you remember whether or not you assisted your husband at the time in towing that car?
I don't believe I got out of the tow truck.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you were sitting in the boat and in the tow truck?
Well, I remember seeing somebody walking past the wrecker, and then I also remember vaguely someone riding a bicycle, but I mostly recall somebody walking through near the wrecker or in front of it.
Okay. Do you recall any description of that individual?
Not at this day. Back then, yes, but to this day.
Okay. And again, having had a chance to listen to that audio that I sent you a few weeks ago, did that help refresh your recollection about the description that you had seen?
Somewhat, yes, sir.
What, if anything, do you remember as you sit here today?
Well, looking at the sketch and stuff, I vaguely remember doing that, but I know that whatever that I had said or done back then was what I remember.
Do you think it might help refresh your recollection again if you were able to listen to the audio one more time?
It could.
All right, can Mr. Cruz and I approach?
You may. All right. Any response ones? We'll take another bathroom break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take another brief break, and it'll be certainly a bathroom break. There are snacks, of course, in the jury room. Don't discuss the case. We'll be with you in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. I just probably came for that reason. So it's just your.
I was trying to get better at
Yeah.
what the
Everyone may be seated.
Oh, good to go? Okay. For the record, Your Honor, I am going to play what's been marked at this point as State's Exhibit 98.
All right.
For Miss Williams.
All right. You ready for the jury to come back in? All right, very good. Could you have the jury come in, please?
They never found the laptop. Nope. And nothing else was stolen from the home.
Please be seated, everyone. Mr. Bolden, you may proceed.
Excuse me. Thank you, Your Honor.
And we spoke earlier on the phone about why we needed to speak to you, and that was because you were riding with your husband last Friday. And can you just start and tell me what happened whenever you got, or what were you doing, and then what happened afterwards?
We went to pick up a Dodge Stealth. I don't remember the address right off. We arrived there about 8:15.
Do you recall the street that you was on where you picked up the car?
I don't know the name of the street.
I don't know the name of the street. How did you get there?
My husband probably got directions from the dispatcher.
And you were riding with your
Yeah,
husband?
I was riding with him.
Was he the tow truck driver for,
Mr. Sheeman.
so you was riding with your husband? Do you know the name of the apartment complex y'all went into?
Deer Park.
But you don't know the name of the street.
Deer Park up Cooper Road.
And now once you turned off of Lexington Road, do you know what street you turned on to there?
Cooper Road.
Okay, but then off of Cooper Road, you don't know which one it was.
It was the first road that led to the right.
The first road to the right. So you went down there to pick up the car.
Yep.
And do you remember what time that you got down there to pick up the car?
About 8:15.
And now once you got there, did you help your husband load up the car, or did you stay in the truck?
No, I just stayed in the truck.
You got there at 8:15, you stayed in the truck. What did you see after that?
While he was loading the car, I saw a black male walk from the road that connects right in front of it. He was probably in his late teens, early 20s, and he just walked past the wrecker and kind of looked at the wrecker and just kept walking.
Did he come out of the street that was just down below you?
Yeah, across
He came out that street and walked towards you and then past the wrecker.
the past the wrecker.
Did you see where he went to after that?
No. I just watched him until I could see him and walk to the mirror. Because I didn't know whether he was going to get the money or something.
What brought his attention to you?
Well, he was walking by himself, and it was about 8:20, somewhere like that in the morning, and it just looked odd in the neighborhood.
He just looked odd in the neighborhood. 8:20 in the morning. She said 8:15. Now it's 8:20. He was black and he was walking by himself. And that was suspicious back in 2001, apparently to her.
Like he was black, and he was walking by himself, and he was dressed, you know, a bright orange jacket or sweatshirt. He looked wide awake. It didn't look right.
So what color pants he had on?
I believe they were real baggy blue jeans.
Were they blue, or?
They're just medium blue. I know he had a lot of hair on his head. He had long sideburns. I believe he had some facial hair.
A lot of hair on his head, long sideburns, and some facial hair.
Sideburns. I believe he had some facial hair.
Just like a little scraggly beard or a
Yeah.
full beard?
Like a goatee kind.
You talk about the hair on his head. So that was kind of long,
Yeah, bushy.
wild looking. Was it real big afro?
Not real big.
In the 70s, or
Not real big. It was probably 2 or 3.
was
He didn't wear a hat.
it neatly kept, or was it just kind of like?
It looked like it was kind of neat.
Now so it was an orange jacket or a sweatshirt,
Yeah, it was bright orange.
like on any writing on it, or could you see his bare arms?
No, I think it was cold at then.
Did they say the date this call was made? None of that. None of the hair was found at the scene. No, none of his hair was found at the scene at all.
It was bright orange jacket. I couldn't tell where
If that was even Edrick Faust, could be anybody.
I don't remember him. It was cold at then.
You couldn't see his arms.
He looked about 21, maybe 2 years younger.
How tall do you think he was?
Probably 5'6". 5'6".
Okay, 5'6". What did she say? 21 to 20. I think he was 24 at the time. Hold on.
I couldn't tell where I don't remember him. It was cold at then.
You couldn't see his arms.
He looked about 21.
21 or
maybe
22.
2 years younger.
How tall do you think he was?
Probably 5'6". 5'7".
How much do you think he weighed?
He was he wasn't thin, he had a full face. Probably around 220.
220.
Kind of husky, or?
5'6" and 220 is a big man, right? 5'6" and 220 is a big man. I know it sounds kind of racist, but she also looks kind of embarrassed by this statement now, 25 years later. She looks like she does not want to be there. No, there was never a lineup. No, never a lineup. It's 25 years later. It'd be prejudicial to do a lineup now, but there was never a lineup done. Edrick Faust wasn't even a suspect, even though he apparently maybe lived 585 yards away, or maybe went to visit her 585 feet away where his stepmother lived. He didn't really live there at the time, but he went to visit her often. He said everyone in the neighborhood knew him. And if everyone in the neighborhood knew him and they had this sketch of him and they went around door to door within, I don't know, let's say a mile radius, somebody would have recognized him allegedly if that sketch looked like him, right? They didn't do it.
Kind of big bone.
Kind of being that height and that weight, kind of like lanky or
In the face, I mean, I couldn't say what he was like under his jacket, but he was kind of heavy. Not real heavy, but he was voice right. He was my stomach as far as I could see.
so he walked past the record
Walked past the record, looked in the record, kind of just kept walking
and you watched him out the rear.
Climbed over it.
You could see him anymore.
out of the side, yeah.
But did he stay on the street the whole time?
The whole
Has he got
time,
by the record?
yeah, I seen him when he was walking on the right hand side of the street.
What about when you first saw him? Was he on the street then?
Yeah, he was on the right side of the street and he was the other road. He stayed on the right side, he didn't get the middle, and he just moved to the right.
Did he stay put it behind any houses?
But there's a car, but I could obviously I noticed him walking probably 50, 75 yards from the stop sign.
And
If he had just committed a murder and arson and burned the house down, and a brutal murder, by the way, wouldn't he be covered in, I don't know, blood or soot or, and if he stole the laptop, he'd be carrying it. And wouldn't he also be running away? This is her statement from 25 years ago.
how old again you said he probably was?
He's in his late teens, early. He looked too old to be in high school.
Was he carrying anything?
No, he didn't have anything.
Was he carrying anything? No. Where's the laptop? Where's the laptop?
Did you see anybody else?
That's the only person I think was
Once your husband loaded up the car, you were there to pick up.
I'm trying to think whether we went out that road that was seen him walking down or went back out the way we came. I think we came back out the way we came.
You had to go down and turn around and come back out.
Yeah, I think we actually turned in that road and backed up and went back out. Yeah, I don't see him.
So when you went back out that way, you didn't see where he had gone to or where he was at that time.
He wasn't running, but he was walking at some moderate pace.
Wasn't jogging or anything like that.
No, he wasn't jogging.
Anything else?
The girl next door to where we picked up the cell, she came home.
Did she say anything to you? Or
Just pulled up.
what did she do when she pulled up?
She just went inside the house.
Anything else?
You know,
Tell what kind of shoes that guy had on?
the pants were real kind of big at bottom.
Is it kind of like a medium colored blue jean?
Yeah, medium to dark, not real dark, but not medium dark.
But the
I
color
remember
you
that.
have on or darker?
I don't know. Somebody said Court TV is reporting that there's a jury question, but here's the law and crime feed. And they're not back yet. If they have a question, then I imagine they'll be coming in soon and we will flip on right over. Hold on. I will hear it in my ear, so we'll flip on right over if it happens.
Be a little bit darker than the blue jeans I had on. But I remember that's what I was.
That's pretty bright.
Yeah, it was bright. It was
Bright orange.
Didn't see his arms.
It was really nice.
Anything else? I'm the interview done at about 1:40.
Miss Williams, having had the chance to listen to the audio that we just played, having had the opportunity to do that again, Do you have a specific recollection about speaking to the police back on January the 22nd of 2001?
Vaguely.
Vaguely. Is there a particular reason why you may have a hard time recalling your time in Athens, ma'am? Just generally?
It was 25 years ago, and I witnessed some trauma on my own. So there's a lot of things that I don't recall back from 25, 30 years ago.
And would the passage of time and your own particular circumstances make it difficult for you to testify fully and accurately as to what you said back then?
No, not at all. If anything I would have said or done back.
Well, and what? Let me ask that question again. Would
Do you have an objection, Mr. Chris?
Ms. Williams, my question is this. As you sit here today, is your ability to fully and accurately recall?
I know they didn't put the camera back on yet. We're aware.
January
Thank you,
of
John Jackson.
2001, affected by the passage of time and what happened then?
Yes.
In the recording that you just listened to, did you recognize your voice on that?
Yes.
And did you give the officer true and accurate information as it might relate to your social security number and address?
Of course, yes.
I do have a objection leading, Your Honor.
All right. Any response to the objection about leading, Mr. Bolden, before I make a ruling?
I mean, it's a yes, no question. It doesn't prompt her for the answer. I don't think by definition it is a leading question.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
Ms. Williams, in that recording, did
Kathy Russin tweeted 2 minutes ago or a couple of minutes ago that there's a jury question, but here's what's going on the live feed. Nothing yet. Okay. As soon as it comes up, I'll put it on. So far, nothing yet. Waiting for court to be called into session as of 2 minutes ago. I'll keep playing this until they come back in.
you give the officer true and accurate information relating to your husband's, at the time, Mr. Bryant's occupation?
Yes.
Ms. Williams, back on January the 22nd of 2001, would your statements to the officer have been fresh in your memory?
Yes.
And would the statements that you provided to the officer have been correct to the best of your ability at that time?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to allow States 98 to be played for the jury under OCGA 24-8-8035.
All right. Any objection from the defense?
I would just ask that it's moved into evidence, but otherwise, no.
All right. Thank you. I'll allow you to play it. Can I just see counsel to bench real briefly?
Court Chopped is here. Thank you again for doing the Lord's work and breaking this down into digestible pieces that are easy to find. Says they played that three times. The next 2 times they played it, I cut out most of it. Just let stuff she's questioned about. Thank you for doing all the editing. You're amazing. We're waiting for the jury to come back, apparently, to have a question. But until then, we're going to continue with Karen Williams' testimony from day 3 of the trial. Everyone go on over and give Court Chopped a like and a sub.
We went to pick up a Dodge Stealth. We arrived there about 8:15.
Got there at 8:15. You stayed in the truck. What did you see after that?
While he was loading the car, I saw a black male walk from the road that connects right in front of it. He was probably in his late teens, early 20s, and he just walked past the wrecker and kind of looked at the wrecker and just kept walking. I just watched him until I could see him anymore to the mirror because I didn't know whether he was going to get the money or something.
What brought his attention to you?
Well, he was walking by himself, and it was about 8:20, somewhere like that in the morning, and it just looked odd in the neighborhood. The way he was black, and he was walking by himself, and he was dressed, you know, a bright orange jacket or sweatshirt. He looked wide awake. It didn't look right.
So what color pants he had on?
I believe they were real baggy blue jeans.
Were they blue, or?
They're just medium blue. I know he had a lot of hair on his head. He had long sideburns. I believe he had some facial hair. No,
Just like a little scraggly beard or a
Yeah.
full beard?
like a goatee kind.
Talk about the hair on his head. So that was kind of long,
Yeah, bushy.
wild looking.
Uh,
Was it real big afro?
Not real
like
big.
In the 70s or
Not real big. It was probably 2 or 3.
was
He
it,
didn't wear a hat.
was it neatly kept or was it just kind of like,
It looked like it was kind of neat.
now the, said it was an orange jacket or a sweatshirt?
Yeah, it was bright orange.
Like on, any writing on it or anything?
He looked about 21, maybe 2 years younger.
How tall do you think he was?
Probably 5'6".
How much do you think he weighed?
He was he wasn't thin and he had a full face.
According to court records, Edrick Faust is 5'9". 5'9". Let's go back to law and crime for a moment because I want to show you that they're running a poll over there. We're waiting for them to come back in with a jury question. They're running a poll that's how would you vote? It's up here. Guilty, 29%, not guilty, 71%. They've got only 299 votes. 5'6" and 5'9" is a significant difference. And she also said he weighed 220 pounds. Shania says, did anyone find out if Faust ever had a bright orange jacket or anything similar back when this murder occurred? No, they didn't even point the finger at him as a suspect until 2024. So who knows what kind of clothes he owned then? How can you? He was 165. He was 165 pounds, says court chopped, and 5'9", right? That's what the court records say. And this is the strongest evidence in the state's opinion that they have. This was a very strong evidence for them because they felt the need to bring this woman in. Bring this woman in. Yeah, we're waiting for the jury question. And yeah, in his closing, Mr. Yalamanchili said that Tara Baker was murdered in 2021 twice. In his initial closing and then in his rebuttal, he said 2021 instead of 2001. I imagine they're going to show us the jury question. We'll see. There are many things that I imagine should be done in a real courtroom that are not done. Right? Bright orange, like a construction worker. That reminds me of the Robert Tellis trial that we covered together. The Boss Baby trial out of Las Vegas, Nevada. He dressed himself up in a bright orange costume and a giant hat that was like a sombrero. And then he committed the murder of a reporter at his house, at the reporter's house, not at Robert Tellis's house. So there's that. How many other witness statements did they have, or how many other calls to 911 did they have that they did not play? Because we learned that this was one of the largest files ever in Georgia history. That's what the cold case investigators told us when they came on to talk about it. Liz and Jeremy. Yes, Robert Duvall has passed at the age of what I just saw here is not. Wait, hold on. I'm going to get the real info for you. 95 years old. He passed away yesterday. And because you just can't make it up, he played Boo Radley in To Kill a Mockingbird in the 1962 movie. Okay. I don't know if that's a sign. I believe in signs. Gregory Peck won the Best Actor Oscar for that To Kill a Mockingbird 1962 version. Also won an Oscar for Best Art Direction, Best Writing, Screenplay based on material from another medium. I've been holding up this book for this entire trial. I've been holding up this book. And Robert Duvall played Boo Radley in the movie. Signs, signs, everywhere signs. His wife, Luciana Duvall, is quoted as saying, he passed away peacefully at home, surrounded by love and comfort. To the world, he was an Academy Award-winning actor, a director, a storyteller, Luciana continued. To me, he was simply everything. His passion for his craft was matched only by his deep love for characters, a great meal, and holding court. Luciana said that Robert gave everything to his characters and to the truth of the human spirit they represented in his many acting roles. In doing so, he leaves something lasting and unforgettable to us all, she shared. Thank you for the years of support you showed Bob and for giving us this time and privacy to celebrate the memories he leaves behind. I mean, what a 95 years is a good run. We don't know what the jury question was because we're waiting for them to come in and to see if they're going to turn on the cameras. But Kathy Russin is tweeting. "12:38, they started deliberating, and 11 minutes ago, they indicated they had a question. And so, show us the question." I don't know if the attorneys were not in the courthouse and that's why they're waiting for the attorneys to get there. That could be. Because we know the jury room is like right next to the courtroom. It's not far because every time they bring the jury in and out, it seems to be right. They seem to be right there. They're waiting on Cruz and Hill. Thank you, enforcing intellectual convo. Yeah, usually we've seen it many times. The judge will say, be within 10 minutes of the courthouse, be within 5 minutes of the courthouse. And so we're waiting. Thank you. Thank you for typing that in there, enforcing intellectual conversation, so that way you can keep us up to date. For Sylvia. Sylvia had not tweeted much because the judge practically called her out one day. I think when the judge was berating the media for talking about juror expressions, I think it may have been directed at Sylvia. Look at Zimmy says that Robert Duvall was roommates with Dustin Hoffman in New York when he tried to become an actor. Also, Gene Hackman. That's crazy. Still waiting. Why didn't deliberations start until 12:38 today? Well, I don't know for sure, but the judge told the jury to come in at 12:30 today. Today is a court holiday in many states, President's Day. The courts are not open here in New York, but they are open in Georgia because in Georgia, they decided to take President's Day and put it around Christmas so they would get an extra court holiday then. And that is when they told the judge, that's when the judge told the jury to be here. So that is that. Somebody else heard one of the jurors had an appointment. I'm not quite sure why. I'm not quite sure. I don't know. I don't know for sure if that's true. Yep. He was also in The Godfather. Hannah says, I'm so afraid the jury won't see the obvious. I don't know. We've watched a lot of cases and sometimes it's hard to have faith in a jury, but sometimes you just, I mean, this one to me is, tell me what you think. I mean, listen, I think we're the only chat out there that thinks that this is an abomination of justice. I'm sure the law and crime. Look, if the law and crime chat has 31% of their viewers thinking that Edrick Faust is guilty, what does it tell you? Karen says, I think what makes me so nervous is that there are 12 counts. I mean, we believe Faust is innocent, but that's a lot to deliberate. Right. But in order to find him guilty of any of those counts, they have to put him in the house. Right. All of those counts are things that happen inside the house. They've never even given us a rock solid time of death. Right. There is no evidence, no forensic evidence other than alleged DNA to be found on Tara's body that puts him inside that house, that puts Edrick Faust inside that house. Thank you, Karen, for your super chat. And thank you to the Goodmans who gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Karen says, can we rewatch Chris's trance testimony? I would like to get through this stuff on day 3 that we haven't watched at all before we go over that again. We're going to see how long it's going to be, how long we're going to be here today. I can't wait to hear what this question is. I'm so curious. Hi, Mama She, I love you. I'm way behind, but so glad to be here with you all. Prayers up for not guilty for Edrick Faust. Thank you. Not a House defendant says, Robert Duvall played Tom Hagen, the consigliere in The Godfather. I love you with all my heart. Yes, yes. And he also played Boo Radley in To Kill a Mockingbird, which is so ironic. I just saw some crazy stuff going on in the chat on my phone, and then I realized I was in Law and Crimes chat somehow. I was like, wait, what? We started watching day 3. That was a Karen Williams testimony that we were just watching moments ago. And we were waiting for the attorneys to get back to the courtroom so that they can tell us, or we'll find out what the jury question is. Written Dream says, I finished watching Jury Duty, Amazon comedy series. It was so funny. I recommend it. Yeah, I've recommended that for a long time. It was amazing, right? Heartwarming. It was all the things. Heartwarming, funny, gives you a little more faith in humanity, right? And there's a new season of Jury Duty starting, I think, in March. It's not going to be the same thing about a jury. It's going to, because they could never do that again. It's going to be about something else, like a corporate retreat of some kind, I believe. I'm very sad. If you didn't hear the news, Robert Duvall has passed, 95 years old. The jury room is connected to the courtroom. Jomar says, R.I.P. Robert Duvall, a great long life and stellar career. It says his first film role was Boo Radley. Wow. Jess said, I think the judge's call out was directed at us. It was shortly after you read to us what the boots on the ground cupcake said about the jurors, how 3 smiled at the family, etc. Except that I'm not in the courtroom, so I don't think it was me. I think it was someone who was in the courtroom, so I don't really know. I see the camera moving, so maybe they're coming back. Here we go.
On the record. All right, we're back on the record. Taking a break from my calendar this afternoon to go back on the record with regard to State of Georgia versus Edrick Faust, SU 24-00547. The jury has been deliberating since 12:30, and this is question number 1. To the judge. The jury requests the DNA reports and transcript/video of Ricketts' testimony. Mr. Yalmanchili, Mr. Bolden, any response before I say what is allowed?
Your Honor, I think the jury has to recall those facts for themselves, both as it relates to the DNA reports. They were admitted into evidence, but I don't believe that they would go back to the jury due to the continuing witness rule. And as it relates to Mr. Ricketts' testimony, the jury would need to recall that themselves as well. That would be the state's position.
All right, Mr. Cruz.
As far as the testimony regarding Ricketts, I do agree. They do have to go off of their notes. But as far as the DNA reports, they aren't evidence. I would say they would like to come out here and look at them, and you could pass it around to the jurors through the jury box. We have no issue with that.
All right, thank you. Okay, so this is the law. The law allows both of these requests to be had. The jury is allowed to rehear testimony, obviously, as long as it's in the courtroom. We're going to queue it up for Ricketts' testimony if they still want to hear it. And the jury is allowed to review anything in evidence, but it has to be, of course, in open court. It can't be, it would be subject to continuing witness rule if it were back in the jury room. But in open court, they are allowed to look at anything that's been admitted to evidence. So I'm going to have the jury come on out, just have them come out, and I will respond to their question in total. Thank you.
That's interesting. She's going to let them rewatch Ricketts' testimony, but neither attorney wanted them to be able to. Neither attorney wanted them to be able to watch it. Although
I'm going to ask counsel to go look at the reports while they're listening and make sure you all are in agreement what we're talking about.
the reports are in evidence, so they are always allowed to look at the reports. States differ on whether or not readbacks or review of testimony is permitted. Massachusetts does not allow it. It's the judge's discretion, but they do not allow it. New York, you can always get a readback on testimony. She's going to let them watch the actual video. Ricketts was the investigator, one of the lead investigators in 2001. Right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
All right, very good. Thank you. Just counting, make sure everybody's here. You all may be seated. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here resuming the trial, State of Georgia versus Edrick Faust. I've already put this on the record, but since you're in front of us, I'll put it on again. SU 24 CR 0547. The jury has been deliberating since 12:30. Thank you all for being on time today. I'm having you out here because I'm responding to your message. And the message reads, the jury requests the DNA reports and transcript/video of Ricketts' testimony. The answer to both of those questions are yes. You can see anything that's in evidence. It has to be done, of course, in open court. The attorneys are going to get together and make sure they know what reports you're referring to and have you look at them out here in open court. But while they are doing that, we are going to replay the transcript of Ricketts' testimony. And there's no video, but the transcript is allowed by law to be heard again by all of you. So as soon as Ms. Satterfield is ready to play it,
So there's no video. They're going to allow them to hear the audio of Ricketts' testimony.
this is not a perfect system in terms of being able to sort of transcribe it to all of you. And so if it's faint, sometimes we put a microphone to the actual computer. We'll see how it goes. Thank you. You ready? All right, very good. You may proceed. Thank you, Ms. Satterfield.
We're going to get to hear it too.
State calls Bill Ricketts.
We should get Bill Ricketts.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand and take note. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right. If you would, please speak towards the microphone and just state and spell your name for the record.
William, W-I-L-L-I-A-M, Ricketts, R-I-C-K-E-T-T-S.
Sir, where are you currently employed?
I'm a supervisor with the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay. In what capacity do you, or is there a particular agency that you work with within the Department of Homeland Security?
Yes, sir. I'm supervisor of the law enforcement section of the Transportation Security Administration.
Okay. Prior to working for TSA, were you involved in law enforcement in a different capacity?
Yes, sir. From 1992 to 1996, I worked at the Oconee County Sheriff's Office, and from 96 to 2001, I worked with the Athens Clark County Police Department.
Okay. And were you working with the Athens Clark County Police Department on January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir. I was.
At that time, what was your assignment or role at ACCPD?
At that time, I was currently assigned with the Robbery Homicide Unit. I was in transitioning out into training at the time, but I was robbery homicide during that time.
Okay. And were you working on January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right. So I want to start kind of at the beginning of the day. Did your assignments at robbery homicide take you anywhere outside of that?
Yes, sir. That morning I was, I believe it was Milledgeville, Georgia. I was at the state penitentiary working out a cold case homicide from, I believe, 1996. I spent the morning there and then drove back to Athens with one of the DA's investigators. I came back to Athens that morning. I would say lunchtime or so, somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay. And so just to clarify, though, this cold case homicide you were working from 1996, did that have anything to do with an individual named Miss Tara Baker?
No.
Okay. And so when you got back, you said around lunchtime or so, was there anything unusual that you noticed when you got back to the police department?
Yes, sir. We got back to the police department, pulled in the background of the park, and all of our vehicles and forensics and the CID units were gone, which I told the other investigator that wasn't a good sign for us for the day, and it was not. We went inside, and it's early in the days of cell phones, so we went inside, and I got time to go back out over to Fawn Drive.
Okay, and you said go back out over to Fawn Drive. Was that related to Miss Baker's murder?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay, and what did you do when you arrived at Fawn Drive?
I arrived back on the scene and met with Lieutenant Durham. Crime scene folks were there. Talked to outside for just a few minutes with folks there. And then I began to talk to Lieutenant Durham, and he took me on a tour of the scene to get a look around so we could start taking some notes and look around. They had already been working for a pretty good bit of time before I got there. He showed me around the location, the crime scene. We looked at that. I took some notes. And then he kind of put me up to where he wanted me to go start doing some canvassing door to door and wanted me to do some other items that he had on his checkoff list that needed to be done.
So I want to start with your canvassing door to door. Did you speak to an individual by the name of Matt Owens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then did you also speak with an individual by the name of Tiffany Riker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so as it relates to Mr. Owens, what did he tell you about anything that he may have seen that day?
Objection, you're saying.
Any response to the objections?
Your Honor, I do believe Mr. Owens testified in this trial, and then Mr. Cruz challenged the credibility of certain things that Mr. Owens had said. So I believe that this would be admissible as a prior consistent statement.
I did not challenge the credibility of Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens testified on anything that asked him most medicine. I didn't ask Mr. Owens any questions on this thing.
Mr. Yalman, showing any response to Mr. Cruz's statement before I make it?
Your Honor, the defense is contending that he challenged nothing about the truthfulness and accuracy of Mr. Owens' statements. That I don't believe the prior consistent statement would be admissible.
I'm going to sustain it.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Ricketts, so you spoke with Mr. Owens. We're not going to get into the details of what he said. Did you speak to an individual by the name of Tiffany Riker?
I did.
Okay. What is it that Miss Riker relayed to you?
Objection, Your Honor. You're saying.
Any response to the objections, Mr. Yalman?
As it related to Mr. Owens, I don't have definitive memories of ways in which Mr. Cruz may have asked questions or
attempted to impeach that witness, but certainly as it related to Ms. Riker, there were significant periods of cross-examination, including confronting Ms. Riker with previous statements, and things along those lines. So I do think that this would be admissible as a prior consistent statement.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So my second objection based on the response from the U.S. Secretary of State, in regards to our examination of Ms. Riker, the only thing conflicted were the statements that she gave to this officer. There was no need to impeach Ms. Riker on her prior statements. The testimony she gave in court used her prior statements from the day she spoke in Texas to establish what her accurate testimony was.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. I remember the statements and I'm taking notes on that. I'm going to overrule your objection. I'd like to continue with that line of questioning.
So, Mr. Ricketts, as it relates to Ms. Riker, what did she relay to you?
She stated that morning around 8:15 in the morning, she left to go to class. She saw a male subject, black man, walking down the street from the area of Cooper Road towards her apartment. Now, she said the male subject had to stop in order for her to back out of the driveway and go on. Her description, was a medium, average-looking height, medium, no hat, medium hair. It had an orange or bright red shirt, baggy pants, possible jeans, but they weren't dark in color. She gave us that description while we were sitting there talking to her. She was surprised that morning, and it was kind of a foggy rain morning that morning. I do remember driving down that morning. I wasn't at the scene during that. That morning was a heavy fall, kind of rain kind of morning, kind of nasty. And she said it was kind of odd to have somebody cutting through just the apartment area at that time of the morning.
Was the unusualness also based on the weather that she described?
She described the weather and then how the subject was almost walked into her car. It was one of those where if she hadn't seen him, she thinks maybe she had seen they might have run into each other, if that makes sense.
Okay. Did you conduct other canvas interviews?
I did.
Okay. And I'm not going to get into the details of those, but just talking about what you did that day. Eventually, did you end up back at the Athens Clark County Police Department?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Durham sent me on several other assignments to take care of, and I did end up back at the police department later that afternoon.
Okay. While you were at the police department, and this would still be January 19th of 2001, is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was.
So while you were at the police department, did you have any contact with an individual by the name of Chris Melton?
I did.
Okay. And who did you understand Mr. Melton to be at the time that you spoke with him?
I understood Mr. Melton to be the boyfriend of the deceased. From being out at the scene, I had not yet seen or met, at this point, but I understood that's who he was.
Okay. And you said by being out at the scene, to your knowledge, had Mr. Melton been brought to the scene at some point during the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know the purpose for which he was brought to the scene?
He identified the body, which I was told via digital camera from the crime scene. I was out on the crime scene answering some questions there. I believe it was Lieutenant Durham.
All right. Did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Melton?
Yes, I did.
Was there anybody else present when you were speaking with Mr. Melton?
Yes, sir. His father came with him. We weren't expecting him at the police department. He arrived, and he and his father were there together. So we decided to do an impromptu interview there in the office.
And where in the police department in particular did this interview take place, if you recall?
We were kind of over in that forensics area. We were not actually in an interview room. We were over in the forensics office. If you think of it, it's like a small conference room. I won't say a common work area, but a small conference room there where we could have a little bit of privacy and a table where we could sit and talk. The area was pretty busy that whole afternoon. Had several things going on at the same time, but that's where we decided to sit.
Okay. So what, if anything, did Mr. Melton tell you about his relationship with Ms. Baker?
So we sat and began to talk.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe that Mr. Cruz attempted to impeach Mr. Melton regarding the, status or general place that his relationship with Miss Baker was in at the time. And so I think that these would be prior consistent statements on that issue.
During our cross-examination of Mr. Melton yesterday, the exact statement he gave to Detective Briggs about his status, Mr. Melton testified to. My concern, Your Honor, as you just saw with Tiffany Ryder, is the state is attempting to use this officer to change the testimonies of other witnesses. That's why we're raising our hearsay objections. Ms. Ryder has testified, Mr. Melton has testified. If it truly is a prior consistent statement that was not elicited or left hanging, which would lead to a misinterpretation, yes, he can bring it up. But just to ask this officer to follow up and give the same testimony that other officers that the actual witnesses come in and give themselves, I ask that sustain our consent objection to that.
Anything further before I conclude?
Just briefly, Your Honor, the prior consistent statement rule for admission has to do with exactly the situation Mr. Cruz just described, as far as the witness having testified, the defense attempting to impeach that witness, and then later that witness's prior consistent statements from the time coming in to show that that impeachment is incredible. So it's the very purpose of the rule.
Yes, sir.
I disagree with that, Your Honor. Prior
This is wild to me because the jury is in the room. They're now listening to the testimony, the audio testimony of Bill Ricketts, who was the 2001 investigator or detective from the ACCPD, who was on scene, who was questioning Chris Melton. And I feel like some of what we're listening to is when the jury was sent out of the room, because their audio transcript of this is going to include arguments that were made outside the presence of the jury. And so you guys are telling me his testimony was 4 hours long. I am hearing from inside the courtroom that Just Liz is real nervous right about now. Furiously texting, changing seats all over the place. And was this outside the presence of the jury? Because they should not be listening to what went on outside of their presence. Are they going to be smart enough to shut it off when the jury was sent out of the room? You know, the audio transcript, as it seems to come back in Georgia, is the entire thing. It's not going to be chopped up like Court Chop did it for us. Court Chop took out all the sidebars and all of the things and all the other argument, but there were many times in which the jury was asked to leave and these arguments happened. Now, they may have been there for this one, but the jury asked, number one, we want to see the DNA reports, and we want either the video of Ricketts' testimony or the transcript. They didn't want to come into the courtroom and have to listen to the whole 4 hours again. My opinion, my guess, my intuition tells me there was maybe a certain portion that they were arguing about Ricketts' testimony. And so they wanted to have it with them back there so they could skip through it and get to the part that they wanted to get to, which is probably about the DNA, because they wanted the DNA reports. Okay. Let's see if we start hearing things that were happening while the jury was out of the room, because that would be wild to me and could be grounds for a mistrial.
consistent statement is if I challenge the credibility of this witness on that statement, and then the state comes in and say, hey, he's elicited testimony that the witness has said one thing, but we have a consistent statement from the past showing that his testimony in court is consistent with the statement that he's made before. We don't have that issue here because Mr. Melton, the same testimony that Detective Ricketts can give to the court, Mr. Melton, not to say the statement I don't want to put it. I don't want to take the witness. But I would just ask that if there are prior consistent statements that the state would like to use, that's fine. I don't want to object to those, but just to ask Detective Ricketts what other witnesses told him, would ask them to sustain our consideration.
All right, thank you. I think it's the first time in this trial you both are right. You're both correct about what a prior consistent statement is. I'm going to sustain and overrule the objection. I'm going to do both. So this is what I'm going to limit the state to. With regard to the statements that you are seeking to elicit, they need to be connected to the issue of impeachment and any necessity for a prior consistent statement. It cannot be, for example, as Mr. Cruz has just outlined, an entire narrative of the interview with Mr. Milton. So I'm going to ask you to limit your questioning. I'm going to make a rule that you have to limit your questioning of this witness to the specific areas that you're seeking and arguing need a prior consistent statement.
Yes, Your Honor. And so I will not ask the witness, what did he tell you? I will try to be direct, which should give Mr. Cruz an opportunity if he has additional objections to bring them up at that time.
That's correct.
All right. So, Mr. Ricketts, I want to ask you very specifically, what is it that Mr. Melton told you about the condition or status of his relationship with Ms. Baker at that time?
That is hearsay without exception. I would object.
All right. Mr. Galvin-Chili, any response to the objection?
I was just restating the previous question I asked, and I think it is directed in the manner that the court informed or instructed me to ask it in order to be admissible as a prior consistent statement, exception to the hearsay rule.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
And so, Mr. Ricketts, I'll ask you the question again. What is it on January 19th of 2001 that Mr. Melton told you about the condition or status of his relationship with Ms. Baker?
He said they had a serious relationship and had talked and had intentions of marriage in the future.
Okay. And then, I want to take you forward a little bit. We've talked about the general nature and status of their relationship at the time. What, if anything, did he tell you about the plans that he and Ms. Baker had for that weekend?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Mr. Galvin-Chili, any response to the objection?
Your Honor, again, it is a prior consistent statement. Mr. Cruz, in his cross-examination of Mr. Melton, indicated that at the time leading up to Ms. Baker's murder, the two of them may not have even been in a relationship. He referred to Ms. Baker as his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. So prior consistent statements regarding the fact that they were in a relationship and had plans together that weekend that both were excited about would be a prior consistent statement that would be admissible.
Ms. Cruz, anything further, sir?
Sure. Mr. Galvin-Chili's purpose for admitting this isn't because Mr. Melton or I elicited inconsistent testimony or inconsistent statement. It's a statement that matters. Not the general view, not the general theory of the witness. The statement. We did not get into, on cross-examination, Mr. Melton's plans with Ms. Baker on the weekend after her death and following her death. We spoke about the relationship generally. So I would ask that the board to sustain the hearsay.
Yes, sir.
And I would just add, the state had an opportunity to examine Mr. Melton on direct and redirect examination. I think it's appropriate to now try to bolster or support Mr. Melton's testimony through the technical breakage. As the jury has had an opportunity to hear from Mr. Melton himself.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cruz. I'm making a finding that the very issue that the state is asking to have this witness speak about, which is the weekend after the incident, was in fact brought out on cross-examination. The articulation the state has made about what a prior consistent statement is with regard to that issue is accurate, and I'm going to allow you to the objection.
So, Mr. Ricketts, I'll ask you again, I'm trying to make this a specific tailored question. What, if anything, did Mr. Melton tell you about plans that he may have had, Ms. Baker had, for that weekend?
Yes, he went in depth about Tara had plans that evening with friends and family for a birthday party on the 19th for that night, and then he had planned something for her on Saturday night where they were going to meet and get together that evening on Saturday the 20th.
Did he express anything to you about their feelings regarding those plans?
Yes, on the Friday, numerous times when we were talking, he said that Derek wanted him to drive down and be there for the 19th for the party at the winery with folks from the law school and for the law firm where she worked. He didn't think scheduling wise.
I am so sorry about that. This testimony is an accurate testimony. This file. The disadvantage that Mr. Faust has right now when they are going to
now and chilling, and other witnesses in the middle of a statement until the fact.
Your Honor, I think it's the same argument that the court just ruled on, a minute ago, that this is admissible as a prior consistent statement. And I believe it falls in that exception to the hearsay rule, as the court's already indicated.
Chris, let me just ask you a question so I understand your objection. Are you arguing that this information is not elicited with Mr. Melton's on the stand?
I am arguing that the statement that was just made from the detective doesn't exist in the case file. So what I'm not saying it's intentional.
I'll let you respond to
I'm sorry. It's not saying this is intentional from the state. I don't think it's intentional. But what's going on here is because I testified yesterday. I'm assuming the state didn't get the information that they would have liked Mr. Melton to say, so they brought in Detective Ricketts to now become a serial killer, Chris Melton, and they'll ask Detective Ricketts, well, what did Chris Melton say about this? What did Chris Melton say about that?
Okay, hang on just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this step outside your presence.
Okay, we do hear when she says, we're going to do this outside of your presence, and then now they're going to fast forward to the part. I love sarcasm says, hopefully the jury is confirming the day that Ricketts said he fingerprinted Melton, which is different from fingerprint card a la Cruz's closing. Yeah, but it seems like they also want to look at the DNA reports.
That's the evidential.
But maybe they are looking for the fingerprint card too. Thanks for your 5. All right, now they are at the bench, and we have a little bit of room to FF. Now Bolton is looking over at something. And there's our defendant, Edrick Faust. Fit check, ivory or white. So looks like a sweater today. Can't see much other than that.
Getting through that will be with you as soon as she can find it. Thank you.
Okay. I almost said there'd be days like this. The jury didn't specify exactly which part of the testimony they wanted to hear, whether it was direct or cross or just the testimony about the DNA. So I think they're going to play the entire thing. And the court reporter's got to skim to the next part of the testimony in which the jury was present, because obviously the jury can't hear what went on when they weren't in the room. Winter white zip-up cardigan, says Jan Mike. Is it full zip or quarter zip? You never know how to view the question. I would never want to guess whether it was good for the defendant or bad for the defendant based on their question. But apparently, this is what happens when jurors have to rely on their notes. Some people may have taken notes a certain way, and some other people may have taken
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ricketts, before we
different notes that are indecipherable. Often my own notes are indecipherable. And so I am always in favor of readbacks or transcripts for jurors. So we'll see how long this transcript is going to be, because I always feel like the jury should have the truth of what the testimony was and not have to rely on only some people's notes, because not everybody took notes, right? Not everybody took the best notes. And if they're going to fight about something, about what a witness said, I always feel that it's better to let them hear it again. And now they are hopefully taking notes about what it is they want to know about Bill Ricketts' testimony.
took that brief break, I'd ask you a question, and I'm going to try to, as best I can recall, ask you the same question again. Did Mr. Melton talk to you at all or say anything to you about plans that he and Miss Baker had for that weekend and their feelings surrounding those plans?
Yes. Eva, Tara was very excited about her birthday coming up the weekend. And that she and friends from law school and the law firm she worked at were all getting together at the winery on Friday night. And that Chris had made plans on Saturday the 20th to meet and take her out and to celebrate her birthday.
relates to Mr. Melton's whereabouts on Friday morning, January 19th of 2001. Is that something that y'all discussed in your interview?
Yes, one of the reasons Friday night that he wasn't going to be down is for work on Friday. The new area where he was working and things of that nature was taking time away. He had jobs to do on that Friday, so he said Saturday would be a much easier thing. And she had her college law school friends and her law firm friends and all to do the Friday night.
Okay. Well, and so my question, I might not have been clear, and I apologize for that, is did he talk to you about where he was Friday morning?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And what did he tell you about that?
He spent the night and had spent most of the nights that week with his mom and dad. And it was at their residence. I have the address here if you need it, but he was at their residence that night until they went to work that next morning.
Okay, and I don't think we want to or need to say any specific addresses, but when you say until he went to work that morning, did he talk to you about when that was and where he went on that morning of January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir. He laid that morning out for me. So his morning was to have his helper, his friend Chris, show up to help him that morning at the house there between 7:15 and 7:30. And then they left to start their day.
Okay. Did he talk to you about where they went when they left to start their day?
Yes, sir. His first, on this encounter on the 19th, they stopped at Nash Plumbing first off to load up with gear and equipment for that day for the projects and the.
A lot of this is alibi testimony. You hear what he just said? Oh, yeah, he laid out his full day for me. He laid out his full day. He went to Nash Plumbing. He did this. He did that. Maybe the jury wants to hear the testimony about the alibi and how it wasn't really checked. Right? Maybe. But they also want to see the DNA reports. They maybe are arguing about DNA, just like we hypothesized earlier, that if there's one juror who's like, DNA is DNA, that's the gold standard. If there's DNA, he's definitely guilty. Maybe they're trying to say, well, look, they really didn't, other jurors could be saying, well, look, he really didn't, that Ricketts guy didn't really look into Chris Melton's alibi very well. He didn't really confirm it.
Jobs that they were going out to do. He said they loaded up to there and then they were headed over to try to make a stop over at Truck Customs. Chris explained in the interview that he was trying to get a ladder rack put on his truck, then he'd get to measure it, and then he'd go back later in the day and they would install that ladder rack. Was I understand the conversation we're having. That location is in Loganville, Georgia, and he went there in order to get that measured out. They left there and went over to Grayson, Georgia, in order to do a job there, a check for some leaks, that kind of thing at that house. From there, they went on to Forsyth, met up with a contractor there to look at doing a house there at Forsyth. Now, the house there, I guess it wouldn't have boarding on it, but no paper and shingles, I guess, if that makes sense. And I think they were just getting pretty wet. They were going to lay the house out to do the initial plumb on the residence that day. But there was no cover on the roof, so they were kind of getting wet. So Chris said he rolled and went back by Truck Customs just to stop in and see if maybe they happened to be ready on his way back to his house. And when he went back to the house, he just dropped Chris in there.
All right, any response to the objection?
Your Honor, I mean, I think it's all still responsive to the initial question of what Mr. Melton relayed to him about what he was doing and where he went that morning.
I am going to sustain the objection. I do think it is a narrative. I'm going to ask the questioner to walk their witness through appropriately.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Ricketts did, so we're at Truck Customs at this point. Did Mr. Melton tell you where, if anywhere, they went from Truck Customs?
Due to the weather and whatever else, he went back to the residence, dropped his helper off in order to let him go eat and see if they could maybe wait the rain out and see kind of how that would go. He advised that they would meet up together later and try to complete some more.
He dropped his helper off so he could eat. Remember Josh's testimony, the helper? Josh didn't testify to that Chris Melton dropped him off so he could eat. So there was a portion of that day where Chris Melton was not with Josh. Remember, we also called this Chris-splaining. And I think the first question that Ahmad Cruz asked Bill Ricketts on the stand during cross was, why do you feel the need to defend Chris Melton? And if you listen to the way he's explaining Chris Melton's quote alibi, it sounds like he's stating all of this as if he totally believed it. It was all true. And the trust me, bro, worked. Right? Where are my court reporters in the chat? Somebody said, why can't they just give him a transcript to bring back there? There isn't one yet, unless it's been typed up. What they do in Georgia, we watched, same as Massachusetts, they have a system where the court reporter speaks into a speaker. And I guess they also audio tape it while it's happening in real time. So there may not be a written transcript yet because nobody's asked for it. It's very expensive to get a transcript. It takes a long time to type it up. So if there's any Georgia court reporters in the chat, let me know why there would not be a written transcript yet.
Or go back by truck customs. And I'm sorry, let me just ask you some questions as we go along here. You just testified that he had dropped his helper. What was that person's name? Chris. Well, Chris Melton. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to look back. I apologize. That's all right. Give me one second. I'm so sorry.
Objection on the ground that hearsay to the witness has his notes while he testifies. If the state would like to refresh the witness's recollection, there's an appropriate mechanism to do that. But for the witness to be able to use his notes while he testifies, that's what you're saying.
All right, thank you.
Yes, remember, this witness had his notes on the stand the entire time, and he was reading them, and he tried to be surreptitious about it, but Cruz caught on, and he's like, why is this guy reading from his notes the entire time? That's not permissible unless prior they asked permission for him to have his report up there, but he was reading from his notes. And also, if your girlfriend was brutally murdered, would you really think about going to pick up your truck the next day? And then would you really think about on Monday going into the bank for a loan? I don't know. There's a lot of problems I have with this alibi, but that's just me. Let me know what you think.
Anything from the state before I go?
I think that's correct. We can go through asking those couple of questions.
All right, very good. I'm going to sustain the objection with regard to how to refresh a witness's recollection, but I'm going to overrule the objection with regard to having the report on the stand. A witness is entitled to have it on the stand. You just have to use it appropriately. You may continue.
And so, Mr. Ricketts, before you refer to your report, please indicate to me that you may need to do that. We'll go through the appropriate questions. My understanding from your last answer is at this time you can't necessarily recall the name of Mr. Melton's number. Is that correct? Yes. All right. Do you think referring to your report would help you refresh your recollection? It would. Okay. Please refer to the report. Do not read from it, and just let me know when you've had a chance to review it. Yes, sir. His first name is Josh. Okay. So I think, do you recall now, after having reviewed your report, that individual's name? Yes, John McCurdy. Yes, sir. Okay, so you had just testified that Mr. Melton dropped Mr. McCurdy off at Mr. McCurdy's residence, is that right? They were back at Chris's house. They needed both the vehicles from my understanding because Josh went there. When they went back to Truck Customs, Josh, he was going to have to follow him back to Truck Customs in order to leave Chris's truck there. They didn't need the second vehicle. So he went to lunch at that time. Okay, did they?
I don't remember Josh saying that he went to lunch at that time, but also a lot of you in the chat are saying maybe he went to get a loan from the bank for attorney's fees because maybe he knew that they were going to charge him. Maybe he thought they were going to charge him. And maybe his parents were like, bro, we can't afford a good attorney for you, so you better go get yourself a loan. I don't think they gave him a loan. He said it was a business loan. That's what he told them. He needed a loan for his business. But really, your girlfriend's brutally murdered 2 or 3 days before, and first thing you do on Monday, because Friday was the day she was murdered. He went to the bank that morning. They have a receipt that he went there and took out something like $480 in cash. And then Monday morning, first thing, he goes back to the bank looking for a loan. I wonder if anybody in the jury is thinking that. And yet he was never arrested in 25 years.
Ever returned to Truck Customs? Yes, sir. All right. And what did He went to truck customs. He said around 3:45, 4 o'clock for an appointment that he had there. And he got a page that he received while he was there. He received that page, made a phone call, and then went to Athens to the address on Drive.
Okay. And this, when you say the address on Fawn Drive, we talk about Miss Baker's residence where she was killed?
Yes.
Okay. During this interview, this is January 19th of 2001, did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Melton's hands?
I did.
Okay. What did you observe about Mr. Melton's hands?
During the interview, while we
This is the testimony about his hands. So if your mind has begun to wander, come on back.
What did you observe about Mr. Melton's hands?
during the interview, while we sat and talked, Mr. Melton, for lack of better words, just picked at his hands and messed with his hands, pretty much just moving glue and things off his fingers from his fingernail beds, and just kind of making that kind of movement while he was moving with his hands. You could see that. And then I had the opportunity to fingerprint him for prints. And at that time, we didn't use computers like we do now. We had to do manual prints, ink prints. So I printed him both hands.
Here's where he's going to talk about the prints. And remember, he's still talking about January 19th of 2001. He's saying he took his prints on January 19th of 2001. And Mr. Cruz told him that the jury to go look for that fingerprint card from January 19th, 2021. Also, he's talking about him pulling glue off of his hands. Pulling glue off of his hands. He's going to talk a lot about a plumber's primer and plumber's cement. Remember when they pulled that knife out of the bag? It was a different witness, I think, who took the knife out of the bag. What did it look like to you was on that knife? Did they ever test that knife for any plumber's cement or any plumber's primer or any glue? I have so many questions.
On the printing, pretty much with a desk just like this. Start with outside and work the inside. So I had to hold and sit and stay there, hold his hands, and roll each finger out as I made the fingerprints. And then I would move over to the other hand and do the same exact thing and work through all five. So all of his fingerprints were done there at the police department after we finished this interview.
And you yourself did that rolling of the prints? Is that what you just testified to?
I did.
Okay. And I just want to go through that process again a little more slowly. Did you just testify that all 10 of his fingers would have been printed?
Yes, sir.
Correct? Okay.
Mariah says, my hot take, this testimony, he could be speaking of a second fingerprinting and not technically be lying, except for that he's reading from his notes. He's reading from his case file. So he's got no excuse to not have the right info, right? He can't misremember when he's got his entire file in front of him, in my opinion.
And when you're going through that process, do you make contact with the person you're printing?
Sure. So unlike now, you have to take your hand and you hold the print with the finger. You go to the far side and you roll it because you're getting ink. So now with a computer, you can look at a screen and kind of move it around. But with this, you got to dip his hand in ink. You take it and roll from side to side, and then you would move one at a time from finger to finger. So I dip, roll, and then get the thumb, and then you move around to the other side. And each time you do that, you have to grab the hand, and you have to hold the hand and do it. And they have to kind of hold their hand real loose and kind of give you kind of control of the hand. It's a better system we have now. But at that time, I had to sit and hold his hand during that time while we were doing that.
All right. And so I want to fast forward a couple of days and then rewind back a couple of days. Did you have an interaction with Chris Melton on January 21st of 2001?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And during that interaction, did you and Detective Newton take any pictures?
Yes.
Okay, so clearly the fingerprinting was done on the 19th because now he's transitioning to the 21st, which was the next time Bill Ricketts had interactions with Chris Melton. Hi, Emily. Sorry you're late. Thanks for your 10. The only thing that has happened today is that the jury had a question after about being in deliberations for 1 hour. And their question was, can we see the DNA reports? And can we get a transcript, or can we get the video of Detective Ricketts' testimony? The judge said yes to both, even though both attorneys didn't want them. Both attorneys wanted them to rely on their notes for Bill Ricketts' testimony. He's the investigator from ACCPD in 2001 on the date of the murder and following. And so now they are replaying, as far as I know, the entire audio testimony of Bill Ricketts, and the jury is in the room. That's all you missed. But if you did watch Bill Ricketts' testimony with me or elsewhere, then it's a repeat of that. It's 4 hours long. I don't know if they're going to read the whole thing, or if the foreman's going to say, the foreperson is going to say, okay, Judge, that's it. That's all we need. That's all we wanted to know. And she may say, because the judge has the power and the glory and the discretion to make them listen to the whole entire thing. So we're picking up more as we're listening to it. For some of us, the second time around, many of you may have watched it more than once.
Yeah, we took pictures.
Okay. And during that interaction, did you and Detective Newton take any pictures?
Yes, we did. We took pictures.
Okay. In particular, on Mr. Melton's hands, when y'all met with him on January 21st, was there anything that caused you to take pictures of his hands?
Yes, he had marks on his hand on Sunday that weren't there on Friday evening.
So if he had marks on his hands 2 days after he's already been interviewed, and the first time he was interviewed was after her murder, why are they taking pictures now? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. If those marks were not on his hands when he was fingerprinted the day of the murder, why are they taking pictures of his hands 2 days later?
We talked to him, and so when we were taking pictures, we took pictures of those, also with the rest of his body.
So when you met with him on January 21st and you saw the marks, you took pictures of those, or Detective Newton, y'all took pictures of
Yes,
those?
on the 21st, we saw those. We did the other stuff we had to do, and we also took those pictures.
Were those marks on his hands on January 19th of 2001 when you interviewed him and then fingerprinted?
They were not.
Okay. If they had been, would you have taken pictures of them the way you did on January 21st?
Yes.
And why'd you take them?
And this is a little bit of an aside. Have you ever worked with plumber's glue and some things related to plumbing?
Sure. So there's primer and there's glue, and the glue gets all over your hands. You have to peel it off, things of that nature. On the interview on Friday, I was just watching the individuals we were interviewing, and he was picking at his hands. One, I think, for concentration and trying to cope, if that's a word. I don't know, but he was just trying to.
This is highly objectionable. Him talking about why he thinks Chris Melton is picking at his hands to try and ground himself. This is crazy that this Bill Ricketts was allowed to testify about his thoughts about why Chris Melton was doing that. But listen to it again if you missed it the first time.
On Friday, I was just watching the individuals we were interviewing, and he was picking at his hands. One, I think, for concentration and trying to cope, if that's a word. I don't know, but he was just trying to pick at his hands and pull that glue off. None of the stuff that I had to do, like if your hands are extremely dirty, like if I got somebody else, I needed to print them, I have to clean their hands in order to take prints. So there was nothing on his hands that impeded with me taking fingerprints. So I didn't have to go scrub his hands, which I had to do before, where we had to get somebody and scrub their hands in order to get prints. We didn't have to do that. Glue primer is usually purple, and I won't say it's see-through, but it's not. It doesn't block, and glue doesn't either. It just peels up, and you can have to peel it off.
One time at band camp.
Well, and let me ask you this question then. Was there anything about the things on Mr. Melton's hands on January 19th of 2001 that would have prevented you from seeing these injuries if they had been there?
No, there was nothing covering his whole. From the picture, you would have had to cover his hand from about where my shirt stops all the way to his fingertips to cover that up. And his thumbs and that area right in there. So you would have had to cover everything. And the plumber's primer and the glue, it gets on your skin, but it's not that bad. I plumbed the house when I built my house. I'm not very good at it.
Now it's one time at band camp when I was building my house. I did some plumbing, and so I know these things because it's wild. Listen to this.
Everything. house. I'm not very good at it, but I got more stuff. But it's you can see through it. Like if you cut yourself or anything like that, you're gonna see that.
Okay. So I want to go forward to January 20th of 2001. So this is the day between the first day and time that you ever talked to Mr. Melton and the second day and time that you talked to Mr. Melton. Did you take any investigative actions in order to, I guess, see if you could talk to some of the people that Mr. Melton had mentioned to you about being with him or around him on Friday morning?
Yes, we made phone interviews on Saturday from the police department.
Okay. As specifically as it related to Mr. Melton's whereabouts on January 19th, who did you talk to on January 20th?
I talked to Josh, and I also talked to Mr. Teeters.
Okay. And you've already testified about who you understood Josh to be. Who did you understand Mr. Teeter to be?
From Truck Customs.
Okay. And is that the Truck Customs that you were making reference to?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to turn the Elmo off, or can the court turn it off? I just don't want to put something down here inadvertently and have it displayed. Because I almost did. Thank you. Okay. Well, and so as it relates to Josh McCurdy, what did Mr. McCurdy tell you about his whereabouts and Mr. Melton's whereabouts on January 19th of 2001?
He drove to Chris's house that morning, approximately 7:15. He said to 7:30, and he said their first stop was at the plumbing. They went there first. And if I could refer to my notes, I can give you the letters. He also mentioned that they went by Chick-fil-A that morning also.
Do you, and so as you sit here, are you having difficulty recalling the remainder of what Mr. McCurdy told you?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that reviewing your report would help refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you please do so? Then don't read from your report, but let me know when you finish.
Yes, sir. So he does mention that they went by Chick-fil-A that morning also for some breakfast.
Did Mr. McCurdy tell you anything about where they went after Chick-fil-A?
To Grayson, which is just right down the road.
And was there a particular time he said he believed that they had gone?
He thought it was between 8 and 8:15.
Okay. And from there, did he tell you anywhere that they may have gone after that?
He mentioned Forsyth and the place with the rain, and he was talking about just how wet they were getting and weren't able to get in out from underneath that rain. He said that it was just too much rain to get any work down there.
Okay. And so after they left Forsyth, did Mr. McCurdy say anything about where they went next?
He did mention they went back to Truck Customs that afternoon.
Okay. Did they go anywhere between Forsyth and Truck Customs?
They did stop for lunch, for the lunch break that they had mentioned earlier, but I didn't mention that.
Okay. And then did Mr. McCurdy say anything about anything that happened while they were at Truck Customs in the afternoon?
He mentioned the page in detail, and then he talked about how they left Chris's truck there and he drove him to Athens. He didn't want Chris to have to make that drive, but he drove him all the way to Athens.
Did he say anything about any fears that Mr. Melton had or any actions that Mr. Melton took as they drove to Athens?
No, he said that while they were in the truck that Chris was calling information, trying to track down other parents of the girls there, trying to make contact as he drove from that area. To say Loganville because he just put there, but as they drove down from Loganville to Athens, he was trying to get information and see if he could make contact with family members.
Okay.
Why didn't he call Tara's parents? Why didn't he call Tara's parents? Why is he calling 411 trying to find out the roommate's parents' phone numbers? But didn't he also say that Tara's mom had called him? That's how he found out. But he's not telling Josh anything about why they're going to Athens, that his girlfriend, there was a body found in his girlfriend's apartment from a fire. Right. He said Chris was quiet. His testimony on the stand, Josh's, was a lot different from this. This is Bill Ricketts reading from his 2001 case file.
Did he say anything to you about any types of worries or fears that Mr. Melton had?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your response to the objection.
Judge, under 24-8035, past recollection reported, I believe yesterday during Mr. McCurdy's testimony, the foundation for that was laid, and this would be that past recollection recorded being admitted under exception to the hearsay rule of 24-8035.
All right. Mr. Cruz.
Your Honor, I'm pulling up the law. So, 8035 does not apply in this case. The state, if they wanted to use past recorded recollection, it's not Detective Ricketts who they would use it with. It was Josh McCoy who they would use it with. I'm becoming concerned that the state is trying to use Ricketts to ride everybody else's testimony. So I would just ask the court to instruct the state not to elicit hearsay. If it's something that's a personal observation of Detective Ricketts, that's lawful, that's legal. As far as just going through witnesses and saying, hey, what do they say about this, what do they say about that, I believe that is a problem.
Hold on. No House, no Faust. Right. Right before, while we were waiting for the jury, before they came back with this question, I read to you an interview of Tara's mom from all the way back in, I think it was 2008. And she said in that interview that nobody called her until 7 p.m. And that was her first call. She was mad in that interview that they called Chris instead of her. So is he lying about getting a page from Tara's mom? Right? Exactly. Law Mama 4 is telling us this doesn't make sense. Tara's mom always said she didn't get notified by the police until 7 p.m. She said the roommates were being called, but they didn't call her house. But Chris Melton testified on the stand that Tara's mom was the one who told him. Right? That's the way I remember his testimony. Was he lying then or is he lying now? And why did nobody call Tara's mom to testify about that? Makes no sense at all. The plot thickens. The jury doesn't know that, though. We just know that because we just read an article from 2008. Here we go.
Your objection is hearsay. I'm going to sustain.
We are listening to this in real time as the jury is hearing it. The jury is sitting in the room. She didn't let them bring the testimony back with them to play the portion that they wanted to play. They're listening to the whole thing in the courtroom.
So I'm going to move forward then, Detective Ricketts, and talk to you. You've already mentioned that you had a conversation with Mr. Teeter, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't think we need to get into the contents of that conversation, but I do want to go forward with you to January 21st of 2001. Did you have contact with Mr. Melton again on that day?
I did. He voluntarily came back and met with us.
Okay. When Mr. Melton met with you, did he have anybody else present with him?
His family was with him, but they came back with him, but his dad was with him.
Okay. When you spoke with him, and I think you already mentioned taking photographs of him, who all was present when that was happening?
Just Chris and Detective Newton and myself.
And did Mr. Melton give you any additional information beyond what he told you on Friday evening about where he was on Friday morning?
We went back over the timeline of events from Friday, and Chris added that he had stopped by the Wachovia Bank in Loganville just after 9, which he did mention on Friday, which we took note of that. And then on Monday, some other detectives went to.
Wow. On Friday, when he was giving his alibi, he didn't mention that he went to the bank that morning around 9:08 a.m. because, he just forgot what he did that morning. But then on Monday, when some detectives went to the bank, then all of a sudden Chris remembers that he went to the bank on Friday. Why would he forget that he went to the bank on Friday? When asked the same exact day, takes back a question.
Timeline of events from Friday.
I told you on Friday evening additional information beyond what he told you on Friday evening about where he was on Friday morning.
We went back over the timeline of events from Friday, and Chris added that he had stopped by the Wachovia Bank in Loganville just after 9, which he did mention on Friday, which we took note of that. And then on Monday, some other detectives went to run that to ground. That information wasn't passed on Friday, but Chris talked about it with me on Sunday. Everything else pretty much stayed the same except for that.
All right. So when he was meeting with y'all on January 21st, did anything come up regarding blood sample?
Yes, toward the end of our conversation at the police department, we talked about the crime scene, things of that nature. It's the first time that I brought up with Chris that there was the possibility that Tara had been sexually assaulted. We had a brief conversation about DNA and some things of that nature, and I told him that at some point we would need to get consent and he would need to do a sample for us, and he agreed. So the warrant wasn't necessary, but he agreed to go with us after our Piedmont Hospital to do that.
Well, if he didn't agree to give a blood sample after being notified his girlfriend had been SA'd, then they would have gotten a warrant for it, right? So it wasn't really truly voluntary, was it?
Did you attend or observe that blood draw?
I did. We went there. They followed us over. We made contact because it was a Sunday, and we had a nurse in the lab do that for us. And I observed both vials be drawn, placed in the evidence bag, and then I took them back to the police department and placed them in evidence.
Did Mr. Melton make any statements to you about the last time he and Tara had sex?
He did. From going over my notes and listening to the recordings, I can't give you a precise date. His voice trails off there, but it was in that week period of time, sometime between that last weekend. I want to say it was Saturday or Sunday would be my best recollection. The recording goes off, kind of. That might be
Let's talk about.
Good.
Sorry,
That's okay. Sorry.
cut you off there. Let's talk about the tools that you had in 2001. Obviously, nowadays we all walk around with these guys that have a recording function on them. When you were a police officer in January of 2001 and you needed to record an interview with an individual, what equipment were you provided with in order to do that?
We were using micro cassette recorders. Audio wasn't always the best, but we did pretty good on it. You can listen to them. It's pretty hard to. We used those. I laughed talking to some of the officers with the Ranger this morning. They didn't understand that this was the first area of time when we were doing these reports that I wanted was word processing. So if that makes sense, we had done anything else before that with typewriters. So word processing was kind of new, and we were using micro cassette recorders, which weren't great. Athens Clark County at that time was in the process of putting up interview rooms with video cameras and things of that nature, but they weren't. That was not the norm.
So, I mean, is it fair to say that this was a period of time when, like, the use of technology and the tools that y'all had available was in a period of transition?
Huge.
So, As you were there on January 21st, I want to go and retrieve some things from evidence and show them to you. So if you bear with me for just a moment. Okay.
The time here on the East Coast is 3:07 p.m. Chris Melton has not been in court since his testimony. Sunshine. So I don't believe he's there today, but I mean, the jury may ask for other readbacks too. So don't read anything into this. Rosie said the fact that the jury aren't requesting to hear Jim or Liz's testimony speaks volumes. No, because this might be the first thing that they're arguing about. And they're like, let's go listen to this testimony now. And they may come back for 10 more replays and this judge is going to allow it. And I think it's great. I think it's great that they get to listen to this again, because relying on your notes, if you're not a great note taker or taking someone else's word for it, if you're not a great note taker and someone else took great notes, it's much better, in my opinion, for all of them to listen to it all again. Listen to it all again so that everyone can take their notes again, specifically to the questions that they have. And this is great. I do not like when the judges don't allow replay, because I think relying on notes is not good if you want to get to the truth. If you want to get to the truth, let them listen to it again. So I think this is great that they get to re-listen to it. If it takes longer to get a verdict, so be it. They're taking their job seriously. They're not taking a quick vote and getting out of there to go home and eat dinner, right? This is good, in my opinion. Because a lot of this testimony is good for the defense. Bill Ricketts was not a great witness for the prosecution, in my opinion. He was not. Yeah, maybe they had a spare key and then he knew where it was. Great point. Did anybody ask if they had a spare key outside? Great point, observed thyself. Like, do they have a hide-a-key rock outside, or do they keep one above the door jamb of the front door? Great point. I don't care how long it takes. I'm here for every minute of it. Many of you have not heard this testimony before, and now you will hear it again. And we're picking up more stuff every time we hear it.
Ms. Ricketts, I'm going to hand you two exhibits. They both have been admitted into evidence already. They're defendant's exhibits 29, and then, I'm sorry, I said two exhibits, two sets of pictures. So D29 has been marked collectively, so all the pictures are D29. And then I'm also going to hand you defendant's exhibit 37, 38, 39, and 40 that have been admitted into evidence already as well. So I'll hand those up to you. I'm going to give you a chance first to look through them, and then if you just let me know when you've had a chance to look through them, I'll continue asking you questions at that point.
Yep, and you can hear the inflection that you can't hear when you're reading a transcript too, right? Oh no, Rosie, I didn't take it that way at all. I just wanted to explain the way that I thought of it. I think it's great. No, they might ask for Liz or Jim later. That's what I just wanted to point out to you. No shade whatsoever. It was a great comment. That's why I put it up.
In the collectively marked exhibit that I handed to you, where there's one number but a bunch of pictures, do you recognize those pictures?
This one right here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I do. These were taken at Piedmont at the Greenville.
Okay, and again, who was present when those pictures were taken?
Detective Newton, that's his arm right there in the picture right there. He took these photos here, and I took the other photos.
Okay, and those images, the injuries that are depicted on those hands, were those present on January 19th, the of 2001 when you interviewed Mr. Melton and then fingerprinted?
They were not.
Okay. And then the other set of pictures that I handed you, I want to ask you a few questions before we talk about those. I think they're defendants exhibits 37 through 40, if I'm recalling correctly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you noticed those injuries to Mr. Melton's hands, was there any explanation provided by him for where those injuries came from?
I talked to him about those. He advised that when he got back to his apartment, went in, was alone for a period of time, that he kind of lost it. He said as soon as he walked in the door, it was there on the right side when you go into his apartment. And he just punched the wall numerous times. And then he said he sat on the floor to cry.
Did you ever go?
The wall punch. He beat the crap out of the wall with both hands. That's how he injured his hands. Okay, let's hear that again.
That he kind of lost it. I talked to him about those.
By him for where those Melton's hands. Okay. When you noticed those injuries to Mr. Melton's hands, was there any explanation provided by him for where those injuries came from?
I talked to him about those. He advised that when he got back to his apartment, went in, was alone for a period of time, that he kind of lost it. He said as soon as he walked in the door.
You know, what's so funny is that he was not alone for any period of time, because when he just testified, which I believe was before Ricketts testified, if my notes are right, Chris Melton said he was with his parents when he went back to his Athens apartment, and his parents were hugging him or something, and he broke away from his parents who were right there when he decided to beat the crap out of the wall. But according to Ricketts' file, which he has right in front of him, he's saying in 2001, Chris Melton told him, as soon as I was alone, that's when I lost it and began to punch the wall with both hands. Listen to that again.
By him for where those injuries came from?
I talked to him about those. He advised that when he got back to his apartment, went in, was alone for a period of time.
When he was alone, he lost
He
it.
said as soon as he walked in the door, it was there on the right side when you go into his apartment. And he just punched the wall numerous times. And then he said he sat on the floor to cry.
Did you ever go to Mr. Melton's apartment after you talked with him about those injuries and how he received them?
Yes, sir. I believe it's the 23rd. I went over. I believe that's the correct date. But yes, sir. I went and I took these photos in the apartment.
Okay. And when you say these photos, are you referring to defendants exhibits 37 through 40?
I am.
Okay. The damage that you saw to the wall, was that consistent to you with the injuries that you saw on Mr. Melton's hands?
It is.
This is not the redirect, Cindy. This is the direct, starting from the beginning. They're going to listen to the entirety of Ricketts' testimony. This is not redirect. This started from the beginning. And we're going to hear the cross, and we're going to hear the redirect. And he took pictures of the wall, too. His parents hugging him made him claustrophobic. That's right, Karen. And he punched the wall 30 times.
Detective Ricketts, thank you so much for your time. I don't have any other questions for you right now, but I'm sure Mr. Cruz may have some.
Okay, that's how we know it's direct. That's how we know it's direct, because now here comes the cross. And if you haven't heard the cross by Ahmad Cruz, Bill Ricketts, you're in for a treat. Here we go. This is cross.
Yes. Why don't we take a 10-minute recess and allow everybody to use the restroom? We'll be off the record until 10:25. Don't discuss the case. We'll see you.
We have a little room to move because they have to now find their place after fast forwarding 10 minutes during that break. Why is the jury not re-listening to this in the deliberation room? Because this is the way the judge wants it done. She wants them to be in the courtroom listening to it. There we go. Here's the cross.
Hey, good morning. My name is Attorney Mike Cruz. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Faust. Under the authority of this honorable court, I'm going to ask you some questions. Is that okay? Yes, sir. Okay, excellent. Detective Bridges, you were with ACCPD, is that correct? That's correct. Okay, and during the time of this investigation, you were with ACCPD. That's correct. Would you agree that ACCPD dropped the ball on this investigation? No. You believe ACCPD followed up on all leads? Yes. Confirm.
His first question was, do you believe ACCPD dropped the ball in this investigation? I hate to bring you this horrific breaking news, but there has been a mass shooting at Lynch Hockey Arena in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. Multiple casualties reported. Several people were shot at an indoor ice rink in Rhode Island today during a youth boys hockey game. The number of wounded is not immediately known, but the suspect in the broad daylight shooting was pronounced dead at the scene, WPRI is reporting. This is a developing story. I usually don't do breaking news, but because so many of you are from that area, and that's horrific. Prayers to everyone involved. Back to Bill Ricketts.
All information? I think so. I would like to add something to that if you would allow me to. I can't answer any questions. We can talk about it after though. So that's okay this time. No, I think I'll answer that question. Yes, I wish if you look back at any case 25 years ago and look at it with fresh eyes from 25 years ago, yes, things would have been done totally different. I think with some options and things that would have happened. Everything that I can say to, and I will not answer on behalf of ACCPD, but on the days that I was a part of this case, I would say, I think yes, we did. But I think if you look at anything 25 years back, I think if you look at something I did last week, there'd be things that I would like to improve on. But I don't think drop the ball would be a word I would ever use. Sure. Do you believe ACCPD followed the evidence appropriately? Yes, the evidence to my knowledge, I believe they did. And I'm assuming that you met with the prosecution before you testified today, is that right? That's correct. Do you or ACCPD feel the need to justify why Chris Melton was not arrested?
Did you feel the need to justify why Chris Melton? You guys, is this volume lower than the rest of the volume? Because I remember that Ahmad Cruz may have been further away from the mic. I'm going to boost it a little bit more, except just be warned that it kind of distorts the audio a little bit. Hi, Lindsay. Thank you for your Venmo. I can't do anything unless you email me a link to your YouTube channel. I need a link. I can't just do it by your username. Thanks so much for your Venmo. Tell me if this is better.
And I'm assuming that you met with the prosecution before you testified today, is that right? That's correct. Do you or ACCPD feel the need to justify why Chris Melton was not arrested? No. Do you or ACCPD feel the need to have to defend Chris Melton? I don't believe I'm here defending Chris Melton. So that is a yes or no question. Please repeat it. Yes, sir. Do you or ACCPD feel the need to defend Chris Melton? No. Do you or ACCPD feel the need to defend the state's case? No.
Do you feel the need to defend Chris Melton? Do you feel the need to defend the state's case? Think about it. They were only allowed to reopen this cold case if they didn't have any suspects. That was one of the requirements under the Coleman-Baker Act. So, do you think that he does feel a need now?
I'd like to ask you some questions about a couple of things that you talked about in the record examination, okay? Okay. For starters, would you have any reason to disagree that January 19th, 2001 was 9,153 days? Sounds appropriate. And I'm going to use this whiteboard over here. Yes, sir.
I cannot.
In 2001, can you tell us what team won the World Series?
No.
In 2001, can you tell us what your favorite song was?
No.
So no to Super Bowl and forget my handwriting. This is terrible.
I think the whispering that you're hearing may be the court reporter whispering into her device.
No to World Series. Another favorite song. This is another favorite song. And you would agree that your notes say nothing about Mr. Melton picking anything off of his hands. Is that correct?
No, sir. I'm going back from the recollection of the audio cassette tapes from that day.
So your statement to this jury is that based on the audio cassette of that day, it refreshed your recollection that Mr. Melton was picking items off of his hands.
Yes, sir. You asked me about the Super Bowl. Not an NFL guy, not a baseball guy.
That's fine.
Crime scene for Tara Baker, I'll never forget. The interviews.
This yes or no question.
Well, Judge, your question.
Witness is allowed to explain his answer.
May I be heard on that, jury?
You may be, yes.
I would disagree with that. The witness on cross-examination, my job is to posit to the witness yes or no questions. If the state wants the witness to elicit further testimony, they do that on redirect. And at this time, Your Honor, I pretty much give the witness what the answer is. They can answer yes or no, and we decide which direction we go from there. So I would ask that the witness is not allowed to control cross-examination, to control Mr. Faust's rights to cross-examination. And we're allowed to ask him the witness leading questions that the witness answers appropriately.
Okay, so this is not about witness control. This is about what the law allows. And cross-examination questions are.
This is where, for the first time, the judge lets the world know that she's going to allow every single witness for the state to explain their answer as much as they want. They don't have to answer the question. They can just go off and they can just explain their answer as much as they want.
Yes or no questions, certainly. But the law allows a witness to answer yes or no and then explain if he or she chooses to make an explanation. And so I'm going to overrule your objections. He is allowed to explain if he chooses to. If there are further objections the court needs to make with regard to those explanations, I certainly will hear it. If you'll ask the question, Mr. Cruz. Thank you.
Sure. Now we'll draw their question. I'll answer the question. My understanding is the audio is what refreshed your recollection in regards to what was on Mr. Melton's hands.
Yes.
And that audio is from January 19, 2001.
That's correct.
Okay. And you've already listened to the audio because the state provided you with a copy. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you were to hear that audio, you would recognize it. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Or is it okay?
Okay.
I'm going to allow you to hear the audio. I want you to listen to it. When you feel comfortable that you recognize the audio, just look up, okay? Is that
Okay.
Is that there?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's
No, not in New York. They're not. Trial World TV. Trial World TV says every state I watch, the witness is allowed to explain all they want after they answer. No way in New York. That's the attorney's job to get the answers out of the witness, not the witness's job to say what the lawyer or the prosecutor wants them to say. So, it's not the way it's done everywhere. I'm not sure what states you're talking about, but that's highly unusual. in my experience in New York. Oftentimes, judges direct the witness to answer the question and only the question. They don't get to go off for 10 minutes on whatever they want to talk about. Your Honor, please direct the witness to answer the question and only the question. And then if there's a redirect, that's when the DA gets to clean it up. They should not be allowed to just go off and talk about whatever they want. There are also some states that allow the jury to ask questions of the witnesses. We've seen that in many trials. I think Florida is one of the states that allows the jury to ask questions, and the questions are submitted to the bailiff, who gives them to the judge, and then the judge and the attorneys talk about the questions together and whether or not they're appropriate to be asked. And that's interesting. But very few states allow the jury to ask questions. Somebody put that up in there before. And so that is interesting too. Different states, different rules. If you're just tuning in, the jury had a question. They wanted to hear Ricketts' testimony again. No, they wanted to bring it in with them. But the judge is playing the entire testimony of Bill Ricketts, again, in front of all of us and the jury. And while the original testimony might have been 4 hours long, there might have been breaks in there. There might have been lunch in there. So the whole thing might not be 4 hours. If you're late, just look at the scroll at the bottom of the screen. It's there for you. The jury is not deliberating. They're listening to this testimony again, and they will go back to deliberate after this is over. And they only deliberated for an hour before they came out with this question. And that's an hour in total because they did not deliberate at all on Friday. The only thing they did on Friday was pick a 4-person and then decide that they wanted to go home for the weekend. No, the question was a DNA question. They wanted the DNA. They wanted the DNA reports, but they also wanted a replay or a transcript of Bill Ricketts' testimony. So I don't know if they just wanted his testimony about DNA, because I don't really know that he talks about DNA very much. I don't think that she's punishing them. I think this is fantastic that they get to listen to it again. This is the way that justice should be done.
This sounds like the beginning of the audio for the 19th.
Correct. You and Mr. Chris Melton?
Yes, sir. His father.
Does that sound like a fair and accurate rendition of that recording as you remember it?
I disagree with this comment because I think if the jury wants to get to the truth, they need to hear the whole testimony, all of it. I don't think she's wasting time. This is let me just explain to you my position a little bit further. I do not think this is in any way a waste of time at all. What I find horrifying is that in some courts they do not allow a readback or a re-listen, and that they are required to rely on their notes. It is so much more getting at the truth, in my opinion, if the jury if they're fighting in the back about who said what, if they all get to listen to it again, the real testimony, then they can really get to the truth. I find this to be super important, not a waste of time whatsoever. And I feel like this is the way it should be done. That is my opinion. Uncut, unedited, the way it happened on the stand. They're going to get to the truth this way. Because they could be arguing about my notes say he said this. Oh, no, my notes say he said that. And when they listen to the testimony, as opposed to getting a transcript of the testimony, they can then reassess the witness's credibility, the witness's demeanor, the witness's cadence and tone. And so much can be gleaned from that. And the reason there's no video is because the court doesn't take video, as a matter of course. The video that we're getting is from a pool camera that's an outside media company. So I think this is tremendously important. And the only way for them to resolve their arguments about what the testimony was is to listen to it again in real time, and everybody sit there and listen to it. And they can take notes right now, and I'm sure they are taking notes. And we found Bill Ricketts to be not very believable on the stand. He was reading from his file. He seemed like he was defending Chris Melton, and everyone was asking why. Why do you feel like you have on cross-examination? Why do you feel like you have to defend Chris Melton? And so I find this to be super important and a good sign for everyone. No, my audio is not gone. I've got it on pause. All right, here we go. Yeah, yes, they are allowed to take notes, and they are taking notes. And right, they are deciding someone's liberty, for God's sake. Let them have all the information that they need and the real information, right, Carrie? Not just what somebody's notes might have said. All right, let's keep going. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Flash drive, which has been identified by the witness as the interview between Detective Ricketts and Chris Melton on January 19, 2001, as the insensitive 44.
So now they're listening to a recording of a recording. So now they're listening to Chris Melton's actual interview with Ricketts on January 19th, 2001, the day of the murder, the day Tara's body was found. Yes.
Reflect around showing the state what has been marked as the insensitive 44.
Hi, Jessica. Yes, they're gonna listen to all the testimony. The only fair way to do it.
Detective Ricketts, I'm going to allow you to listen to this. Okay? Can you look up at the portion where you discussed with Chris Melton what's on his hands? Is that fair? Yes. And just to make sure we're clear, this recording, based on your prior testimony, this recording refreshed your recollection about taking his hands, what was on his hands, things of that nature. Is that fair? Yes. Okay. And I wrote the show. Okay. And if you would, once you hear that portion of the recording, just let us know the timestamps.
The testimony only from Ricketts is the first thing that they've asked for. Listen, if this judge allows readbacks, they could ask for a readback of every single witness. Right now, they're only asking for Ricketts because they've only been deliberating an hour, so this must be the first disagreement that they've had. Right? They could come back and ask for more. This could go on for days. And listen, if it was your life on the line, if you were looking at LWOP and 12 felony charges related to a murder that you didn't do, you'd want them to take their time. However long it takes. No, they will not hear the sidebars. No, Jody. They didn't hear it the first time. They won't hear it the second time. That's why they keep skipping through. Thank you, Morrissey's lies. Says if it's not guilty on one of them, it's not guilty on all of them. I would think so too, because in order to commit all those crimes, he needs to be in the house, right? Thank you.
Anytime it's 4208, is that what help you?
Pardon me, sorry.
4208 is the interview ending time. Is that what help you?
Thank you, Sheriff, for your 5. Ashley's hoping for a not guilty verdict today. And you're welcome. Thanks for being here for 3 months. Hey, USMC Cowgirl Semper Fi. This Yamalama Ding Dong went to What If Anything You with Lally. Let's see, check, girl. Chadwick Canuck says plumber's glue is opaque. You can't see through it. Thanks for seeing that all the way from Canada and for your super chat. Jane Q Public says, what is the possible legal strategy for Cruz not objecting while this testimony was taking place? Well, he did object to a lot of it. And the judge ruled outside the jury's presence on some stuff that we didn't hear about. But one legal strategy could be, hypothetically, that what he knows the witness is going to say is going to be good for his case and lead to reasonable doubt, because that's his job, is to poke holes in the prosecution's case and create reasonable doubt. Thanks for your 5. I don't know why we are. I think he was looking through the testimony to try and find out where something was, and I think he's not going to be able to find it. It's like giving Jennifer McCabe her 227-page grand jury testimony and saying, find for me in that transcript where you said that Karen Reed said, I hit him. And she was like, what do you want me to read the whole thing? And then he knew it. Alan Jackson knew it wasn't in there. That's why he asked her. Andrea's saying, I hope Sergio Denaro covers Milton's testimony. I like him a lot too. Thanks, Andrea. We have room to move here. There was a lot of silence. And then they gave the jury a break. So I assume we're going to have a little.
Sure, probably. Sure.
Thank you, Robin. And thank you for engaging.
statement that you made that led you to say that Chris Melton was picking things off his hand, that he had different blues on his hands, was you need to wash those things up or anything. Is that
Do you, yeah, I believe I said, do you want to wash those things up? Is that?
can you write that down? Do you want to wash those things up?
Yes, sir.
And that is minute mark, you would agree, 4048 to 4051.
Yes, sir. That was helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Your Honor, I will move to admit defense exhibit 44 for the purposes of moving minute mark 4048 through 4051.
Ricketts asked Milton if he wanted to wash his hands up before he fingerprinted him. Unbroken. This is cross. This is straight up cross.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And just to clarify for the record, it's my understanding, Mr. Cruz, that you're just seeking to admit those 3 seconds of the recording.
Right. For now, we're gonna hit more of it now, just those 3 seconds. So, the statement, do you want to watch those things? It says nothing about picking at fingernails, is that correct?
That's correct.
And we agree that it's been 9,153 days, right?
Correct.
It says nothing about picking off his hands, or picking glue off his hands, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it says nothing about whether the glue is transparent or not.
No.
Okay, would you be shocked to learn that Mr. Melton testified himself that he had semen on his hand?
No.
Okay, but that would be inconsistent with the testimony that you just gave the jury here today, is that correct?
No, lumber glue or semen. I would categorize it the same thing.
Well, he said 3, and he included bones.
Okay.
So, would that testimony differ from the testimony that you just gave the jury on direct examination?
I don't think so.
That's fair. 9,153 days. We don't remember the Super Bowl. We don't remember the World Series. We don't remember our favorite song. But the simple statement, do you want to watch those things led you to tell the jury that Chris Melton's hands you could see? Is that right?
Yes, sir. It was the totality of this interview, sitting in that interview room, looking across the table at a dad and son. And Chris, as he would make comments, you hear that, he'll tone in, tone out, not a person to show emotion or things of that nature, but would sit and pick at his hands and pull. And it was just, I won't say a nervous tick, but it was what he was trying to do, I think, to keep his focus, would be my opinion. That is what we're talking about with there. We're ending the end of the interview where I've got to get fingerprints, and I just asked him, hey, do you want to watch those things up? Do you want to get that stuff off of there? That's all it was. If he'd have had a high amount of semen or whatever else on his hands,
It's not responsive in there.
I'm going to sustain the objection with regard to non-responsive at the end of this particular statement.
So it's not in his notes anywhere that he's picking at his hands. He's just independently recollecting that now, 25 years after the fact? Okay.
What you just stated, that's nowhere in the police report, is it?
no,
You have your reports, is that right?
that's correct.
It is not an audio recording you've heard, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as far as the evidence that you personally provided in this case, the very first time you've ever made that statement is before this jury here today, is that correct?
What do you mean?
Sure. Based on your notes and based on the audio recording. You have never said before that Mr. Melton was picking at his hands, picking items off his hands, is that correct?
No.
But we would agree, 9,153 days later, you stated, is that correct?
That's correct.
Ding, 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 ding. That's the first time he's ever said that. That's the first time Bill Ricketts ever said that Chris Melton was picking at his hands was 25 years later. Picking up what he's laying down.
And you also said on direct examination that Mr. Melton wanted Miss Baker at his, excuse me. You also said on direct that Miss Baker wanted Mr. Melton at her birthday party on Friday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you interview Miss Virginia Baker?
No, I don't believe so.
So you're not aware that, but you did not interview Miss Virginia Baker, is that correct?
No, the only people I did were some roommates and other folks who corroborated what Chris said for me there. make
Do you
sense.
know if Chris Melton had talked to those roommates and told those roommates the same thing he told you?
I would have to look at my notes, but one of them mentioned it to me in her statement, I believe.
Sure. Tell us the date that she mentioned
Okay.
that.
Give me one more second, just to make sure I give you a good direct answer.
Absolutely.
I went through his notes a lot.
So the statements aren't going to be about the birthday party. I don't know if you want me to read what I've got about the relationship with Tara. I don't want to
Didn't
say
ask
so.
you that.
I don't have anyone do what you said, so I'll say no to that because that's on a different relationship.
No. So the specific answer to my question is no. No one else said anything about Mr. Melton.
To my knowledge, no, then it was a different statement.
So the statement that you gave on your break is inconsistent with your notes.
Which was the statement I made on the record?
That Mr. Melton, Mr. Melton and Ms. Baker had plans on Saturday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I asked you, I'm paraphrasing, had that been corroborated by anybody else? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And your answer to that question is no.
Yes, that's the right question, yes.
Okay. So you just simply took Chris Melton's word for it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that was my point there.
Do you think in a criminal investigation, especially involving murder, aggravated assault, burglary, aggravated sodomy, arson, it is important to take more than someone's word? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
I believe the question I asked you about party Friday. That's what we're talking about, not Saturday, party Friday.
Yes, sir.
So just to clarify the record, the fact that Tara wanted Mr. Melton at the party Friday, that was based on Mr. Melton's word. Is that correct? That's correct. And the same for Saturday, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Melton did not provide any proof of any plans he had with Ms. Baker. Is that correct?
Did not.
I'm going to allow the questioning that unreported devices to be cautious about. Can me and Mr. Yalin Chili approach the party?
Charlie tuning in from down under says how these attorneys keep their cool is an art form. It is. And then she also says, Attorney Cruz, why is everyone defending Chris Melton? Mm-hmm. And Broken says, is it normal to have this in the courtroom? It is. Where I practice in New York, they do readbacks in the courtroom, and it's read back by the court reporter from her ticker tape transcript. Depends on the state, but this is not unusual. Jen served on a Massachusetts jury, couldn't take notes.
So you know Mr. Melton's parents here, is that correct?
Oh man, that's what tonight sounds like, everyone.
Alright, so you know Mr. Melton's parents here, is that correct?
That's correct.
You know how to say the address. Ms. Baker's address was 160 Pond Drive, is that right? That's correct. Your Honor, I'm asking on the court to take judicial notice under CPA 4-2-201B 2 of the distance between Mr. McCourty's parents' home and Ms. Baker's home.
Judge, judicial notice does not bring a fact before a jury as a trier of fact in a jury trial. It is just something that the court can take notice of it is if it is a previously established fact. So the method in which Mr. Cruz is attempting to use judicial notice, I don't think is proper.
That is not true, Your Honor. I have case law one, but I'll read the statute. The statute provides B, a judicially noticed fact shall be a fact which is not subject to reasonable dispute, and that it is either, subsection 2, capable of accurate and ready determination by resorting to sources whose accuracy cannot reasonably be questioned. And C says a court may take judicial notice whether or not requested by a party. And D is the language that shows that the same argument is not law. A court shall, this is no discretion here, a court shall take judicial notice if requested by a party and provided with the necessary information. The limitation of the state is put on the court's ability to take judicial notice is not a limitation. In the law, we're relying on the statute, like the Sugar State, okay, the statute as well as the item of judicial notice.
I'm familiar with the law, Judge.
May I approach you?
First of all,
Provide you with these documents.
I don't think it's a law, Mr. Cruz. Any other arguments, sir?
No.
All right, I'm going to sustain the state's objection. I agree with the state's rendition of the statute and the appropriate things that are to be used for judicial notice. I'm going to sustain your objection.
Do you have your phone?
I do.
Okay. Can you go to Google for us, please?
If I can turn it back on, it's off. Is that okay with the court?
I'm sorry, Charlie, to misgender you. Charlie is a he.
Okay. I have a slight.
I'm not objecting to this trial. If there's an objection, I will hear it.
I just don't want us to even.
That's okay.
Okay, I have a signal now.
Okay. Can you go to Google Maps or whatever you use, Apple Maps or Google Maps,
Okay.
and I'm going to approach you.
Sure.
And for the purposes of the record, I am going to provide Detective Ricketts with Chris Melton's parents first.
This was when he had him open his phone and start mapping something on the stand about how long it would take to get from, I think it was the bank to Athens.
All right. You directions to 160 Bone Drive, Athens, Georgia, 30605. Hold up. I want to ask you about time. I believe that that's not coming to evidence, but I am going to ask you about the distance. Is that fair?
Sure. Yes, sir.
You agree that on one route, the distance from Mr. Melton's parents' home to Miss Baker's home is 39.6 miles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm getting ads off of it. Yes, sir. I'm getting 40 miles.
39.6 added up, 39.9 rounded up.
Yes, sir.
Rounded up perfect. And I want to be specific. So 39.6, is that correct?
Yes, sir. This is Google's giving me 40 on the nose.
You did?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll take what gives you the 40 miles.
I can switch that if you like.
Do you recall talking to a Mr. Lindsay Baker?
I have to look at my notes to double check.
Okay, sure.
Lindsay Baker is Tara's stepfather, from what I understand. Her birth father's name was Barker. Her stepfather's name was Baker. And at some point, she changed her last name from Barker to Baker.
And I don't believe that would be in your individual. I don't know what all she had, but
I pretty much only have anything that my name is on. I don't have anything else.
well, that's just, do you know who Mr. Baker is?
No, sir. Off the top of my head, no, sir.
That is fine. Did you ever visit Mr. Melton's parents' home?
I did not.
Okay, but he did tell you at the time that Miss Baker was killed, he was staying at the parents' home. Is that right?
Could you repeat that question for me one more time?
Sure.
Did you say the Baker's residence?
No, and I might have said that.
Yeah, I think you did. I think it was Baker's.
The Nelson residence.
No, I did not. Someone else did that.
Okay. So you don't know the layout of the home?
I do not.
But Mr. Melton did tell you he was staying in the basement of the home. Is that right?
No, he just told me he was staying there. He never told me where in the house he was staying. He just said he was staying at his parents' house. And on that same audio, you can hear Dad at the beginning say he's been staying there for proof. I hear him chime in.
But to your personal knowledge, you don't know where in the home.
No, I don't have information on that. May I turn my phone back off?
Absolutely.
Because it will.
Now, we had an opportunity to listen to the recording between yourself and Mr. Melton, right?
Yes, sir.
And we've agreed that interview took place on January 19, 2001. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you asked Chris during the interview, how did you start your day today, or what kind of went on today for you? You provide some answers. And Chris was able to explain his day in a calm and clear tone. Is that correct?
Yes.
He was not unable to answer any questions. Is that correct?
I believe everything I asked him, he did answer.
He was not fumbling over his words. Is that right?
No, there are times in that recording that he will get quiet. He won't say anything. But he was able to get through his conversation.
But we can both agree that he wasn't frantically crying. Is that right?
No, he was not.
But he did tell you that he was asked to identify the body that day. Is that right?
That's correct. Earlier in the day.
Okay. And we agree that Ms. Baker died on the same day. Is that right?
That's correct.
And he also describes her as borderline fiancé. Is that correct?
That's correct.
He even spelled the name of Truck Customs for you. You recall that?
I did. I was having an issue with it. I believe in that tape, I asked him to spell it for me. But it could be the second interview I did because I was having a hard time finding it. But it could be the second interview I did with him where I asked him to spell it.
Would hearing the first interview refresh your recollection? Oh, excuse me, Jason. Would hearing him spell out Truck Customs refresh your recollection?
Sure. If that's in the first one, I'll disagree with you. He did spell it for me in one of those two because in my report I had it wrong. Sure. And I had to get it correct.
We are the lucky ones. Don't get confused. The wall that Chris Melton punched was not in his parents' house. It was in the apartment that he had in Athens. He still had an apartment in Athens. That's where he punched the wall. Chris Melton testified his parents took him there to get some stuff, and they were hugging him, and he got claustrophobic, and then he started punching the wall. This investigator says that he was alone when he was punching the wall, and that he even went to his apartment in Athens and took pictures. I think, just like this viewer thinks, I put the comment up and I hope I held it, that after Iris Meck says, re-listening to this testimony after hearing all of the so-called evidence will change their entire take on the original testimony. Yes, I think this is good for the defense. Hearing all of this testimony back from Bill Ricketts, who was the original investigator on the case in 2001, who doesn't talk about Edrick Faust at all. It's all in defense of Chris Melton. Right? Here we go.
So let me ask the question this way. You would not disagree that on January 19, 2001, Mr. Melton spilled out truck customs work for that?
I would agree with you on that.
Now, while detailing this day, Chris stated that Josh came to his house after he woke up on the morning of this day. Is that fair?
Say that one more time?
Sure. While he was detailing his day to you, he stated that Josh came to his house on the morning of this day.
Yes, sir, that's how I took it.
And Chris stated that him and Josh only work together. Is that correct?
You mean by only work together as the two of them?
They don't have any personal relationship. Is that correct?
He advised that they work together, yes.
And the address Josh came to pick up Mr. Melton was from Mr. Melton's home. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
We discussed the address. And they drove to a company called Nash Plumbing together.
Correct.
And this was in Chris's truck.
That's correct.
Chris said that they arrived at Nash Plumbing between 7:35 and 7:40. Is that right?
Yes.
And he said while at Nash Plumbing, they loaded up. Is that correct?
We went there to get their supplies.
Would you agree that during the course of your investigation, you were unable to speak with any supervisor that confirmed that Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001?
That's correct. I did not do that.
You were unable to speak with any co-workers that confirmed Josh.
Here's what he did not do to confirm the alibi that Chris and Josh were at Nash Plumbing from 7 to 9 a.m. or so. Listen.
Able to speak with any supervisor that confirmed that Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001.
That's correct. I did not do that.
You were unable to speak with any co-workers that confirmed Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2000.
That's correct. I was not assigned to do that.
You were unable to speak with any receptionists that could confirm that Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001.
That's correct.
You were unable to speak with any eyewitnesses that confirmed Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001.
That's correct.
You were unable to obtain any sign-in logs or visitor logs confirming their presence at Nash Plumbing at all on January 19, 2001.
You're correct.
You were unable to obtain any business records that confirmed that Chris and Josh went to Nash Plumbing on January 19, 2001.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Chris claimed they loaded up and we agreed on that. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were unable to obtain any signed delivery or pickup receipts that supported that Chris was at Nash Plumbing on January 19, 2001. Is that right?
That's correct.
You were unable to obtain invoices supporting that Chris Melton was at Nash Plumbing on January 19, 2001. Is that correct?
You're correct.
And although they picked up supplies, you were unable to obtain any work orders that supported that Chris was at Nash Plumbing anytime on January 19, 2001.
That's correct.
Now, in regards to Chris and Josh and they work together, Chris told you that Josh was his employee. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You were not able to obtain any payroll stubs to confirm that they were employed together, were you?
Yes, sir. I was not assigned to do that.
Is that no?
Yes, it's no.
You did not collect any W-2s or 1099s confirming their employment together?
I did not.
Mr. Melton didn't even provide you with an employment contract showing that those two worked together.
No, he did not.
Did you obtain any work-related emails between the two?
No.
I know it was 2001, but you didn't collect any work-related text messages between Josh and Chris.
Yes, correct.
You were unable to interview any third-party co-workers that confirmed that Chris and Josh worked together. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Chris's father was with Chris during the January 19th interview. Is that right?
He was.
And during that interview, not even Chris's father confirmed that Josh and Chris worked together. Is that correct?
No, he was not.
So we simply took Chris Melton's word.
At
Yeah.
that point of the interview, that's what I did. Other folks were assigned to follow up on those things.
Yes, sir. Now, during your interview with Chris, he told you that his home and Josh's home was less than 1 mile apart. Is that correct?
I don't know if he gave me a direct. He did say they lived near each other, if I recall that correctly.
Holy tinnitus. Sean Wilson. This is one of my favorite lines from any movie ever. What is it that you say you do here? What is it that you say you do here? That's from Office Space, one of my favorite movies of all time. Jennifer Aniston was in that movie, and she had a lot of flair. If you remember, you remember. Did anybody actually come in and testify that they actually did confirm all those things about his alibi? Because I remember Liz, her testimony that she didn't confirm his alibi because she didn't need to. Because she knew he couldn't be guilty. Because his sperm was supposed to be there. His DNA was supposed to be there because it was his girlfriend. Coming from, if I'm an investigator who for 10 years before she was assigned to the cold case unit, handled child sex trafficking cases and child SA cases and other child grape type cases, that is horrifying to me. That a woman who is currently with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation would come in and say in open court that Chris Melton's DNA and sperm was supposed to be there. Insinuating that because she was his girlfriend, allegedly, according to him, he's got every right to have his DNA and sperm in her private places. Wow, just wow. Tell me you know nothing about intimate partner violence without telling me you know nothing about intimate partner violence. And as a woman, as a court watcher, as a citizen, as a man, as anyone, you should be horrified that she came in and gave that testimony. That was horrifying. As if your man has a right to put his DNA wherever the hell he wants on your body. It was expected to be there.
Do you recall Chris stating, drove back to obviously Chris knew where Josh lived, Josh knew where Chris lived. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Detective Ricketts, you personally never investigated whether Josh and Chris were personal friends. Is that right?
I did not.
Now, Chris stated after going to Nash Plumbing, he went to drug customs. Is that fair?
Yes. If you'd like to refer my notes, but yes, that would be the second location.
Question for you, Detective Ricketts. Have you met with the state in this case?
I covered this earlier. Thank you.
Notes of your meeting with the state?
I did not.
Thank you, Nay. I covered this as it broke in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. Prayers up for everyone at the local ice rink in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. There were 4 high school teams on site. 1 young girl has already passed, and 3 others were sent to Rhode Island Hospital Trauma. Also, the perpetrator is also down. And weird thing. Yeah. Thank you, Nay. Horrific. It's like 1 a day lately.
Detective Ricketts, what we're going to do, for purposes of the record, I have a whiteboard. We're going to write your name at the top, okay?
All right.
We're going to discuss the information that you're getting. Is that there? Chris, Josh. Thank you for your right, and you let me know if this is accurate. The very first place Chris says is Nash Plumbing. Is that correct?
Yeah, on the 19th?
Correct.
Yes.
All right, can you write Nash Plumbing here? Chris?
And for purposes, you may want to put the 19th on there because on the 21st, he added a location. So I don't know if you want to differentiate that or not.
So the first place is Nash Plumbing.
Yes, sir.
And Nash Plumbing was unconfirmed. Is that right?
About me, yes, sir.
All right, after Nash Plumbing, he said they went to Truck Customs. Is that correct?
Can I? Yes, Truck Customs is number 2, yes, sir.
And he said that they went to Truck Customs at 9:30 a.m. or earlier.
May I refer to these?
Absolutely.
The movie is called Office Space. It's a classic.
And to be fair, can we use the 19th or the 21st, whichever you like to use as far as
He said around 9:30, yes, sir.
9:30. And I want to emphasize this language. He didn't say 9:30 or later. He said 9:30 or earlier. Is that right? It's page 1 and 2.
He says, or maybe earlier. Yes, sir. You're correct.
Now, after leaving Truck Customs, Chris advised that him and Josh went to a home in Grayson. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
We skipped something. He eventually tells you that he went to the bank, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you speak with anyone other than Josh to confirm that Chris was in Grayson, Georgia on the day of his baker's murder?
I did not.
Did Chris provide any documentation confirming that he worked on or went to a home in Grayson, Georgia on the day of his baker's murder?
To me, no.
So just for you, we just took his word for it. Is that right?
For this on the day of, yes, it's preliminary, and then Sunday the same.
Yes, sir. With Grayson, Georgia at the Truck Customs. Now, excluding Grayson, we can safely say that this baker was killed between 7 a.m. and 11:32 a.m. Is that a fair window? I can ask it a different way. At 11:32 a.m., the fire was reported. Would you agree with that?
Fire was reported at, I don't have notes on this.
11:22.
Oh, whatever. The clock on her wall no longer worked.
Doesn't matter.
That's fine. We could say 7.
The clock is a red herring. I don't think the clock has anything to do with it. When was the last time anyone saw or heard from Tara Baker? It was the night before around 10:30 p.m., remember? Because that's what her friend testified to, that she was at the library with. And that her friend felt really bad because she forgot to call Tara when she got home, because she always calls Tara when she gets home because her Tara wanted her to. But the last time anybody ever heard from Tara Baker was something like 10:30 p.m. on the 18th. But I don't remember hearing a time of death. But Ahmad Cruz is trying to lock this guy into a time of death between 7 and 11:30.
To 9,
When I was on this, but at 9:00 whatever, the clock on her wall no longer worked.
okay, perfect. That's fine. We could say 7 to 9, whatever. So we'll say 7 a.m. to 9 a.m.
I would be more comfortable with that now.
Okay.
And they lost the clock.
You were aware at 7:45 a.m., a neighbor of Ms. Baker said they saw a white guy person was the murder of Ms. Baker, it's safe to say that the murder occurred before 7:45 a.m. Is that correct?
If that's the murderer.
Correct. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Could be, yes.
So you knew that it was very important to confirm where Chris Melton, well, let me change that. It's fair to say that it would be very important to confirm Mr. Melton's whereabouts before 9 a.m. Is that fair?
Yes.
And for his alibi, he says, I start my day at my parents' house. Is that fair?
Yes.
And between, this is a specific time, he says between 7:35 and 7:40, right? At Nash Plumbing, is that correct?
7:30, 7:45.
So based on what he told you, he said, I'm either at Nash Plumbing or I'm at Truck Customs. Is that right? 9:30 or early. Is that correct?
Yes.
So after speaking with Chris, ACCPD's job becomes confirming Chris's alibi. Would you agree?
Yes.
Because if his alibi is false, would you agree that would suggest consciousness of guilt? Is that fair to say? Let me rephrase it.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase it better than that. If Chris Melton lied about his alibi, that would be significant in your investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, we can agree that you actually took the next steps to trying to confirm Chris Melton's alibi. Is that fair?
Yes, I was part of that, but there were other things doing that also.
Yes, sir. You spoke with Josh McCurdy. Is that correct?
Yes.
You spoke with Mr. Fields here. Is that right?
I did over the phone.
And you spoke with Josh McCurdy not on the 19th, but the next day, January 20th.
That's correct.
And this is what I'm saying, but it's the day after Ms. Baker's death.
That's correct.
Now, Josh also told you they started their day at Nash Plumbing. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we put Nash Plumbing. And we agree that Nash Plumbing was unconfirmed.
From me, yes.
And we put unconfirmed next to that Nash Plumbing. Then after leaving Nash Plumbing, Josh says we go to Chick-fil-A for breakfast. Is that fair?
Yes, Josh brought Chick-fil-A up.
So,
Josh brought Chick-fil-A up.
thank you. We were at Chick-fil-A under Nash Plumbing. And then Josh says at around 8 a.m., they went to a house in Grayson to check for leaks.
Josh said they went to Chick-fil-A. Did Chris Melton say they went to Chick-fil-A? Remind me. There was Chick-fil-A in 2001. I had a question about that too, but Chick-fil-A was in existence in 2001.
Yes, he did 8 a.m. checking for leaks. Said behind the fire department on Georgia 20.
And I think we've already agreed Grayson, Georgia is unconfirmed for Chris. Is that right?
From me, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then Josh says from Grayson, they go to Forsyth.
That's correct.
And did you confirm that Josh or Chris Melton were at Forsyth?
I did know.
And they did provide you with the
Maybe, just maybe, the jury wanted to rehear all of this testimony so that they could pick out in their mind all the discrepancies in Chris Melton's alibi. All the discrepancies, just like we are. Josh mentioned Chick-fil-A. Chris said the bank, right, Jessica? Josh said, or this guy's got in his notes that he dropped Josh off for lunch. Josh didn't say he dropped him off for lunch. All of the conflicting stories. You tell me, Chris Melton, who's interviewed the same day his girlfriend is brutally murdered, he doesn't remember going to the bank that morning, and he doesn't remember Chick-fil-A that morning? Well, Chick-fil-A is new up here in New York, so we have not had Chick-fil-A for very long. That's why I didn't know. KLM says from Sylvia, who's sitting in the courtroom, Liz is texting like crazy over here. I'm wondering who she's texting. I haven't seen her text this much since I've been here. And why is she sitting near me? Thanks, KLM, for your 10. Bridget, thanks for your 20, says, I'm a crossing guard in Pawtucket, 4 sent to Rhode Island Hospital. Pew Pew is expired from self Pew Pew and a girl that the Pew. Rest in peace. Thank you so much, Bridget. I'm so sorry that this is your community, and to all of you who live in the Rhode Island area. This is horrific. I covered it earlier when the story first broke, and I haven't had a chance to go back and look at the updates on it. Carrie says, it's interesting to me that the jury's asking about testimony related to Melton when they are deciding the fate of Faust. I wonder if they think they need to clear the boyfriend, or if they want to hear this all again, because in their mind, they've all got different notes about who said what and the alibi and all of the things that Chris Melton said on the day of Tara's murder compared to what he said 2 days after that and on the stand 25 years later. That may be what they're looking for. They know they don't have to solve the mystery of who did it. There just has to be reasonable doubt that Edrick Faust did. And I hope that's what they're doing. Thanks for your 10, Carrie. Let me go know what you guys think in the chat. Dr. Brian said, I just text my son-in-law, Professor Plummer. He says, pumice style wipes will scrub the glue off. You really got to get in there. Otherwise, use a bristle brush with some Dawn dish soap. Always wear gloves. Remember, too, this was 25 years ago. I don't know if they had pumice style wipes back then. But thanks for looking into it for us. And thanks for your 10. And Jen served on a Massachusetts jury, couldn't take notes, and denied any transcripts. We agreed the perp was guilty, but couldn't agree on how many counts. Child rape case. That's terrible. David said, something I picked up was Ricketts saying he didn't see in his notes and couldn't hear in the recording, but he recollected Chris saying that they last had relations on Saturday or Sunday. Yep. Because, his memory is so much better now than it was 25 years ago. Thanks, David, for your 10. And Betsy, thank you for your 10, says doing the Lord's work. Robin said, my physical therapist, my mother, and especially my daughter just can't believe this is happening. It strains credulity, right? And what also strains credulity to me, but listen, it's everyone's personal choice, that, there are people standing outside Nancy Guthrie's house all day. And I mean, good for them. Good for these YouTubers. They have 35,000 people watching them live all day long for 12 hours a day. And nothing's happening outside Nancy Guthrie's house, by the way. But I feel like more people should be interested in this. Maybe we'll have more in here when the verdict comes in, hopefully. I would hope. Thank you, Robin, for your 20. And Blessed Mom from Texas says, praying for not guilty across, Mel. Thanks for your hard work. You're always fighting with the truth. We love you. I learned so much from you. Another cupcake cruise. Hope to see you on here. Thank you, Blessed Mom from Texas, for your 10. Mr. Spooky says, thanks for covering this case. Karen says, I think that allowing juror questions provides valuable insight to attorneys. In real time, they can see how jurors are thinking and where they are paying attention. Yeah. Most states don't allow it. A couple do. Thank you for your 10. I agree. And 3 people are gone, including the Pew Pew. That is horrific, Bridget. I don't even know what to say. All right. Moving on to the remainder of Bill Ricketts' testimony that the jury is listening to in real time right now in the courtroom. Audio only. They asked for it. They got it.
Truck customs. I believe you may be provided with the address of truck customs. Is that correct?
He may not have advised me of it, but we did get the address for truck customs.
Perfect. But he didn't provide you with the names of anybody he spoke with in Grayson, did he?
Grayson, no. I don't know if he did with other detectives, but he did not with me. That's not what we should talk about.
So Grayson is not confirmed, Chick-fil-A is not confirmed. Is that fair?
That's correct.
That's confirmed here. Grayson's confirmed, Chick-fil-A.
Just by me, so you have my name on it. So yes, sir, that's correct.
Correct. So you would agree between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. both Chris is unaccounted for by you and Josh is unaccounted for by you.
Both their statements given at different times that corroborate where the other one was. So in this preliminary part of the investigation, we had a general idea of where they were. That's what we were going with at that time.
Well, when it comes to murder, aggravated assault, aggravated sodomy, we want to have facts. Is that fair to say?
Correct. And in this early stage, the 19th, 20th, 21st, we're trying to get information on 3. So a lot of times when you're taking these cases in this first, you'll get somebody says this, as Chris did. He left information out on why Cody remembered it. Now, people forget things like that all the time. You've got Josh's, and then you interview these other ones, and all you're doing is taking and aligning.
People forget things like that all the time. Why are you defending Chris Melton? People don't forget things like that all the time, on the same day that they're interviewed, on the same day that their girlfriend was found brutally murdered. I'm sorry. If you believe that people forget things like that all the time involving something as crucial as their alibi, then you suck as a detective. And maybe that's what the jury wanted to remember too. Maybe they were fighting in the back. Like one of them's like, well, Bill Ricketts is totally not believable. He sucks as a detective. And the other ones are not like, no, he's a great detective. And here he is again, defending Chris Melton. Like people forget things like that all the time, that, he just neglected to mention that he went to Wachovia Bank the morning that his girlfriend was found murdered. And then all of a sudden, 2 days later, he magically remembered. No. You suck as a detective. If you believe that, I'm going to play it again because I believe that. I firmly believe that.
You'll get somebody says this, as Chris did. He left information out on Wachovia Remember It. Now, people forget things like that all the time. You've got Josh's, and then you interview these other ones. And all you're doing is taking and aligning their timelines. During that first 3 days, that's what we were doing, is just aligning that timeline, getting the stories where everybody was, and then getting DNA, fingerprints, and things of that nature in order to work the case to push on the crime.
Correct. So I ask you this: at that time you were a law enforcement officer, is that right?
That's right.
And your job is to protect this community. Is that correct?
Yes.
So as we talk today, why are you defending Chris Melton?
I'm defending the information that I gathered on the 19th, 20th, and 21st.
Why are you defending Chris Melton? I'm defending the information that I gathered on the 19th, 20th, and why would you need to defend the information that you gathered? You're defending your own honor and your own skills. At least you're not a citizen detective like another person who testified in this trial. Isn't it the same thing? Listen to this again.
Is that right? And your job is to protect this community. Is that correct?
Yes.
So as we talk today, why are you defending Chris Melton?
I'm defending the information that I gathered on the 19th, 20th, and 21st.
Well, wouldn't it be an issue if Chris Melton says that they went to Grayson after 9:30 and Josh McCourty says that they went to Grayson at 8 a.m.?
Yes, but from the Wachovia video and whatever else, we've got that stamp at 9:08.
You're aware of the Wachovia video, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But our timeline is 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. 9:08 is outside of our third timeline. We're saying 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Josh and Chris are unaccounted for. Is that fair?
Well, yes, if you want to say it that way, but to be in the Chick-fil-A is right next door to that also. To be in that area in under an hour and 15 minutes from Fallen Road in Athens on morning rush on a Friday, it's going to be very difficult to do.
My question again, why are we defending?
Morning rush on a Friday. Going to be very impossible to do. He could have been doing 100 miles an hour. This was 25 years ago. Different traffic light patterns, different roads. Dude, are you serious? Why are you up there why can't you just get up there and say what you did? And you don't need to give your personal opinion about how he never, ever would have been able to make it there in morning rush. Okay, listen to this again. And then listen to what Cruz says to him after this.
In under an hour and 15 minutes. Yes, if you want to say it that way, but to be
of our third timeline, we're saying 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Josh and Chris are unaccounted for. Is that fair?
Well, yes, if you want to say it that way, but to be in the Chick-fil-A is right next door to that also. To be in that area in under an hour and 15 minutes from Fallen Road in Athens on morning rush on a Friday, it's going to be very difficult to do.
My question
Not impossible.
Why are we defending Chris Melton?
Again, I'm defending what we were doing these first 3 days of this investigation.
Detective Bridges, you told us that Chris's parents' home is only 40 miles away from his neighbor's home. And you've already said that January 19, 2001 was 9,000 days ago. How do you know what the traffic was like, Detective Bridges?
The route that we're going to their house, I drive a good bit, but I'll just say if you're going to do it in an hour, during that time frame, someone in Athens, Clark County, I'm not sure who did that drive, it's going to take you approximately that amount of time. Now, again,
I drive by there all the time. That's the route that I take. Did you happen to find any pieces of red taillight on your way to and fro every single day in the last 25 years? Are you kidding me? Kai says it sounds even more stupid the second time around. Agreed. And after they hear this testimony, My hope is that they all go back there and be like, okay, who says not guilty? And everybody raises their hand, because this is all reasonable doubt. They're not talking about Edrick Faust at all. They're not talking about any black man as a suspect at all. At all. But the state has put up at least 2 witnesses to say that there was at least 2, maybe 3. How many? To say that there was a black man in an orange shirt who wasn't running. He just happened to be walking while black through the neighborhood on that day around 8 or 8:15 a.m. Not carrying a laptop, mind you, not running. He could have been going to Walmart because that was the known cut through. But this detective didn't have a black suspect in his sights. The only thing he didn't do is confirm Chris Melton's alibi, the one guy who was the borderline fiance of the horrifically murdered law student. And he's 25 years later, he's sitting up here defending this guy's alibi, even though he didn't confirm it. Oh, it wasn't me. Somebody else did. Okay, where's that person? Did they testify? Because I don't remember hearing that testimony. And I'm very happy that they're listening to this again. And I am very happy that they're listening to the whole entire thing, because like Kai says, it sounds even more stupid the second time around.
Not defending Chris, I'm explaining to you how investigations in those early 72 hours are done with trying to line up those statements.
And you didn't line up the statements because you didn't check the alibi. And if the first 72 hours are the most important time frame, why didn't you confirm it? You didn't even call Nash Plumbing. You didn't even try to call Nash Plumbing. You didn't even try to find out if these two even worked at Nash Plumbing. The first 72 hours are the most important in any investigation, right? Especially in a missing person investigation, which is another reason why Nancy Guthrie's investigation was completely screwed up. And it's 2 weeks later and we got nothing. Right. Whose mother says Tara wanted help keeping that guy away from me? We don't know who that guy is that she was referring to, but I got another article here from 2011 that we're going to listen to, that we're going to read, because somebody awesome just sent this to me. And so there's some more quotes from from Tara's family in there. If we have more time after this is over, if the jury's still going to deliberate today, I don't know how late she's going to let them stay there. I forget what trial it was in Florida that they ordered the jury pizza. Maybe it was Ashley Benefield, and they stayed until late at night to get their verdict done. So, you know, some courtrooms like to, or courthouses like to lock up at a certain time. They don't want them there. Here we go.
Of course it knows. And I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. Your testimony is it takes an hour to get from Mr. Melton's parents' home to Miss Baker's home?
Yes, with traffic, I'm saying yes. Let's be clear. So when I Google mapped it just a minute ago for you on the record, it said 1 hour and 4 minutes to do that 40 miles. So that was at 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning past rush hour. So
you would agree 2001 Athens wasn't the city it is now, right?
Judge, I would ask, Detective Ricketts was in the middle of an answer, Bruce cut him off with this next question. I'd ask Detective Ricketts to be able to finish his response.
You're going to allow him to finish his response?
Sure.
Is anything you wanted to add?
no, I was just going off the recollection of what I pulled up at 10:30 in the morning on Google right now. And yes, I'm sure traffic was different in 2001.
Well, let's talk about this. It's 10:30. Yes. We've already discussed this. Yes. The person seen running committed this crime. He would have been traveling before 7:45. Is that true?
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. And he could have been traveling, we don't know, at 6:45 a.m. Is that right?
I don't know.
But you do know, as you just told this jury, that at 10:30 on February 10th, 2026 is an hour before the drive.
Yes, only because you asked me to look it up. That's the only reason I know
But
that.
that's irrelevant to our conversation about January 19th, 2001. Is that fair to say?
Okay.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. That'll be fine.
Now, we have a discrepancy in alibis, right? We have Josh saying Chick-fil-A. We have Mr. Melton not saying Chick-fil-A. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
There you go.
They're both saying that. One's saying Chick-fil-A, one's saying that.
One saying what?
One's saying Chick-fil-A and one's saying the Wachovia Bank.
So you're saying the bank and Wachovia are next to each other?
They're close there.
So how do we explain Josh saying Chick-fil-A before 8 a.m. and Chris saying Chick-fil-A after 9 a.m.?
Say that again.
Sure. Your testimony was that the Wachovia is right next to the bank. Is that fair?
Yes, they're close together.
And you just made the statement that Josh said Chick-fil-A, Chris said bank. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Josh said Chick-fil-A before 8 a.m. Is that correct?
He did.
Okay. Chris says bank after 9 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's a discrepancy. Is that fair?
Or both things could be true. Could have gone by that Chick-fil-A and then gone back to the bank. The bank doesn't open until 9.
So my question is why are you defending Chris Melton?
There it is again.
I'm not. You're asking for information.
Why are you defending Chris Melton? The more the jury hears this, the better, in my opinion. This is the perfect thing for the jury to ask for a readback of. And this is perfect that they get to listen to the whole entire thing, because it just goes to show how shoddy this investigation was from the very day that Tara Baker's body was found. Both things could be true. No. One guy says they went to Chick-fil-A. The other guy says they went to the bank. The other guy, who right now is your number one suspect, doesn't mention the Chick-fil-A. Both things could be true. I think this is 100% favorable to the defense. I'm going to allow it. The judge allowed it anyway. It's the first decision of hers that I've agreed with during this trial, maybe the second. And this is excellent news for the defense, in my opinion, that the jury wanted to hear all this again, because when we listen to it all again, we're now thinking even more BS than before, in my opinion.
And I'm trying to give it to you from the
After 9 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's a discrepancy. Is that fair?
Or both things could be true. Could have gone by that Chick-fil-A and then gone back to the bank. The bank doesn't open until 9.
So my question is this: why are you defending Chris Melton?
I'm not. You're asking for information, and I'm trying to give it to you from the 72 hours that we were working the very first. Now, in this from the 19th, 20th, and 21st, not even working this case, I believe we did 20-some odd. I did 20-some odd interviews during that time. Typically, this is what happens during those first 72 hours, is you're trying to get timelines. And then over time, you start pulling those timelines together.
Do you know if Mr. Faust got that courtesy?
I don't work here anymore, sir, so I don't.
Do you know if Mr. Faust got that courtesy? Do you know if Mr. Faust got that courtesy to make up an alibi and to like have it morph over time? No, because Mr. Faust wasn't arrested until 2024. Of course he didn't get the same courtesy. But for 25 years, you've been giving Chris Melton a courtesy. And right even now, you're standing up, defending him in front of the God, the world, the court, the jury, and everyone. And look at Justin Hill's face right here. This is a great freeze frame for today. I'm going to zoom in on this for you. Justin Hill is co-counsel, defense counsel. You may remember him from the YSL trial. He's to the right of your screen. He's to the right of Ahmad Cruz, and in the middle, in the white sweater, which who we can't see, is the defendant, Edrick Faust. Look at Hill's face. It's like, really? Really? Did you give Mr. Faust that courtesy of trying to remember his alibi? No, you brought him in a room. We saw the video. Well, you didn't. He didn't. Ricketts didn't. Liz and Jeremy did. Told him he was under arrest, that they had 12 of 9 warrants against him at the time. Never told him what it was for. Mirandized him, had him sign off on his rights, and then said, you do know how to read, right? If I take these cuffs off, you're going to act right, right? Incredulous that Edrick Faust's stepmother could actually own a home. Back to the tape.
I can't agree that Chris Melton got the courtesy.
I don't think Chris Melton got the courtesy. I think we worked the case.
Oh, sure. We just talked about this. You said that you explained that the reason Josh said Chick-fil-A and Chris said the bank, you said 2 things could be true at once. You're saying they could have went, this is your testimony, they went to, I guess, to Chick-fil-A by the bank first, and then after 9 a.m. went back to the bank. That was your testimony, is that right?
Yeah, when we're looking at this during this time frame, so when you take somebody who's been involved in crime or whatever else, and they've been a victim of crime, and they're giving witness statements, things are recalled the next day or so. He forgot what code here, which is a timestamp thing. Don't know why I forgot that until Sunday. Don't know. Normal people, through the course of doing an investigation for almost 35 years, do not walk through and timestamp their day. They can give you approximates and say this and that. The majority of people I've interviewed for homicides, whatever else, and not saying a bank house at 908, whatever else. Now, there's no saying. This was a timeline of 3 days.
The majority of the people that you've interviewed for homicides don't really remember. You mean your suspects don't remember where they were that very day when you're interviewing them on the same very day, not 25 years later? Hold on. Looks like the entire, all the attorneys are frozen, it looks like here. It was the same damn day. And he's not a victim. Thank you, Kendra.
Do not walk through in time. Things are recalled the next day or so. He forgot what code here, which is a timestamp thing. Don't know why I forgot that until Sunday. Don't know. Normal people, through the course of doing an investigation for almost 35 years, do not walk through and timestamp their day.
Normal people do not walk through and timestamp their day. No, but a normal person interviewed the same day would remember where they were that morning and if they made 3 stops or 4. So you really suck as an investigator. I'm going to say you've been doing it for 35 years. Maybe you ought to think about doing something else. Maybe it's time to pivot. It's time to move on. It's time to get going. What lies ahead? We got no way of knowing, except we do know that you're a sucky investigator. Thank you. I said it. Normal people don't remember. They don't timestamp their day. They can't tell you where they were that very same day. Wow. And the jury's got to be listening to this going like, what? He's with the TSA now, right? Normal people don't change their alibi. He knew he was a suspect. The sicko is always the first suspect. So you didn't even feel the need to even check his alibi because normal people don't timestamp their day. Okay, cool. Cool. But you're with TSA now. So if I have a bottle of like hairspray in my carry-on, you're going to pull me over and bring me in the back room and steal my hairspray and yell at me, right? Okay, got it.
And say this and that. The majority of people I've interviewed for homicides, whatever else, and not saying a bank house at 908, whatever else. Now, there's no saying. This was a timeline of 3 days where we're trying to put people where they're supposed to be. And I'm testifying to those 3 days when I get those. And some of it, like I told you,
we're trying to put people where they're supposed to be. We're trying to put people where they're supposed to be. Like we're trying to make sure that we don't put Chris Melton in the house. Tell him the guy never went in the house. We can't have the guy go in the house. We're trying to put people where they're supposed to be. We can't have Chris Melton in the house.
I didn't do those interviews, so I cannot answer that for you. But we're trying to put people in those spots and then see what evidence moves from there.
You would agree that Ms. Baker is the victim in this case?
100%.
Since January 19, 2001, Ms. Baker was the victim, is that correct?
100%.
And her family were victims, is that correct?
100%.
And ACCPD's job as law enforcement officers are to make sure the victims are taken care of, is that right?
Yes.
And to solve those crimes, correct?
Yes.
And when questions pop up as a law enforcement officer, your job is to answer those questions, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Your job is not to explain away those questions. Do you agree?
I mean, I'm explaining away 72 hours.
I'm not saying my specific question is your job is not to explain away those questions.
I'm sorry. I took it as you were implying, but no, it's not. I agree with you.
Now, on January 20th, 2001, you spoke with Mr. Bill Teeter, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Over the phone.
And Bill Teeter's the gentleman that worked at Truck Customs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've had no reason to believe whatsoever that Mr. Teeter and Mr. Melton were personal friends.
At that time, no. On the 21st, no.
And based on your interaction with Mr. Teeter, you understand that Chris Melton's relationship with Mr. Teeter was solely as a customer.
At that time, yes, sir.
And you would agree that gives Mr. Teeter a certain type of credibility, right?
Yes.
You would have no reason to lie to Chris Melton, is that there?
Yes.
They would have no reason to try to cover up for Chris Melton, is that there?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Teeter told you that Chris came to his shop around 10 a.m. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I believe that's correct.
the only appointment Chris had that day was at 4 o'clock. The initial appointment in the morning, the reason he said it on the tape, he was just to show up for a measurement, and that was a stop-in. They measure the compartment or whatever else, and then they go. And they would come back for that appointment later in the day. But the appointment was for 4 o'clock.
So we've confirmed.
Let's see if the eye drop Baylor needs eye drops today. I hope he doesn't have dry eye syndrome. It really stinks. I use eye drops a lot too. So no shade. It was just interesting one day that he went right behind the judge and put eye drops in his eyes. It was all on camera.
Around 10 a.m., correct? But we still have not confirmed that window between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
So based on what Mr. Teeter told you, it is fair to say when Chris Melton told you that he went to Truck Customs at 9:30 or earlier, that was not true. Is that correct?
His timeline was off on that one. Because Truck Customs, if he'd have left Wachovia to go there, he would have been there right around 10.
Detective White, did you answer this question?
Sure.
Do you feel the need to explain for Chris Melton?
Yeah, you're asking about a timeline, and I'm trying to explain to you from where that Wachovia was to Truck Customs is not very far.
Well, this was my question. My question was not asked a different way. Chris said he was at Truck Customs from 9:30 or earlier. Do you agree?
That's what he said, yes, sir.
Bill Teeter said that he was at Truck Customs around 10 a.m.
That's correct.
And you would agree this is significant because when you told Chris Melton that you talked to Bill Teeter, he changed the time that he was at Truck Customs to 11 to 12:30 a.m. Is that fair to say?
The second interview is when he mentioned that he went to Wachovia.
Obviously, we're talking about Truck Customs.
Yes. So, and that's why I believe his timeline just slid just a little bit, but that was a timeline from 9:30 to 10:30.
Did Mr. Faust get the same courtesy from law enforcement to explain any discrepancies he may have had?
Judge, are we going to object to the former questions?
His timeline slid. Time drifts. Time slides. Did Mr. Faust get that same courtesy? Objection.
As well as lack of personal knowledge, as Detective Ricketts has already said, he never worked the case at the point that Mr. Faust entered it.
I will withdraw the question.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Whenever you told Mr. Melton that you told Mr. Teeter, Chris Melton then changed his time to somewhere between 11 a.m. and 12:30 a.m. Is that correct?
I don't know if I told Chris that I talked to Bill or not. I cannot testify to that. Chris told us about that, though, the evening he came in and brought up Wachovia, which in a normal investigation, somebody bringing something else that they did that day is not that far out of the realm of possibility at all.
So this is possibility here. You say this would be normal for Mr. Melton?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the morning that Ms. Tara Baker was killed, this is normal.
What do you mean by normal?
Sure. You said this is not outside the realm of possibility.
I'm talking generalizing an investigation when somebody comes back in with the time. Like I said before, people don't roll through their day now pretty much with timestamps, especially in 2001. With phones and everything we have now, people can timestamp pretty stinking well. I'm just saying that's along the realm of that kind of ballpark window that we're looking for, just to keep things for that initial 72 hours.
Well, I'd like to talk about police. Police, they get the time sense, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, police, they confirm. If you say you went somewhere, police officer's job is to confirm, correct?
Yes, correct.
Because you got to give answers to the community, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And you have to give answers to the family, is that right?
That's correct.
And if the family asks you, what was Chris Melton at 8 a.m., an appropriate answer isn't, well, in a general realm of possibilities, it could have been anywhere between these. Is that fair to say?
I understand what you're saying, and yes, that is fair to say. In that first 72 hours, we're putting in the timestamps of what's happening in that first 72 hours.
Would you have any reason to disagree with me in the multiple interviews you conducted with Chris Melton? He has never stated that he went to Chick-fil-A.
No, sir, he's not to me. And he may have to some other investigators after that, but not to me.
And we've already agreed that you never personally confirmed that Josh went to Chick-fil-A, right? That's unconfirmed.
By me, yes, sir.
Agree that you talked to Chris the same time on January 21st, 2001. father was present at the interview.
Yes, they drove him there. But at the interview, I believe it's just a interview myself.
You know, during your interview with Josh told you that he had worked with Chris for a year. Josh, can I say
Yes, sir.
However, Chris told you that he had only met Josh in December of 2020. Is that fair? I'm sorry, December of 2000. Please forgive me.
That's I understand. Done that a lot. I don't know. Is that in my notes?
It's in the recording.
That's a good possibility. Then I won't argue that with you.
So, December 2000 was just a month when this paper said, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And if you can, right, Chris, 1 month, Josh, 1 year. And this is a very important area for this officer because I do think he did, I think he did the best you could with the facts that you were given under the circumstances. So I do want to say that I do appreciate your service tremendously, okay?
Okay.
But I do want to ask you about the interview on January 21st, 2001, in regards to Chris's statement about going to Black Oak Youth. Okay?
Okay.
You know, he told you that he was in the bank on Friday, January 19th for 35 minutes. Is that correct? And that would be on the recorded here.
Even the around 30 minutes. That's just what I typed in my notes.
Do you have any reason to disagree that he specifically said 35 minutes?
I put 30 in my notes, but 35 won't be on.
Would you like to hear out your report?
Yes, sir.
And if that's true, that Chris Melton spent 35 minutes in the bank on Friday, January 19th, you would agree that it's not an insignificant amount of time spent in the bank, is that right?
Yes, sir.
However, Josh never mentions going to the bank for 35 minutes with Chris, does he? In fact, he never mentions the bank at all, is that right?
It does not.
And we agree that Chris' father was with him on the January 19th and January 21st interview. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. I don't believe he sit in on the 21st. He did sit in on the 19th.
Okay, so we'll discuss the 19th. Chris's father never agreed with the statement that Chris left his home between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. on January 19th while he was president here.
I would say no, sir. Not in that interview.
During the weekend of January 19th, 2001, he did not speak with Mr. Melton's mother. Is that correct?
I did not.
Now, Dad knows that Tara has passed away, Mr. Melton's dad. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Dad knows that Mr. Melton's son has conducted an interview with law enforcement. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
But Mom never calls you, Mr. Melton's mom, she never calls you and says, hey, Detective Riggs, Chris was here with me that morning with Tara's death. Is that right?
No, sir. I did not do that.
Chris's
Sounds like Chris Melton's parents did not confirm his alibi, and the jury is furiously writing notes and paying very close attention to this rerun of the testimony of Bill Ricketts, detective from the ACCPD from 2001.
parents don't reach out to law enforcement and all Detective Riggs. Chris was here with me that morning with Tara's death. Is that right?
No, sir. I did not do that.
Chris's parents don't reach out to law enforcement at all. Is that correct?
Except for coming to the police department twice voluntarily.
With Chris. Is that right? Only Josh and Chris are the only two people that stated that they left Chris Melton's parents' home around 7:15 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
January 21st, 2001, you're involved in the investigation. Besides Josh, there were no other witnesses or documents confirming where Mr. Melton was between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2000.
Past the 21st, I cannot answer that, but from the 21st backwards, that's correct.
I believe you mentioned this on the record. You told Chris that Tara was probably sexually assaulted. Did you recall telling Chris that?
I did.
Okay. When you told Chris that, he didn't start crying, did he?
No, sir.
Chris didn't become upset, did he?
No, sir.
Didn't say I need a moment to myself. Is that there?
Numerous times during the interview, he stopped, but no, sir, he did not.
He did not. Chris did not start crying when you told him that Tara was sexually assaulted, did he? Remember Chris in his testimony trying to keep it together, trying not to blow his lid? We're talking about Chris now. You know what I'm talking about. We're talking about Randy now.
Chris didn't say, I hope you find you did this before I did. Is that correct?
Not on the 19th. Mentioned it on the 21st while we were at the jail in between. I mean, went to jail at the phlebotomist, getting blood work done there. Just a statement he made in the hallway. But yes, sir. Not during an interview or anything of that nature.
Can you show us that statement?
It's not in there, sir.
And we've already.
The statement that Chris made in the hallway that you remember now that you didn't write down in your report. What? Are you suddenly remembering things? You have a magical mystery memory? Why did he bring this up? Hold on.
Not on the 19th. Mentioned it on the 21st while we were at the jail in between. I mean, went to jail at the phlebotomist, getting blood work done there. Just a statement he made in the hallway. But
The statement he made in the hallway while they're at the phlebotomist taking blood. Trust me, bro.
yes, sir. Not during an interview or anything of that nature.
Can you show us that statement?
It's not in there, sir.
And we've already agreed that January 19th was over 9,000 days ago.
100%.
But Chris did ask you about the evidence in the case. Is that fair to say? And specifically, Detective Burgess, Chris asked in response to you telling Chris that Tara was sexually assaulted, did you find some stuff on her like semen? You recall Chris asking that question in response to you telling him that this neighbor had been sexually assaulted?
Yes, sir.
Chris said, because this part is in the report, did you find anything on her body like semen? What does that indicate to you? Chris Melton's asking that 2 days after her murder? Okay.
Did you find that odd that his response was about asking questions about the evidence?
No, for a couple reasons of sexual assault. And one of the reasons John Newton and some of those folks were brought in for the sexual assault. If he's not sure she's been raped, sometimes people wander down that road of how do you know that this person was sexually assaulted.
So can I ask you this before you finish? So it's normal to tell someone that's engaged or preparing to be engaged with another person that the love of their life has been sexually assaulted, and before they say
I'm going to
anything.
object to the form of the question that's being argumentative, Judge. I'd also ask the witness to be allowed to finish the answer they were giving before they were interrupted by Mr. Cruz.
I think that's correct. We're going to stand the objection to that.
I think that's correct.
Finish the statement. Otherwise,
I'll withdraw the question.
Good. Withdraw the question. Don't even give him a chance to answer it. He's like, is it normal for you to tell them whether or not, is it normal for a suspect or a loved one of a person who was just brutally murdered, the borderline fiance, to be asking you about what evidence you found in her body? Jen says if the jury believed Chris, they wouldn't be asking for this testimony to be repeated, in my opinion, because all this guy testified to was Chris related. Clearly, there's issues regarding the investigation and Chris. Thank you for your well thought out comment.
Established that Chris Melton was in his vehicle on January 19, 2001. Is that correct?
At the police department?
No. The morning of January 19, 2001.
Yes, sir.
You would agree that you did not search Chris Melton's vehicle for the presence of Miss Baker's blood. Is that correct?
No, sir. From the 19th to the 21st, I did not.
Well, any other time passed?
I did not. Yes, sir.
Would you agree that it's important to search a vehicle in a murder case? It requires travel, and if the murder required travel, you would agree that it's important to check the vehicle.
If you had a viable suspect at that time, then yes.
And Chris was not a liable suspect at that time.
At that time, through everything we were getting was coming voluntarily, the timeline was coming together. So at that time, by the 21st, he was not.
He was not a viable suspect because the timeline was coming together And they never searched his car. And that's the reason why the timeline was coming together. And he was voluntarily speaking to us. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Wow.
Voluntarily, the timeline was coming together. So at that time, by the 21st, he was not.
Well, what choice did he have, officer? Because you say that he didn't agree with Budge, but it got warned.
Did not tell him that.
But it's true, right?
100% I would have. That was part of the interview when I started with him. At the very beginning of the tape, I make it very clear to Mr. Melton that he's there voluntarily and giving me a free and open statement. Because going into that interview, I don't know if he's a suspect or I don't know if he's a boyfriend of a victim. So as you start going down, that's what these 3 days are for, is to try to figure out what that person is and then what do I need to get to prosecute this.
So my question, my specific question to you, and if you can answer with a yes or a no, he didn't have an option but to get blood. Is that right?
He did have an option, yes. At that time, he could have told me no.
And you would have got a search warrant and still got his blood.
We wouldn't have got blood that day, but it'd have been, I'd had to see a judge and move forward. Yes.
So you would have had his blood regardless.
I've said this
Yes.
before. You can call a judge. You can call a judge at home in the middle of the night and they'll give you a warrant. BS.
He was not told, hey, if you don't give this to me, I'm going to go get a warrant.
Sure, that's fair. And as far as coming to the police department voluntarily, were you the one that called the family and told them to come to Athens?
No, what do you mean by the family?
Sure, it's Baker's family.
Oh, no, sir.
Okay, but you are aware that officers called them and told them to come to Athens. Is that correct?
I would 100% believe that, yes, sir.
But to your knowledge, no one called Chris and told Chris to come to Athens. Is that fair?
Well, Chris was tased by Miss Baker.
Law enforcement. We're talking about law enforcement.
Well, that's not the question he asked, Judge. I think the witness is entitled to answer the question that he was.
You're gonna allow the kids.
Well, I'll draw the question. I'll draw that question. Did law enforcement call Chris Mellon to come to Athens?
To my knowledge, no.
So he voluntarily went to Athens the day that he found out that his girlfriend was murdered.
Yes.
And you all asked Chris Melton to identify the body. Is that correct?
Lieutenant Durham, I believe, is a person that I can't testify to who asked him, but yes, he was asked to identify the body.
That's fair. And Chris.
Why would someone who should be considered a potential suspect be asked to identify the bot? Can I have some Twilight Zone emojis, please? And that wasn't a red flag. What? Yes. Cruz did say that Brian Steele is one of his mentors. You know who else I think he has learned a lot from? Alan Jackson, from watching him. Parts of his closing were similar to Alan Jackson's closing. All lawyers learn from other lawyers.
Melton, you say that he didn't appear with a lawyer. Is that right?
He did not.
Okay. If he appeared with a lawyer, that would have looked. It's just.
It would have been way out of the law.
So if Chris is trying to avoid witness suspicious, the best thing to do is to appear voluntarily. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't believe so. But
you know, you talked about the injuries to Chris Melton's hands taken on January 21st, 2001.
yes, sir.
And Chris told you that those injuries came from punching a wall. We would agree that is drywall. Is that right?
It is.
And we would agree that injuries to Mr. Melton's hands look like scratches. Is that correct?
Looks like abrasions would be what I'd call them. Abrasions.
What's the difference between abrasions and scratches?
Abrasions is usually when you hit something and it slides, it's open. A scratch is usually a line or whatever else. An abrasion is usually wider open. So if you look at the picture, there's more of an abrasion that hit that kind of thing.
Sure. Can we turn on the projector?
Yes.
There's Chaka, because sometimes we're in the land of the lost. Like now, we're in the land of the lost. It does sound worse the second time around, right? And I'm so glad the jury's listening to it again. Especially after hearing all of the other testimony.
Yes, sir.
So you say this this is an abrasion from punching a wall.
You know, so if you look over, I don't have a pointer, but if you look over to the index finger, right, the ring finger and the next finger over it, that's what I'm calling abrasions right there. There's some other stuff on there that are nick scratches, things of that nature, but that's what I mean by abrasions, just that larger hit of something of that nature.
And this is my follow-up question.
Sure.
Did you confirm that Mr. Melton, Mr. Melton on the 21st day punched the wall, is that right?
That's correct.
You all didn't take pictures of the wall until 2 days later, is that correct?
I believe it's the 23rd when I went over there.
Correct. Did you confirm with anyone else that Chris Melton punched the wall and that's where those injuries came?
I did not, but I believe somebody talked to his roommate in one of the reports.
Well, he said that his roommate was the president when it occurred also.
The only other person that would have been in the house is just the two of them.
So you don't know if they talked to this.
No, I'm saying somebody else did, but I did not talk to that roommate.
Thanks, David, for your 5. Agreed. Bell said, meanwhile, Proctor had John O'Keefe's murder solved in 19 hours. Yep.
On January 23rd and 24th, 2001, you obtained a hair sample from Chris Melton, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I believe that's correct.
And this was done with Detective Newman.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall requesting and obtaining a court order for phone number 678-725?
Beep.
I believe that was the 24th that I did hair samples. Is that correct? I said yes, but I want to make sure I'm on the same page with
This
this.
is correct, man. 23rd.
Okay, the 24th. I have the 23rd, 24th written in there. I just want to make sure that's the date you're talking about. Is that the report you're looking at?
No, sir. Just
Okay. Yes, sir. We did do hair samples on these days.
And you also obtained a court order for phone number 678-725-4136. Is that correct?
I signed for it, and yes, sir, I did. I don't have a signed copy of that with me. Yes, sir.
I can't even. We're a little behind, so I'm gonna FF it a little bit and put it on a faster speed if you don't mind. 'Cause I'd like to get to real time with court.
Recognize that document
I do recognize the court order in my signature. Yes, sir.
and the 678-725-4136 number belong to Mr. Melton's cell phone. Is that correct?
From my recollection, I believe so. I can look back at my notes, but I think that's what he gave me.
And I believe it's listed in the court order so much.
Yes, sir, but I want to make sure that's the same number he gave me at the interview. But actually, you know what I'm saying? I do. Hang on one second. But I believe you're correct.
1903.
Sorry, okay.
My bad. She says, I drop bailiff in the background. Looks like he's ready for a nap. It's 903. Jody says, I think the phrase possibility versus probability is highly underutilized. It's more probable it's Chris Melton. It's possible it's Edrick Faust, but Tara's DNA wasn't even on her own swap. Make it make sense. I'm not a DNA expert, Jody. Thank you for your 10. I wish I could. Just Joey says, this jury should start with the burglary charge. If he didn't commit burglary, he didn't do anything else because no house, no spouse. That's what I'm thinking, Joey. Thank you. Not a house defendant, pointing out that Duty Ron says everyone's a suspect until they're not. Exactly. Exactly. A lot of whispering. Sounds like the spirit box, but I think it's the corroborator talking into her voice recorder.
A minute ago was my signature when we put these subpoenas in.
You recognize those particular records?
I'll take your word for them. The document you showed me a minute ago was my signature for the request.
Thank you, Jersey Queen. She thinks the rerun. They sink the state's case.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. The witness has indicated that he doesn't have necessarily these records, but more importantly, as we discussed at the bench, they're not admissible in the manner that Mr. Cruz is trying to admit them at this time, and therefore they can't be testified to as far as contents from them in front of the jury.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
On January 21st, 2001, you spoke with a young lady by the name of Miss Laura Sherlin. That's your January 22nd, 2001. It's page 104, first paragraph, first sentence.
Lauren was her friend from the library, right?
104 numbers. I just have some of my case reports. What was the name of the case?
Laura Sherlin.
Yes, sir.
And you was Sherlin was reported, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you were the former co-worker of this lady?
Yes, sir.
I have no other questions, Your Honor. Thank you so much for your patience, your time, and your service to the station. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
And that's the end of cross.
Redirect Ms. Jones.
I think, Judge.
Here comes the redirect.
Cross-examination. Mr. Ricketts, I want to go back and talk to you about some answers that you started during cross-examination before being cut off. Mr. Cruz asked you a series of questions about whether you recall certain sporting events that occurred back in 2001, Super Bowl, World Series, things like that. And then you began to give an answer that talked about the differences between this horrific crime and those sporting events in your mind and your ability to recall certain facts.
Yes, sir.
How is it that the murder of Miss Baker is different than the Super Bowl or the World Series from 2000 and 2001 to you?
From the fall of 2000 to 2001, unfortunately, there were numerous homicides and serial cases in this case. Those incidents leave a lasting impression, if that makes sense. So it's not something that you forget. Now, when you read over your reports and records, you remember it. Those small things come back, the details come back. When you start reading back through your reports, it opens up stuff, if that makes sense.
Yes, sir, it does. There was another question where you started to give an answer, and Mr. Cruz cut you off and then withdrew his question. It had to do with you beginning to talk about what you would have done if you had noticed a bunch of things were a thick coating on Mr. Melton's hands. Do you mind telling the jury what you would have done?
That was drawn out and like directly across the job. Really asked him what he would have done if he saw items on his hand. So I would ask, I would object to that question. That was definitely a little cross for us.
Okay. What is your specific objection on Mr. Cruz? Mischaracterization, perhaps?
Mischaracterization of relevance. It doesn't follow upon relevance.
All right. Ms. Jones, will you care to respond to the objection?
Yes, Your Honor. I've got it in my notes underneath Mr. Cruz's cross. Obviously, the court will recall that in whatever way the court recalls it. But Detective Ricketts was in the process of explaining what he would have done if it were some kind of thick coating that Mr. Cruz stopped him in his answer.
I'm going to allow it. Thank you.
All right. So, Detective Ricketts, I'm going to kind of ask you that question again. During cross-examination, Mr. Cruz stopped you in the middle of your answer as you were discussing what you would have done had you found a thick coating of things on Mr. Melton's hands. Can you explain to the jury what you would have done if you had seen that?
Number one, if it's a large amount, you can't be fingerprinted. So that would have interfered with just the fingerprint if there was a large amount. Now, on the back of the hands, whatever else, there wasn't enough stuff on his hands to cover up anything that might have been there. You could easily see it. So if there would have been things, we would have had to take pictures, and then we'd have to move with Lieutenant Durham and some other ways that we'd have gone on from that moment on. But those were not noticed. And again, I'm literally holding his hand while I fingerprint him. I mean, my hands are holding finger by finger as I flip that hand over, having to hold his hand.
Also, during your testimony, after the distance from 160 Farm Drive to Mr. Melton's parents' residence was established, you testified to a timing run that was done by ACCPD at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I just want to clarify that because I feel like it might have gotten lost in your testimony and questions coming in while you were talking.
This calls for hearsay. Yes, we explicitly did not ask him about the time step. Disagree with the time step, but the reason he's asked this is because we know under the law that's hearsay.
Right, any response to the objection?
Well, Judge, this is a response that was given to Mr. Cruz's question about what was done. The response is about what ACCPD did at the time. And the answer was given during Mr. Cruz's cross-examination. I'm just going back to talk about that answer. That answer wasn't objected to or has to be struck or otherwise identified as hearsay by Mr. Cruz at the time. So it's in evidence, and I think it's an appropriate grounds for redirect examination.
Yes, sir. I was just asking, Your Honor, I'll leave to the discretion of the report, but if that door is open, the reason I didn't go down the impeachment route that line of questioning is because I wanted to follow the law. That is an appropriate to withdraw. Bring out the witness. That was not responsive to my question. But if the state is allowed to go down that line of questioning, I would just ask the court allow us to follow up with that line as well.
Okay, B, thank you, sir. The objection was with regard to hearsay. I don't find that this question is going to elicit hearsay. I'm going to allow you to ask it. Certainly on any recross, we will address any issue that the state might object to. We'll take it up again if we need to, but you can go ahead.
All right, and so Detective Ricketts, what was it that you stated was the time period when ACCPD or law enforcement did a test run back in 2001?
It was over an hour with traffic. So it took them just a little bit over an hour to make that drive.
Okay.
So they did a test run. Okay. Who's to say she wasn't murdered sometime before midnight or after midnight or sometime before he went to the bank or even sometime before his buddy allegedly picked him up at 7 a.m. because he had a back door from the basement of his parents' house that he could have been out. They could have gone in and out and nobody would have known. He could have been with her the night before if he knew her roommates weren't there. And he couldn't answer that one question. Did Tara tell you that her roommates were going out of town for the weekend? He couldn't answer that question. He didn't remember. Chris Melton didn't. Raise your hand if you need a bathroom break. All of you can go take a bathroom break. I'm going to keep playing this because I don't know how long they're going to stay, but I want to get through it. She might have showered at night. Exactly.
Talk to you just really briefly about your familiarity with some of these areas in Loganville, Grayson, Trump Customs. During your testimony, you made reference to the fact that you drive that route at least semi-frequently. I'm not asking you an address where you live, but in general terms, what area of the state of Georgia do you live in?
Wayne County, that way off 78.
Are you familiar with these areas that we've been discussing, kind of independent of your investigation?
Objection. That county's evidence is relevant to any facts that are already evidence.
Right.
Is it relevant objection, Mr. Youngman?
So is the objection to the follow-up question that I asked, or the answer that Mr. Ricketts gave to the previous question? I'm just not sure.
To the follow-up question, Your Honor.
Right. Do you want to respond?
Yes, I do, Judge. The follow-up question was, are you familiar with the areas that we've been discussing as it relates to Loganville, Trump Customs, and Grayson? So I think that is relevant.
No, it's not. Who cares if he drove that way occasionally? Who cares? Yeah, when was the test run? I think the test run was then. I think he's talking about 2001. Big difference with the traffic. But his personal experience of driving that route sometimes has nothing to do with this case. Nothing.
That was not the follow-up question, Your Honor. The follow-up he asked us about Fayette County to these parts around here. That is not relevant. Mr. Melton stayed in Loganville, which is outside of Fayette County. So Fayette County's address is irrelevant.
Okay, let me just say this. I think you're referring to the question before the follow-up question, but we can talk about that. I think that is your objection. All right, and so that question has already been asked and answered. Let's let the state, if they choose to, respond to the objection about relevance when you asked about the Gwinnett County. You can respond.
Yes, Judge. I think Detective Ricketts, during cross-examination, indicated he was familiar with that general route. And now I'm going back to establish why it is that Detective Ricketts is familiar with that general route. And then, obviously, court heard a follow-up question, which had nothing to do with Gwinnett County. It had to do with his familiarity with these specific areas that we've been discussing.
I'm going to overrule the objections.
So, Detective Ricketts, I'll go back. I'll ask that question again.
Again, this is all in defense of Chris Melton.
To the links of the discussion we've had about Loganville, Trump Customs, areas?
Yes, sir. It's like a small triangle that were there together. All those little areas are very close to each other, like a triangle.
And so when you say very close, let's just talk about Loganville and Grayson. How close are we talking about?
5 miles or so. I mean, they almost touch each other, I would say.
Okay. Repeatedly during cross-examination, Mr. Cruz made reference to you being unable to obtain documents from Nash Plumbing and some of these other locations that both Mr. Melton and Mr. McCurdy said that they both went to. I just want to clarify, because I think sometimes unable can leave a certain impression. Did you ever actually even attempt to do that?
I did not.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you didn't ask and then someone wasn't able to produce them? It's just that you yourself never asked.
That's correct.
Okay. Also want to talk a little bit about differences in timelines. And obviously, Mr. Cruz had Mr. Hill write some things on the flip chart. I don't need the flip chart. Detective Ricketts, in your having received all that information from Mr. Melton, Mr. McCurdy, and Mr. Teeter about Mr. Melton and Mr. McCurdy's whereabouts on January 19th of 2001, was there anything that you received from those individuals that caused you concern about the integrity of those statements regarding where they were?
No, similar to the whiteboard, we use similar things that we go across. And on any kind of investigation, which started back when I did those and even to this day, we would go across with a timeline, and you get the second subject, and you go across with the timeline, and you get the third, the fourth, and the fifth, and you start looking for consistencies and inconsistencies in those timelines. In this first 72 hours, just because Chris came back and remembered the bank, again, like I said when Mr. Cruz was talking to me, that's not abnormal for the timelines not to be minute by minute, to be some.
It's not abnormal to not remember you didn't go to the bank. Like, dude, are you serious right now? The same day, maybe 25 years later, you might not remember you went to the bank. But again, why are you defending Chris Melton? Or are you just in here defending your shoddy investigation 25 years ago? That's a possibility too, right?
Across with the timeline, and you get the third, the fourth, and the fifth, and you start looking for consistencies and inconsistencies in those timelines. In this first 72 hours, just because Chris came back and remembered the bank, again, like I said when Mr. Cruz was talking to me, that's not abnormal for the timelines not to be minute by minute, to be some overlap. On that first 72 hours, we weren't concerned about that overlap. We weren't concerned about any of that. We wanted to move on toward getting fingerprints, DNA, and push the investigation that way. So we were trying to secure all that. But that timeline didn't give me any pause at the beginning. Now, we've had investigations before, just to give you a this or that. Investigations where as soon as you put the timelines on, you're like, they're in another world. So when they're close together and you can put that line.
When the timeline is close enough to give someone a solid alibi, even if they forget where they were exactly that morning, it's not a big deal because you've had other investigations like that. Like, they should be embarrassed, horrified. If you live in Athens, you should be horrified. I know many of you lived in Athens in 2001, and many of you went to school with Tara Baker. This is an abomination. This is unfair to the family. This case was bungled from jump, and this man is there telling everyone and the world about it and why it wasn't a big deal that he didn't remember that he didn't go to the bank that morning. This is insane.
That timeline didn't give me any pause at the beginning. Now, we've had investigations before, just to give you a this or that. Investigations where as soon as you put the timelines on, you're like, they're in another world. So when they're close together and you can put that line close together on a board, you can kind of work that out. And I wasn't, in that first 72 hours, I was not at all uncomfortable in what we were doing.
You weren't uncomfortable?
And so as far as
you're not uncomfortable.
Variations that you saw that we've talked about between Mr. Melton, Mr. McCurdy, and Mr. Teeter, would those be consistent with variations that you had experienced in other investigations that you had?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything unusual to you about those things not being minute for minute exactly the same?
In the first 72 hours plus, no. In that first 72, 96 hours, nothing was out of that realm of that I was concerned about, that I needed to move on quicker, if that makes sense.
You needed to move on quickly?
And so I'm going to ask you, Mr. Cruz asked you about things that Mr. Melton's father may have said or not said to law enforcement. Was there another law enforcement officer who followed up with Mr. Melton's father?
In my recollection, yes. Lieutenant Durham was sectioning out what needed to be done. Again, for this case, on that weekend, that Friday, Saturday, I was scheduled to be back going to school on Monday, leaving the state. Canceled that trip because of Friday. This was way more important. But Lieutenant Durham was assigning people to do those tasks, to do those follow-ups. So yes, somebody was assigned to do that follow-up and talk to that person.
Do you believe, one second.
Scooch. Scooch.
Rebecca, do you believe that seeing a police report from Rebecca at the time, Taft, would help refresh your recollection?
Rebecca Taft police report.
Relevant. Improperly attempting to refresh a witness's recollection. Much subject. Relevant.
Right.
Improper attempt to refresh.
Okay, I'm not sure I know what you're trying to refresh. You didn't finish the question, so he's made 2 objections.
So first is to the relevance factor. This would be information that Mr. Cruz solicited on cross-examination about statements made by Mr. Melton's father to law enforcement regarding Mr. Melton's whereabouts. So that's one, relevance. It is absolutely relevant, even independent of Mr. Cruz's questions on cross-examination, but certainly at the point that the information is solicited on cross-examination, it would be relevant in a redirect. Improperly refreshing the witness's recollection, what the law says about that is that a witness's recollection can be refreshed with anything, including things that might not make sense. I could hand him a pack of exhibit stickers and ask him if it refreshes his recollection, and it may or may not. So I don't think that that's a valid legal objection in this circumstance.
Well,
Yes, sir.
I know what you're saying. Know what you're saying. This report from one person that he's going to show the detective to ask, or I guess refresh his recollection as to what a third person said. So I add that objection.
Well, Your Honor, if I may respond to the new objection. So once Mr. Cruz solicits that information on cross-examination, I believe he's barred from raising an objection during the redirect examination as to that same information.
He just makes up the law as he goes.
I know Your Honor knows the law. I'll just leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cruz. All right, with regard to the relevance, I certainly find that this is relevant based upon both examinations. This court has heard with regard to this witness. I'm going to overrule the relevance objection. With regard to the refreshing recollection, you are entitled to refresh this witness's recollection if it does. So you may refresh his recollection with anything. We're going to take it from there, and then I'll make a ruling on the hearsay. So you may go ahead with your refreshing recollection if you can.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to show Mr. Cruz a copy of the police report from May 4th of 2001.
I am going to object. I don't understand how another detective's police report refreshes witness recollection. The foundation hasn't even been like, he never asked a question. Do you remember Rebecca Taft's report?
Right. Rebecca Taft's name has not been mentioned in this whole entire trial. This detective did not make that report. He was not even asked anything about Rebecca Taft. And why would, what recollection is he refreshing if no foundation has been laid? He's right on this objection. A lot of people think that a lot of Mr. Cruz's objections throughout the trial were completely incorrect. He doesn't know the law, blah, 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 blah. Go listen to his closing and then get back to me. Okay. But yeah, explain that to me.
He hasn't laid the foundation of this house.
Thank you. All right. Any response to that objection before I make a ruling?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The law is that if a witness does not recall, the state can ask, or the defense, any party can ask to refresh a recollection. It doesn't mean that the witness's recollection is going to be refreshed, but any party is entitled to use a document, an object, an audio recording, a visual recording, anything can be used to attempt to refresh the witness's recollection. I'm going to allow the state to attempt to refresh a recollection. Objection. Allow you to continue, and then we'll take it from there. I'll rule then, if necessary, on the other part of this objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Ricketts, I'm going to hand you this, and for the record, it is a police report from Detective Rebecca Taft from May of 2001. If you would, please review it, and once you've had a chance to review it, let me know.
This must have been the day that I had to run out and I left the stream running because I don't remember this part.
Have you had a chance to review that report from Detective Taft?
Yes, this was one of the assignments.
Hold on 1 second before we get into any other testimony. Has reviewing that report helped?
Wait, is this detective? Did he say Detective Taft? So Rebecca Taft is a detective? Okay. The jury is listening to this. They've asked for a readback of testimony. We've been here for hours, and they're in the courtroom listening with all of us.
Review that report from Detective Taft?
Detective Taft.
Yes, this was one of the assignments.
Hold on 1 second before we get into any other testimony. Has reviewing that report helped refresh your recollection as to what other law enforcement may have done related to George Melton, Mr. Chris Melton's father?
Yes, I knew a detective had gone and interviewed them both. I just couldn't remember if it was her or John or Painter. Not Painter, but anyway, I knew it was one of the ones. But yes, this is the recollection of the report that I remember seeing.
Okay, all right. So I'll come get that back from you.
All right, and at this point, since the recollection has been refreshed, I'll send the jury up for just a moment to say something about sector presence. Please don't discuss the case.
Apparently, Rebecca Taft went to interview George Melton, Chris Melton's father, and he's going to let this witness testify about what George Melton told Rebecca Taft. Is Rebecca Taft deceased? I didn't hear that part. I must have missed that part too.
Whole thing. We certainly that you are done listening to. Okay, I'm going to ask the foreperson, or I'm going to ask the jury. Let me just ask all of you. I got a message that you are done listening to the tape. Is that a consensus, or do we need to play the whole thing? We certainly can do that.
How long ago did you get the message? 3 hours ago.
Which one? That we're all done? Is that correct? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to show you the documents that you have asked for. And counsel, if you can make sure that the group that we talked about is what you want to submit. Is that it also?
They asked for DNA reports too.
Okay.
That's what they're going to get.
I'm going to pass it around. And what we're going to do is start in the front row and have you all look at them and just pass them along because they need to be viewed in open court.
It's interesting that they don't get to bring
if
them back.
If you change
in the
your
jury
mind,
room
everyone, and you need to hear the rest of that tape, just let me know and we will do that.
Because a lot of juries do get to bring all the evidence back with them in other cases that we've watched. And now the attorneys are picking the DNA reports that they're going to show the jury, and they're going to pass them around and going to get to look at them now. And I want to know how long the foreperson was waving the white flag for. How many hours ago did they say, we've heard it, we've heard what we wanted to hear. Thank you. Let us go now. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to move along a little bit. I'm told also that the jurors were allowed to get up. They did get up and go to the restroom a couple of times while this thing was playing. So that's good.
These reports. And that was the mitochondria testimony. And that was the mitochondria DNA report. So I just want to make sure that that's these reports.
You may approach. Yes.
All right. So they're talking about the mitochondrial DNA reports, which there's Edrick Faust, our defendant. Robert Duvall, who played Boo Radley in To Kill a Mockingbird's 1962 film, has passed away at the age of 95. And I do believe he is in this courtroom right now watching over this trial. 95 is a good run. No House, no Faust. They didn't want to hear the redirect, right? They're like, we're done. We're good. We're good. I think they probably wanted to hear it through the cross. And they were like, go on. The mitochondrial DNA report could not rule out Chris Melton or Ashley, the roommate, which is wild. Because mitochondrial DNA, if you know anything I'm
For
not
the
an
record,
expert.
these are 102, 103, 105, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168. That sound right from the state? All of those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, that sounds right from the defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give these to you all in a second. Take your time. Don't rush.
They're getting them all.
And you let me know when you're finished. They can't go back with you again to the jury room, but you can look at them as long as you need to here in the courtroom. I also want to tell you this. I'm going to give you a cautionary instruction. And this is based on the fact that you have reheard some testimony in this case. The cautionary instruction is this. Please remember that it is important to consider the whole of the evidence that has been presented in this case and to refrain from giving greater emphasis to any evidence you may have heard twice. Thank you. Mr. Otero, if you will start with all of these exhibits, and I think we just start in the front row and take your time, and you all let me know when you're finished. And everyone be at ease until we are notified that the jury is finished. Thank you.
At ease. We're a little bit behind, so we get to FF, maybe to real time. We'll see. Yeah, look over here. Yeah, so with regards to the mitochondrial DNA, there was some testimony that they could not rule out the source as being from either Chris Melton or Ashley, the roommate. Mitochondrial DNA comes from the mother's side. And so all of my mother's children will have the same mitochondrial DNA. All of my children will have the same mitochondrial DNA. Right? Yeah, they didn't search his car, but they photographed the wall. Great point. Great point. There are many states that allow all the evidence to go back in the jury room. So every state is different. Remember in the Karen Reed trial, the jury asked for a certain report. Remind me what it was. A cert report or something, a chain of custody report from cert, and it didn't exist. And the judge just told the jury, you have everything you need. So I think, if I'm recalling correctly, that during the Karen Reed persecution, they were allowed to bring back the evidence in there, and they were looking for one particular report that they couldn't find. And she just said, you have everything you need. Jury is passing around all the DNA reports that they were given, and then they have to give them back before they go back to deliberate. It is 5:41 here on the East Coast. I don't know how long she's going to allow them to stay. I would imagine that they would go back into the jury room and maybe do a vote, and maybe they heard everything they needed to hear. Maybe we'll get a verdict, maybe not. Maybe we're coming back tomorrow. I do not know.
Deliberations. Thank you.
Here we go. This was moments ago.
Give you that cautionary instruction one more time, and that is this. I'm instructing you to remember to consider the whole of the evidence and to refrain from giving greater emphasis to evidence you may have heard twice. I'm going to ask you all now to rise and go into the jury room and continue your deliberations. Thank you.
Yikes. And that was like 5 minutes ago. So they've been in for another 5 minutes. Oh, that's terrible. And now they go back to the view of the sprinkler. It makes me kind of miss the fan in Norfolk County. Makes me miss the fan a little bit. We'll hang out for a little while longer and see how long they're permitted to stay. Be kind. Rewind. And we're back on time. And the jury has now been out for 1 hour and 5 minutes because it took many hours to read or to listen back to the testimony, most of the testimony of Detective Bill Ricketts. And so there's that. So they got their jury question in. And now they're back, deliberating. And back to the chat. And Manj says, thanks for all the coverage on this very important case. Did the jury want to listen to the tape because the defense didn't put on a case and have questions? I don't know why they specifically wanted to listen to it, but my guess is that they were disagreeing about what the testimony was, and so they wanted to hear it again. I don't think it's because the defense didn't put on a case specifically. I think that that was one of the things that they were debating backstage. They wanted to hear it again for whatever reason, rather than rely on people's notes, and the judge let them listen to almost the whole entire thing. Thanks for being here for 15 months, Manj. Laura says, it seems like Chris asked police freely about evidence like he knew all along he would be protected. Trust me, bro. Thanks, Laura, for your 5. Dancing Gold says, Chris Melton on a first-name basis with the entire GGI and ACCPD. 302 Girl says, this is infuriating. First rule of any business, trust but verify. Thanks for your super chat. James Dean Baxter says they didn't even have a time of deaths at that point. If so, how could they verify the timelines? That's a great point. That's a great point. Polly Claire says, thanks for covering this. I missed the whole trial, but caught closings and been catching up all weekend. It's horrific. Thanks for shining a light. I know everyone needs to know about this trial and everyone needs to be watching this trial, especially students should be watching this trial because the fact that this is still going on in 2026 is horrific. Cupcake Juror became a member. I love your name. And Maine Rescue Dog Mama says, thanks for your dedication and coverage on this case. You are top notch. Well, thank you guys for all being so interested in this case. Also, oh, please. Somebody in the courtroom was telling me that at one point during the playback of the testimony that Liz was talking to Jeremy and laughing and looking at the jurors. She keeps changing her seat around the courtroom. She's just Liz. Remember Barbie? She's just Liz. Because Chris just called her Liz. She was the Georgia Bureau of lead investigator on the cold case starting in 2023 or 2024. And she wasn't laughing at the testimony. She was just laughing with Jeremy. Why am I saying Jeremy? She was just laughing with Jeremy while the jury was looking at the DNA. What? What's so funny? Something funny, Ms. Bigham? Something funny? So we're back. A couple of comments I highlighted earlier. I think we addressed this. Liz wanted to know. I know. She said, I know. Why can't they all ask questions during the trial? That's how you get the truth. Some states allow it. Some states don't. Law Mama 4 says they will make a typed record, but as of January 2026, the Georgia Court of Appeals can now listen to audio from the trial if they choose instead of just reading transcripts. That's interesting. Thank you. Jen said the bank was verified, but nothing prior was, and it was a slow burning, smoldering fire that can take hours to ignite. And he has no credible alibi before 9-something at the bank. Right. Which is why I highlighted this question that says, where is it? Something tells me the 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. window isn't the correct window. It's always bothered me. Me too. Me too. Nurse by night. What time was the fire noted? A call was not made to the fire department until 11:22 a.m., but there was testimony from another witness who said that he smelled smoke in the area around 8:45 a.m. So it's not really known what time the fire originated or what time the fire started. We heard from a fire expert on that, right? So I'm not buying that timeline. I think somebody could have been with her the night before. They could have beaten her. They could have strangled her. They could have stabbed her and then maybe went back later in the morning to start a fire to destroy the evidence, knowing that the roommates weren't coming back. Maybe. That's my opinion. It is a theory, right? Tina said, no permits, no Nash plumbing, no bank video, no attendance at the candlelight vigil. Yes, he was going to marry her. Eye roll emoji. Natasha said, why do these jurors need more testimony? Did they not figure it out by now? I think it's fantastic that they went back and listened to all that. I'm a big fan. It bothers me when courts don't allow it. And if you're going to decide whether or not a man is going to go to prison for life without possibility of parole on 12 felonies, then I'm glad they're taking it seriously and they want to get it right. Irish Mech says, since the Coleman-Baker Act requires no known suspects to qualify, we now know why they spent so much time defending Chris Melton. They wouldn't get the money to reopen the case. Follow the money. Kimmy says, during trial, we had the luxury of analyzing and going over testimony several times. The jury only heard this information once. I'm glad they're asking these questions. I agree. Fearless Farm Girl said, I find it interesting that this witness only provided testimony in favor of Melton, nothing against Faust, right? Because Faust was not a suspect until 2024 when his DNA was allegedly found in CODIS. There was a hit. And so the only work he did on this case was all the way back in 2001. Felicia said, I think this is also good because you know who else didn't check his alibi? GBI Liz. They all took Chris Melton's word for it. Trust me, bro. Robin said, I've said this from day one. There was a reason this fell into Mel's orbit. The universe is working. Thank you. Right. Little Cupcake said, our window is 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Josh and Chris are unaccounted for. Is that right? Well, yes. Well, yes. Said Bill Ricketts. Law Junkie said, stranger would not know her roommates would be out of town, right? A stranger would not have a key to lock the deadbolt. A stranger would have no reason to clean the house and wipe it down. Correct. Agreed, Law Junkie. Law Mama 4 says they all just presumed she'd attack. They all just presumed she was attacked and killed that morning. We always thought she let someone in the night before. Law Mama 4 went to law school with Tara Baker. Thank you, Elaine, for putting that comment in there about the horrific shooting in Pawtucket, Rhode Island at a youth hockey game at an ice rink. Sumo says if she was drying her hair, where's the hair dryer? I don't know. They didn't mention that. Tina, thanks for becoming a new member. Music to My Soul, thanks for your 5. Says, I'm not sure the jury has even taken a straw poll yet because I don't think they've even really deliberated long enough yet to vote on all 12 charges. I agree. But this could be days. Thanks for your 5. We are all mad here. Oh, I love that. It's a quote from Alice in Wonderland. It says, I'm sorry we won't get to see Mr. Cruz's whiteboard. Thank you very much for your deuce. And Jody says, can we have a cruise when Faust is acquitted? No house. No Faust. Thanks, Iceman, for buying me a matcha latte. He says, thanks for the coverage. I appreciate your insights and challenging my critical thinking. Oh, thank you, Iceman. Lindsay, thanks for your Venmos, but I need you to send it to me by email because I can, for some reason, you can only do it on your phone. You can't do it on your laptop, and I can't cut and paste from Venmo. So if you email me to the email that I sent you, the link to your channel, I can check it that way. It's the only way I can check it. And I can't do it by just using your username. All right, let's go back to where we were before we broke for this very, very long
matter of housekeeping details, but I want to put everything on the record. Several jurors need to use their phone, I'm assuming, to make arrangements either about child care or let their family know that they're staying later tonight. And I'm going to allow that, but I'm going to have the foreperson come out in just a moment, and she can give those instructions that they can use their phones for that reason. I'm going to remind them that they can only use it, of course, for those purposes and not for any research or anything of that nature. So that's what I wanted to just put on the record. Nothing, more extraordinary than that. But I wanted all counsel to be here, of course. All right. If you'll just knock on the door and ask for the foreperson, Mr. Terrell, thank you.
It is a she. The foreperson is a she. We know there are 4 women on the jury, 3 white women,
foreperson.
1 black woman.
I've gotten word that several jurors need to use their phones to, I guess, to call family or make other arrangements. And so certainly we're going to allow that. But I'm going to ask you, since you're the foreperson, to remind them that, of course, they can only use their cell phones for those personal reasons, that they can't use it for any research, to do any Google mapping or anything of that nature. And I know you all know that, but I certainly just want to put that on the record and give you that task of reminding them of that obligation. But they can use their phones for that reason. Thank you so much. All right, everyone will be at ease.
At ease. Think we're going to get a verdict? I think they want to stay. They needed to use their phones to call their loved ones for their child care or any other way. Otherwise, they'd want to go home. If they weren't close, it is 6 minutes until 6 p.m. right now. 6 minutes until 6. And they want to stay. I love their dedication too. KML. And so they're staying later tonight. We may get a verdict. Tina says it was a long day. Go enjoy your rest. I don't know if you're talking to me or you're talking to the jurors, but I'm not going anywhere. I ain't got no quit. I'm staying right here. I'm staying right here because if the jury's staying, we're staying. Thanks, Tina. Or are you telling them to go enjoy their rest? I don't know. Deanne says, prayers for Kelsey today. Today is her baby's first birthday. She has a video. Oh, that's horrific. I can't believe she hasn't seen her baby, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, since June 30th. And today is her baby's birthday. That's horrible. It's horrible. The milestones that she has missed because of this terrible judge. And that's a Massachusetts case. We ain't got no quit. We're not quitting. The jurors are allowed to use their phones to call their families because they want to stay longer. And I want to hear from you guys about what you think that means, if anything. I think it's a good sign. I think it's a sign that we're going to have a verdict tonight, but you never know. You never know. No, please. We'll be here for it. We will be here for it. I guess what we should do is go back to the testimony that we were just watching earlier before we broke to listen to hours-long testimony from Bill Ricketts. Let's take a look. We're going to go back to Karen Williams' testimony, and this was on day 3 of the trial. She saw a black man walk by her tow truck. Yeah, I think so too. I think the replay testimony sealed the deal for not guilty. But we need something to watch right now so I can go fill up my iced coffee. But I will be watching to see if there's a verdict in the meantime, as always. But just take you guys back to here for now, so that we can fill the time. All right. So if anybody's just tuning in, the jury was deliberating since 12:38. They came back an hour later and asked for a read back of Bill Ricketts' testimony. They were permitted to listen to the audio of almost his entire testimony. It was a couple hours long, and they just went back into the jury room at approximately what time? I don't know, 5-10 minutes ago. So it's really only been an hour and 10 minutes of deliberations. They said that they wanted to call their families so that they could stay longer. and we're here for it. We've got many boots on the ground in the courtroom today. Many boots on the ground. So we will get information. Yeah, I have to drink iced coffee. Well, maybe I'll have iced tea. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Okay, so let's get back to this witness her name is Karen Williams. She testified. Thank you to Court Chopped for chopping this up. And we're going to be standing by minute by minute by minute. Because we didn't get to do day 3 together because I was really, 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 really sick that day. All right. I will be right back. Don't worry. I'm never far. I love you guys with all of my heart. Let's go back and listen to Karen Williams.
Probably like 220.
Was it kind of husky or?
It was kind of big bone. That's good.
Kind of being that height and that weight, kind of like lanky or?
In the face, I mean, I couldn't say what he was like under his jacket, but he was kind of heavy.
Was he carrying anything?
No, he didn't have anything. I mean, he wasn't swimming, but he was walking at some moderate pace.
Was he jogging or anything like that?
No, he wasn't jogging.
Ms. Williams, several days after making that statement, do you recall traveling to the Athens-Clarke County Police Department to provide a description of the individual that you were referencing in that interview to a forensic sketch artist?
Yes.
You do? I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time.
Yes.
Yeah. And when I, again, a few weeks ago, provided you with a copy of a police report and that audio that we just listened to, did I also provide you a copy of a police sketch?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to look at that?
Yes.
Is State's Exhibit 99? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. What is State's Exhibit 99?
It's the sketch.
By the sketch, do you mean the sketch that you provided to
Yes.
the sketch artist a few days after that interview?
Correct.
So again, Ms. Williams, this is State's 99 that's just been tendered into evidence. And again, just to be clear, is this the sketch that you are, the sketch based on your description to the sketch artist back on January 27th of 2001?
Yes.
Those are all the questions I have for you, ma'am. Mr. Cruz may have some questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cruz.
Good morning, Mr. Bryant. I'm sorry. Miss Williams, please read me. Is it Mrs.? Miss Williams? Well, good morning, Miss Williams. My name is Ahmad Cruz. I represent Mr. Edrick Faust. Before we get started, I have water here. Do you need anything?
No, thank you.
Okay. Is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you've had opportunity to hear okay, and the state also played it for you before court as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
To any of the questions that I asked, if you don't know the answer, you could just say, I don't know. Now, this interview with you was conducted on January 22nd, 2001, correct?
Yes.
And they were interviewing you about what you saw. And we've established that you and your ex-husband, you all were in Deer Park picking up a car, correct? And the street that you all were on was Deer Parkway, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Court's indulgence. Your Honor, I would move pursuant to OCGA section 24-201B 1 and 2 to admit defense exhibit 19. Excuse me, for the honorable court to take, forgive me, for the honorable court to take judicial notice of defense exhibit 18. It is 19.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor, with the statute as well as the exhibit?
You may.
Just trying to tender.
Correct. You don't have any? Okay.
Just.
And the state is unopposed to
Okay. I don't need the statute. I've got it right here.
Just to be clear, I don't know that's something that judicial notice could be taken, but I don't have any objection to his exhibit being in.
Okay, so let me ask this question, Mr. Cruz. You're asking to tender D-19, but you're asking the court to take judicial notice of it. Okay, and can you give the court an explanation why judicial notice is necessary?
Absolutely. So the statute provides that the section 24-2-201 B 1 and 2, which are relevant. The honorable court can choose any one. A judicially noticed fact shall be a fact which is not subject to reasonable dispute, in that it is either one, generally known within the territorial jurisdiction of the honorable court. As the honorable court is aware, your honor is the most powerful in Clark County. This is your jurisdiction. Deer Park, the neighborhood, is in Clark County, and we've previously admitted D12, and testimony has established that D12 is off of Cooper Road, which is shown in D19. Both parties are undisputed. As Mr. Bolden just stated, he was unopposed to the honorable court, or he was unopposed to this photograph. So under 1, we would ask the honorable court to take judicial notice. Under B, it is capable of accurate and ready determination by resort to sources whose accuracy cannot reasonably be questioned. Your honor, you could find this overview as well on Google. So we would say that we meet 24-2-201 B 1 and 2. D provides a court shall take judicial notice if requested by a party and provided with the necessary information. So what we have here, we have the houses, we have the street here, Cooper Road, we have East Meadow Road, we have Deer Parkway, we have Deer Park Drive, and we have Fun Drive. So that's why we're asking for judicial notice, your honor.
Mr. Cruz, let me ask you this question. I will admit D19 without objection as a D19, but let me ask you about the issue of your requesting a court take judicial notice. What exactly are you asking the court to take judicial notice of?
Well, I would say this: if the honorable court is admitting the exhibit, judicial notice is not an issue.
All right, then I will just admit the exhibit.
Yes, ma'am.
As D19 without objection.
Yes, ma'am.
We
Thank
will
you,
not
Your Honor.
deal with judicial notice.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
And I believe the last question I asked you, Ms. Williams, is that the street that you all were on was Deer Parkway. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. And I'd like to show you what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 12, as well as Defense Exhibit 19, if that's okay. On Defense Exhibit 19, do you recognize where you were located on Deer Parkway at the time that you saw the gentleman?
Okay, hang tight. The judge just came back because I heard her in my ear. So this is real time what's happening in court. Oops, we're going back to real time now.
That need to use their phones that are actually in their car. So I'm going to have the foreperson come out. I'm going to give them a 10-minute recess, ask them not to deliberate for 10 minutes. The persons that need to use their cell phone outside, they're going to be escorted by the sheriff's department for security out to the parking deck. They can use their cell phones and come back in. And so we're just going to be sort of, I think 10 minutes probably should do it. So anyway, that's why obviously I needed you all here. So if you could knock on the door, please, and have our foreperson come back out. Might need to be 15 minutes, but.
So they have to escort the jurors to their cars to be able to get their cell phones so that they can call their families to tell them they're going to stay late
Thank you,
tonight.
Madam Foreperson. Thank you very much for your patience. So this is just a matter of housekeeping, but we certainly want any jurors who need to make a phone call to be able to do that. My understanding is there are several that need to go to their cars. And so this is, Okay, that's great. Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to take a recess until you all can make those phone calls and come back to the jury room. So your responsibility, thank you very much for being the foreperson, is to tell the jurors that they can't deliberate, right, until you all come back. And we're going to also have the sheriff's department escort you out to the parking deck and, make sure everything's okay. And when you get back in and you're all 12 here, you can start again. All right, well, I'll wait for y'all to come back out. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Well, there's not much that witness really said, right? Karen Williams, other than he was walking while black, and she described him as 5'6" and 220 pounds. And I don't really think that was incredibly important testimony. Do you? So that was from day 3. We've had a much more exciting day than we thought. And I think we're going to get a verdict tonight too, based on the fact that they want to stay. And so we're going to be waiting. But in the meantime, oh, please. One moment. A movie will be coming. I agree with you. I wanted to find some more for you on the breaking news out of Pawtucket, Rhode Island, and I have it here for you. Hold on. We broke the story a bit ago, right when it first happened, thanks to one of the amazing viewers in the chat who put it in there. But knowing that so many of you are from the area, I'm going to break to this now. We normally try not to do this, but we have time because I think we're going to be here for a while. It has been confirmed that 3 people have been killed and 3 hospitalized in the Pawtucket, Rhode Island ice rink shooting, and that the suspect is also dead. This just happened a few hours ago. It says the father of a North Providence high school senior shot 5 members of the student's family at a hockey game on Monday, killing 2 and injuring 3 others before killing himself. Target 12 has confirmed. The student's mother was killed at the rink while a sibling died at the hospital, according to multiple sources with direct knowledge of the incident. 3 other family members were in critical condition at Rhode Island Hospital as of late Monday afternoon, a spokesperson for Brown Health confirmed. No names have been released so far. The attack took place at Lynch Arena in Pawtucket, an indoor skating rink, around 2:30 p.m. We were right here when it happened. It was a senior night game. This is heart-wrenching. Being played pitted the Coventry Johnson co-op team against the 4 institutions that are part of the BVS team, St. Raphael Academy, Providence Country Day School, and the public school districts of North Providence and North Smithfield. The mayor called the shooting tragic but an isolated incident. One student leaving the rink told 12 News he recalled hearing several bangs, and then people began to run for the exits as they realized they were hearing gunshots. A video of the shooting from the live stream of the game shows play on the ice being interrupted by the sounds of rapid gunfire, seemingly from somewhere in the stands. At least 14 gunshots can be heard being fired off consecutively, followed by 1 or 2 more gunshots roughly 10 seconds later. Players and attendees can be seen scrambling off the ice and out of the stands to get away from the gunfire. Here's the video. I don't think they're going to show the video of the incident, but I need to suffer through this commercial first. An employee of nearby Walgreens told Target 12 that people came into the pharmacy panicking, saying there had been a shooting. The employee said they called 911 and closed the store. The violence in Pawtucket on Monday left Rhode Islanders reeling, coming barely 2 months after a gunman opened fire at Brown University, killing 2 students and injuring 9 others. Statements poured in from state leaders and others expressing shock. Let me see if we can get to this video. Yeah, it was a father. It was a father who shot several members of his own family. Horrific. Let's just wait a moment. This is coming from WPRI.
Live at the scene of the shooting. We want to go back out to Kim Kalunian, who's been live at the scene of the shooting, speaking with people who were inside when it happened. Kim, what are you learning at this hour?
Yeah, Shannon and Tim, just to recap everything we know right now, this shooting happened here inside of the Lynch Arena in Pawtucket. We're at the corner of Broad and Berland Street. We're at the backside of the arena, and we know that there was a high school boys hockey game happening inside that arena at the time these shots rang out. What we've been able to confirm is that the suspect is dead. 1 other person is dead. 4 other people were injured. We're waiting an official press briefing from investigators and city leadership, but we have been talking to people here on scene, including a young man who was on the ice playing in that game when those shots rang out. He said he heard multiple bangs. He clapped his hands as he described the sound that he heard. He believes he heard 7 of them. And then as people registered what those bangs were, they began to run towards the exits. What we've seen since we got here on the scene about maybe an hour ago, or less at this point, there was a large group of people, including those hockey players who were standing here outside of the arena, being reunited with their family. Many of those hockey players standing outside in their socks because they had to abandon their skates. We heard from people that they wanted to go back inside and get their bags. Obviously, a mad dash to the doors and the exits as they heard that gunfire. I asked that young man if the shooter was shooting towards the ice, and he said it appeared from what he could tell that that shooting was contained to somewhere in the stands. As we've been talking about, this is school vacation week. Today is a holiday. This was a senior night hockey game. It was a packed arena, lots of families, lots of young folks here hoping to cheer on these young men on the ice and have a great time. Instead, this afternoon turned into tragedy. There is a massive police presence here, not just Pawtucket, but many surrounding cities. As Sheena mentioned earlier, we saw the same thing as we were heading here on the highway. Ambulances with police escorts racing to the hospital to presumably get the wounded here some much needed medical attention. We're still working to learn more about what exactly unfolded, but Tim has mentioned that there was video of the game being live streamed at the time that the shooting occurred.
Oh my God.
So in addition to the people who were inside the arena watching, likely many others at home watching the game as well. We mentioned that this crowd here behind the arena has dispersed now. Lots of those players and their families were put onto RICKETTS buses, much like what we saw after the Brown University shooting, those city buses being taken out of service and being used as a special escort for the folks to get them away from this crime scene. So we've seen a couple of those RICKETTS buses be filled up with folks and taken elsewhere. And they just put some more crime scene tape up as well. As you can see, these nearby businesses, Walgreens and Wendy's, there's some new crime scene tape up as police continue to investigate. And still a couple of dozen folks, several dozen folks here outside of the arena, potentially waiting to either be taken somewhere else or maybe to be picked up by family. Again, we are awaiting that press briefing that we're hearing might happen sometime soon with more official information on what exactly unfolded here inside of Lynch Arena here in Pawtucket. But that is the very latest here, live on the scene. So we'll send it back to you in studio.
So it appears that it was the father who targeted his own family. And I think the latest is that 2 are dead. One of them is him. And earlier they had said it was a little girl. And so that is breaking right now. And that is horrifying. Horrifying. So sad. And it's like it happens more and more every day. I can't with this. I think that's the latest. Hold on. And this was around 2:30 this afternoon. So again, it was the father of a North Providence high school senior shot 5 members of the student's family, killing 2 and injuring 3 others. Okay, so he killed 2 and then he killed himself. So that would be 3 altogether. And 3 others are in the hospital. That's horrifying. And that's breaking news out of Pawtucket, Rhode Island. And the jury has gone back to deliberate some more on the Edrick Faust trial, and that is what we're here for. Some people in the chat were talking about that, so I thought I would bring up the latest video on it. Horrific. Karen from Kentucky says, why the admonition regarding weight of the evidence? Wouldn't some evidence have more of an impact to sway the jury? I must have walked away to go fill out my iced tea when the judge said that, so I don't want to opine on something that I didn't actually hear. But sometimes the judge says, you're to weigh the evidence. And I don't know if you're talking about the jury instructions, so I apologize, Karen. If you want to clarify that question, I'll be happy to try and look for your follow-up on that. Lone Star State says, thanks for being here with all of us. Thank you. And Jay the Kid became a member. Welcome, Jay. Welcome. Well, I don't want to start watching other testimony right now, like Chris Melton and Liz Bingham, if they're going to be back in a half an hour with a verdict. So I don't really kind of want to do that right now, but what I kind of want to do, well, we can do this. I have an article here from 2011 that in which Tara's parents are interviewed. I've got that for you. I've got some DNA testimony from day 3 that we did not watch together. And that was, let me see who that was that testified. Considering that the jury wanted to look at those DNA reports, that could be important. But again, if she's going to let them stay there till 9 or 10 at night, we can just break now and then go live if there's a verdict tonight. So there's that. Let me just see something here. So the day 3 testament that we have not watched together, in addition to the witness we were just watching, is the fire expert, the second part of the fire expert's testimony. Tiffany, the neighbor, who saw a black man wearing an orange shirt. Matt Owens, who smelled smoke around 8:40 a.m., but I think that this is a pretty good summary. And then there was Jennifer Corsi, the DNA expert. And I'll just read you a summary of her testimony. This is from day 3. Thank you to Court Chops for writing a summary of this testimony for me to read to you. Her name was Jennifer Corsi. She was a forensic biologist and DNA expert. She testified that there were negative semen results. She testified that tests on the victim's SA kit, the vaginal smears, oral and rectal swabs, were negative for seminal fluid and sperm, and that was back in 2001. She testified that fingernail DNA, that testing of the victim's fingernails revealed blood that matched the victim or her identical twin. No foreign DNA profile was found. So the only fingernails tested reveal. Does Tara Baker have an identical twin? See, I thought this testimony was crazy because I was thinking as I was listening to this that day that I was really sick was, does she have an identical twin? Because this witness kept talking about an identical twin. And that's why I was so confused. Does anybody know if Tara has an identical twin? She does not. Does I live for now? I didn't think so, right? Yeah, it was an odd thing to say if she doesn't, right? Because identical twins are the only people that have identical DNA. She has a brother, so that's not identical, okay? Okay, that witness also testified too. So the only thing found underneath Tara Baker's fingernails was her own blood. No foreign DNA profile was found. With regard to the knife, the knife tested positive for blood, which matched only the victim's DNA profile. So there was no other DNA found on the knife. I remember it was a Farberware knife and it had an 8-inch blade. Corsi noted that DNA testing sensitivity has improved significantly since 2001. And then they talked about chain of custody, and the defense questioned the handling of oral swabs, items 2I and 2J, attempting to introduce a redacted chain of custody report to clarify exactly when Corsi possessed them. And then she talked also about presumptive versus confirmatory DNA testing. The defense questioned the reliability of presumptive tests, establishing that without a confirmatory test, one cannot be 100% certain of the presence of a specific bodily fluid unless DNA analysis confirms it. So there was negative. It was negative. Everything was negative for seminal DNA. Let's take a look at this article from 2011. Okay. Here we go. So this was 10 years after the murder. This is what was being reported on in the Augusta Chronicle. While we wait to see if the jury comes back with a verdict. And this is an Augusta Chronicle article from January 19th, 2011. UGA student's death, a decade-old mystery. Killer never found for law student Tara Baker. Tara Louise Baker's parents are resigned to the stark and disturbing fact that they may never know who murdered their pretty blonde daughter 10 years ago today while she was a student in the University of Georgia School of Law. And they believe that Athens Clark police ought to release their daughter's death certificate a decade after a murderer took the 23-year-old's life. Police are withholding the certificate because they don't want to publicize the cause of death, which only the killer knows, they say. The biggest reason we would like to have the death certificate is because we buried Tara 10 years ago, but on paper, it says she's still alive, said Lindsay Baker, the slain student's father. Some unscrupulous people have used her identification to obtain credit and a cell phone and other things because Tara's still alive on paper, he said. We get bills and other mail several times a week with Tara's name on it, and it's just gut-wrenching. Her mother doesn't even want to go to the mailbox. If the family could get the death certificate, Lindsay Baker said, that would be a big step to burying her completely. Firefighters found Baker's body the morning of January 19th, 2001, when they responded to a fire at her East Side home on Fawn Drive off Lexington Road. It was the day before Baker's 24th birthday. Witnesses reported seeing a white man in a t-shirt and jeans run from Baker's backyard that morning, before the fire was reported, police said. Athens Clark police will not discuss details of the crime, and several officers who assisted early on with the case have since retired. Most talked about the murder only on the condition of anonymity. Okay, so this is 10 years after the murder, and they're talking about a white guy running from the scene. There's no mention of a black guy walking down the street, right? The first-year UGA law student had been beaten, stabbed, strangled, and possibly essayed, sources said, an indication that Baker may have known her killer, perhaps someone who was enamored with her and flew into a rage when she spurned his advances. The only thing taken from the home was Baker's laptop computer, which might have held emails that would have incriminated the killer, sources said. Investigators identified at least 3 possible suspects after the murder, including a man Baker was dating, a fellow law student, and an attorney at a local firm Baker worked for. So there were 3. Chris Melton, a fellow law school student, and an attorney at a local firm Baker worked for. The guy, I think that there was testimony that she had been going out to dinner with some law firm friends or coworkers. Authorities will not say if the men are still under suspicion or if there are any new suspects. Police ruled out the boyfriend after he passed a polygraph test and his alibi checked out. Well, that never came into court. Polygraph tests never do, but apparently Chris Melton took a polygraph and his alibi checked out. Well, checked out according to who? We listened to it. They didn't really confirm it. Athens Clark continued to investigate Baker's murder in the hopes of breaking the case, according to Assistant Police Chief Tim Smith. We will continue to follow all leads as they are developed or brought to our attention through the public or other sources, Smith said Tuesday. The police department is resolved to solve this murder no matter how long it may take. Athens Clark Police formed a crime analysis unit several years after Baker's murder. The investigators continue to actively use this resource to follow up on all leads from other jurisdictions which involve crimes of a similar nature, Smith said. The crime analysis unit has looked at a possible suspect in another state, but could not develop sufficient information to place the individual in the state of Georgia during the time of the crime. Well, hello. If this is 10 years post-murder and Edrick Faust's DNA is already in CODIS, why wasn't the match made back then? Why wasn't the match made 10 years ago or 10 years after the murder if they still were doing all of this stuff at their crime analysis unit? I have questions. Even so, the Baker family has lost confidence in the investigation, which they claim was botched in the early stages. Every day of the year is an anniversary of Tara's death. Another day we don't have her, but the 10th anniversary is especially poignant because a decade has passed and nothing has happened. Lindsay Baker said, "It just rubs you in your face that your daughter is dead and will never come back. And the police, I think, are embarrassed about the way they did their investigation." Well, there you go. There you go. Police sources defended the investigation, saying detectives worked the Baker case tirelessly, but there is virtually no physical evidence, including DNA, that could belong to the killer. So 10 years, they're telling us that 10 years after the murder, there was no unknown DNA. They just figured out there was unknown DNA in 2024. The fire damage was so extensive that it destroyed the crime scene, so there was very little to work with, said Alex Morrow, a former UGA police detective who assisted in the investigation. He recalled working up to 15 hours a day during the first 6 months after the murder. Where's he? Where's Alex Morrow? Nobody called him. We explored every possible avenue with the information and evidence we had, said Morrow, who now works in residential property management in Alpharetta. The crime scene was contaminated by more than a dozen firefighters who were there before authorities realized a woman was murdered, he said. and water from fire hoses and a coating of soot from the fire made it impossible to get fingerprints. There was a car in the driveway and nobody knew that there could have been a victim in there. It was frustrating for everyone involved, Morrow said. UGA police worked very hard on it, and Athens Clark police worked very hard on it. It was just a very difficult crime to work on. Genia Ferrero, a fellow law student and one of Baker's good friends, said detectives didn't question her and other students until 3 months after the murder to ask them about a man who was in one of Baker's study groups. All of us were interviewed so very late, not when things were still fresh in our minds, Ferrero said. Baker was one of a group of a half dozen UGA law students who were friends and socialized and studied together. Now they are attorneys scattered across the state and country, according to Catherine Lonstein, one of Baker's best friends at UGA, who now practices law in Washington, D.C. Right, she testified. Catherine did. She stays in touch with others from Baker's group of law school friends, and the contacts increase as the anniversary approaches each year. I encourage them to stay in touch because their biggest fear is that they will forget Tara, Lonstein said. We all love Tara, and we're here for each other. Ferrero married one of the students in Baker's circle of UGA friends and now is on hiatus as an attorney to care for a 2-year-old daughter in Atlanta. It really doesn't seem like it's been 10 years, and some days it seems like it just happened, Ferrero said. The fact that her death obviously was a pointless and horrendous crime and it still hasn't been resolved only adds to the loss. Police not only could have interviewed Lonstein, Ferrero, and other friends sooner, but a source doesn't think police ever showed photos of the main suspects to the witnesses who saw the man run from Baker's yard. I think they're embarrassed, Lindsay Baker said. The crime scene was contaminated. The whole thing was a farce. Part of the reason they're sitting on the death certificate and not releasing it to the public is because it would open a whole can of worms. Athens Clark Police Sergeant Randy Garrett, who was Clark County coroner at the time, defended withholding the document. We sat down and decided it would not be in the best interest of the investigation if I signed the death certificate, Garrett said Tuesday. Once it's signed, the exact manner in which Baker died is going to be out in the public, and that's information only the suspect would know. Meredith Baker, Tara's younger sister, sees no reason to withhold the death certificate. We buried Tara's body, and now we want to bury her in paper. One step closer to closure, she said. Meredith, now 25, and this was in 2011, used to trek from their home in Lovejoy each January 19th to lay a wreath at the arch at UGA's main entrance on East Broad Street, where family and friends held a vigil in order to draw publicity to the unsolved murder. Baker's parents didn't plan to come today, but Meredith still wanted to lay a wreath and light candles. We've run out of things we could do to keep reminding people that Tara's murder remains unsolved and her killer is walking free, she said. A $30,000 reward is offered for information that leads to the arrest of Baker's killer. And that article was published on the 10-year anniversary of Tara Baker's death. Wow. What say you? Caroline says, by the way, when I went to court earlier, I was chatting with a court officer. She told me that my dad once saw her in the jury room too long getting a question and instantly demanded a mistrial. Couldn't be prouder of him. Caroline's dad represented Edrick Faust in his 2001 bar fight. Thanks, Caroline, for going down there to court and doing the Lord's work. And thanks for your 20. Amanda says, glad to be here. You too. Thank you for shedding the light and using your platform for good things. Thank you for noticing. Strong Leg says, I have a tingly sense that Faust DNA being present now is sus. I question if his swab was added later and not present sooner. Just my opinion. Thank you, Strong Legs, for your 10. I appreciate you so much. Well, the jury's back. I don't know how she didn't say, right, how long she's going to let them stay. And I haven't heard anything from our boots in the courtroom about that at all. So it is now 6:38 p.m. here on the East Coast. Let's see. Oh, Edrick Faust has put a message out, or he did yesterday on Facebook. Let's take a look at that. Apparently, there's a free Edrick Faust Facebook group. And so Edrick Faust did put out a message last night. Let's take a look. Thanks for sending this to me. And Megan wrote in the free Edrick Faust Facebook group, oops. Hi, everyone. As we all go to sleep tonight, remember to keep E and his family in your prayers. The jury will begin deliberations tomorrow, and it will be a very uncertain time for them until the verdict is in. I received another message from him tonight, and he expresses his gratitude and thanks for our support. Let's pray the jury sends him home to his family. And here's the message from yesterday. And he writes, again, I would like to thank you, the group, and all of my supporters for the prayers and support during this difficult time of my life. As we know, this is the final chapter of this trial. I have faith and trust that God will be returning me back home to my family and loved ones. Sincerely, Edrick. He knows he's got a lot of support. He's got a lot of support there in the courtroom as well. Yeah. If only more people watch this instead of reality TV, maybe things would change. Maybe. Thanks, On Top, for your super sticker. Thanks, Tammy, for your 5, who says the judge is obviously watching the chat because she's almost completely stopped smacking her lips like she was doing the first day of trial. LOL. I don't know. I don't know. Thank you, Twitter Free since 23, for thanking me for my commitment to covering this trial. Thank you for your $5 super chat. I appreciate you so much. What will we watch next? I don't know. Got some stuff to catch up on. There's does anybody have the actual decision of Judge Krupp about Karen Reed's cell phones not allowed to be searched? Because I know Ted Daniel tweeted about it. A lot of you send me articles from the local papers, but it's my understanding that that order of Judge Krupp is impounded, and I want to know why. I haven't seen a copy of that order of Judge Krupp, and I think there's supposed to be a conference this week. Again, are they keeping that impounded too, about when this conference is supposed to be? Hold on a second. I don't know. I think there's a hearing. Is there a hearing tomorrow at 3 p.m.? It's impounded. Why is it impounded? That's what I want to know. But I don't know if tomorrow is a civil hearing, because this should be, is there a hearing in front of Judge Krupp? Because Judge Krupp is not handling the civil hearing. And so I really want to know why it's impounded. Why? He posted the actual decision, or he posted about it? That's what I need to know. Because I haven't seen the actual decision. Because remember, that original motion was filed under like like a weird search warrant case number that doesn't even exist. So nobody could find it in the docket. And so I find that very, 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 very strange. I've heard about it, and I've heard that Judge Krupp ruled that they cannot search Karen Reed's phones that they've had since January of 2024, but I haven't seen an actual physical copy of the decision. It's impounded. Yeah, well, why? The hearing tomorrow is about the email, right? About the email that they want, that she hit reply all on, that Karen hit reply all on, that they want to have deleted. But why is this order impounded about the cell phones? And it was filed under a case number that doesn't exist. It was filed under a search warrant number. She wants her phones returned. Yes, I did see her attorney. Maybe he was talking to Ted Daniel. Liz says, thanks for reading the article. I want the podcasters Cameron episodes that he removed. It's all really sus. He said he's very good friends with Chris Melton. Yes, I saw that. It was Ted Daniel, right, that he did the interview with. Let's take a look at that interview so I can take a quick break here to rest my voice and also to eat a Twizzler or two, because that's all I've had to eat yet today. Hold on. Let's see. All right, hold on. This is Ted Daniels reporting from a couple days ago, I guess. This is the 13th already on Karen Reed's phones. Yeah, the judge has allowed the jury in the Edrick Faust trial to go and use their phones to call their families to tell them that they're going to be late because they've decided to stay. We don't know how late, but this is something totally different. This is Boston 25's story regarding Karen Reed's cell phones and Judge Krupp's decision from a few days ago.
A special prosecutor working for the Norfolk District Attorney will not be allowed to analyze Karen Reed's phones, at least not yet. I'm investigative reporter Ted Daniel. Special prosecutor Robert Cosgrove applied to search the phones, but Judge Peter Krupp has denied that warrant.
And what was Judge Krupp's rationale for denying the motion?
I can't get into that because the order's actually impounded, but
that's where I heard it was impounded, because her attorney, Benjamin Urbella, said it's impounded right there. Listen again.
A special prosecutor working for the Norfolk District Attorney will not be allowed to analyze Karen Reed's phones, at least not yet. I'm investigative reporter Ted Daniel. Special prosecutor Robert Cosgrove applied to search the phones, but Judge Peter Krupp has denied that warrant.
And what was Judge Krupp's rationale for denying the motion?
I can't get into that because the order's actually impounded. But I can say that I think the fact that it took 19 months for them to even apply for a warrant was a very significant factor.
That's Reed's attorney, Ben Herbalis. Following the decision, he tells me he immediately asked for Reed's phones to be returned to her, but that hasn't happened. State police seized the iPhones in early 2024 as a part of a witness intimidation investigation. It involves Reed's communication with Aiden Carney, the free Karen Reed content creator who goes by Turtle Boy. As we've reported, a previous attempt to indict Reed and Carney together for witness intimidation failed. In an email, Special Prosecutor Cosgrove tells me the return of the phones would typically require a judicial order. Cosgrove says the judge has not issued such an order, and he has 30 days to file an appeal or motion for reconsideration.
Ben, I think people would be surprised to know that this is still going on.
We're all surprised that this is still going on.
Cosgrove declined to speak with us on camera. In his email, he argues it's important for the government to retain the phones to prevent any possible tampering or erasure of the contents. A hearing has been set for next week, where Reed's team is expected to ask Judge Krupp to order the return of the phones. We'll let you know what happens. I'm investigative reporter Ted Daniel for your local station, Boston 25 News.
Ooh, holy mackerel.
Okay, so no. There's supposed to be a hearing this week, and Krupp is going to decide about the phone. So when is that hearing? I don't know. Courts are closed in Massachusetts today, so that could be a last-minute add-on to our calendar. They don't want to return the phones. Are you shocked? I went to get iced tea, and now I have no idea where I put it. I hate when that happens. We don't know because we can't get that. We can't get the decision because it's impounded. We don't know. We know nothing about nothing. Thanks, Carrie, for your 5. She says, thanks for not going anywhere tonight. We're all on pins and needles. No quit. No quit. I know. Isn't that crazy? They gave Brian Walsh's devices back within hours. Within hours. A couple of hours. Not big whoop. It's tomorrow. What time? What time, Bridget? It's tomorrow. I can't get the court calendar until the morning when they publish it, but I hope that we can watch it on Zoom or something. Cosgrove is appealing. Oh my, they really, 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 really want to. The jury's still deliberating. They've asked to stay late. They've asked to use their phones to call their families to tell them they're going to be late. And so we're sitting. We're sitting and waiting and talking. We're chitting and chatting. We're chitting and chatting. I love the jury for staying late too. And it indicates to me that they think they're going to be done tonight. And so that. Jury deliberating. Let me just change my. Are they going to order them dinner? Do they get pizza? What are they going to give them to eat? I need to know. So they got to go buy their own food? No, they're going to bring the food in. Will the re-listen of that testimony have answered any and all questions that they may have? I'll put the banner up for you guys. Still waiting. Let's see what else we can watch here. Well, I can take a little break. I gotta, because I made my iced tea and then I left it somewhere. I'm not sure where I left it, but I gotta go find it. Here's Sylvia. Here's Sylvia doing the Lord's work. This was a couple moments ago. She 46 minutes ago. Go on and give Sylvia a like and a sub. She's over there under Infamous Sylvia. She also covered the YSL trial. So she did this video about 46 minutes ago.
Hey, hey. Hey, Serena. Hey, hey, hey. Trying to get me something to eat because they're playing loud music. I'm not going to mute my music in a minute because they're doing loud music. I got mute.
It's only 2 minutes long. I don't even know if I can find my iced tea. And that I know. Look at me being a better detective over my iced tea than Georgia and Massachusetts combined, right? Telling you. She got muted. Where did she go to get something to eat? This is Infamous Sylvia on YouTube. Go give her a follow. It's at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. tomorrow. All right. It's going on the calendar. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bridget. Tomorrow at 3. Sylvia has a fan. Sylvia has lots of fans. And she has she has a fan in her shot. That's very funny. We can. You're muted. You're muted.
All right, y'all. We're here. Okay. There was a line. There was a line. Is the line in there waiting on you? Not now. Oh. You know what you're getting?
Everyone wants to know where the iced tea is. You guys are funny.
I was over here talking to the people. Oh, you're lying. Yeah. I'm gonna go off in a minute. All right, y'all. I'm gonna check you guys later. Bye. Jurors are gonna do an all-nighter, y'all. So they're gonna do an all-nighter. So I'm gonna come back. I'll see you guys in a few minutes. I gotta get something to eat. I haven't eaten all day.
Oh, thanks, Tiff.
Gotta eat. Gotta eat.
Tomorrow at 3 is the civil hearing, not the phone hearing on Karen Reed. So Tiff says it's on Thursday. I'll look for that email in a little bit.
I'll see y'all later. Be back.
Yeah. Music to My Souls does. I feel like Sylvia is just providing the spinning fan footage. Oh no, we can't play this. They'll strike us. Stop. Never play TMZ. They will strike. I feel like Sylvia is just providing the spinning fan footage that she knew we all needed in this trial. She's infamous, Sylvia. She's infamous. Oops. And let's see what she's saying from the courtroom. Thanks, Tiff. What, if anything? Well, the last thing that she tweeted was an hour ago, but she did do that like 46 minutes ago. Let's see. And she did say that Liz was furiously texting. Let's do this. I don't think she did not cover Karen Reed, so she might not know about the fan. That's a good point. Let's see. Okay, here's her thoughts from earlier this afternoon. This is good. It's 26 minutes. It's going to give me a little break. So I'm going to play this for you because I think she's cool with it because I've been talking to her throughout. And I don't think the jury can pull an all-nighter. I think she was joking. And so here she is, infamous Sylvia, everyone. Infamous Sylvia. She's got 42.3 thousand subscribers. We're going to give her some more today because, you know, she's going to entertain y'all during the break. And this is, she posted this it says 5 hours ago. So it was a Verdict Watch update from infamous Sylvia. Please go follow her. Give her a like and a sub. And I haven't watched it, so I don't know anything about language or anything. So I'm just going to give you a blanket language warning. I don't know what language she uses, but there she is. And she's been doing the Lord's work in Georgia for a long
Sylvia,
time
on the
in the
outside.
courtrooms. Here she is.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, it's me, infamous Sylvia, on the outside of the courtroom, court building. You see court right here. I am out here to give you guys an update what's happening inside the courtroom. All right, listen. You said go get the law and crime folks. What happened? What happened with the law and crime folks? Well, anyway, guys, I'm out here. We're out here waiting for this deliberation day for the for the case of the unaliving of Tara Baker. From Tara Baker. Listen, guys, we are here just to give you an update what's happening in the courtroom. The jurors did trickle in one at a time, and they started to. Yeah, just the entrance is right there on the side over there. Yeah. Yes, it's a little small though. How you doing? I'm always directing people somewhere. I was directing somebody somewhere. But anyway, the jurors did trickle in to begin the deliberation. Mr. Faust did not come up. They did not bring him up. You know, like most cases, they bring the defendant out. He did not come out. He is in the holding cell in the back of the jail. I mean, in the back of the courtroom. And also, they said he will not come out unless there's a question from the juror or there's a verdict. Okay. The attorneys have gone out to go get something to eat, so they're not in the courtroom. But I wanted to give you guys a little something interesting that I've been observing the past couple of weeks. I mean, the past couple of days, not weeks. I haven't been here weeks. I've only been here since. Is he in custody? Yes, he is in custody. I've only been here since last Monday. I made a full week here. But one of the things I did notice is that the courtroom is divided in race. You know, I see most of the individuals of Caucasian individuals, they sit on one side, and most of the African American individuals sit on the other side. It's like a division of seating. Now, as far as where they stand and who they standing for, there are a lot of people who are for Mr. Faust, but they're sitting on the other side. Where it's more comfortable for them. That's what I believe, you know. But I just wanted to, it was kind of a little different because, you know, when I'm in Fulton County, people just sit anywhere, just all together. It's just, I see the division in the sides, you know, Caucasian sitting on one side and the black sitting on the other side. But there is a sprinkle of Caucasian on the black side, and there's a sprinkle of blacks on the Caucasian side or African American side. So you see like one or two, you know, in there, but it is a division. Yes, it's a great division. And I noticed that. A lot. What else do I need to, just ask me anything you want to ask me and I'll answer the question if I can for you guys. I just wanted to come and give you guys an update on what's happening inside the courtroom. Yeah, it's just, I think it's more of comfort of where they're seated because, I don't know. But the courtroom is getting busy. The family's not there right now. Tara's family's not sitting in the courtroom right now. They're just, I guess they'll come in when the verdict comes in. No question, no direct question regarding jurors. Yeah, no jury questions. I will not answer any jury question. But any question regarding to like stuff, you know, that I'm looking at in there, I can answer those questions. Sorry, I'm trying to fix my shirt up. Trying to fix my shirt here. Trying to get myself together here. Is my collar okay? Something going on with this collar of mine. Does it seem tense in the courtroom? No, it's very relaxed. Is it so painfully clear? Okay. But I did see somebody in the back that I thought it might have been Josh. I know a lot of you guys was looking for Josh. I thought it might have been Josh, but it wasn't. It was somebody that kind of looked like Josh. I think they have a verdict soon. You think they'll have a verdict soon? I don't know. The judge has a hearing at 1:30. So the judge is going to be back on the bench to do the hearing that she has. She has a hearing, a court calendar to do at 1:30. So it won't be. Hi, how you doing? Are the protesters out there? I don't see the protesters out there. And if they were, they would be the family members, and they all inside the courtroom. Their lawyers aren't hanging out at the courtroom. No, the lawyers are in. They went to go get something to eat. I know where they're going to get something to eat, but I can't, divulge the information because, you don't want people bum rushing them where they at. So, excuse me. Yeah, the lawyers went out to get something to eat. Lunch. Is the jury in melting pot or mainly white? It's mainly white, but it's a diverse group. I mean, the diversity is there, as far as an age, occupation. It is a very diverse group of people. I think it's pretty good. Could you find them pretty quickly? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. My breakfast date never met me this morning. Somebody stood me up for breakfast this morning, y'all. Hey, Aquarius sizing. Please, no direct question about. Yes, please, no questions about the juror. I don't want to be rude and not answer you, but no questions about the juror.
Sylvia is not live right now. This was from earlier during the day. It was around lunchtime, but I thought you'd want to hear her thoughts from inside the courtroom, but she's not allowed to talk about the jurors.
She was like this, and she saw you. I can't see what you're doing. We want to eat. Yeah. There's a good drug nearby. Don't let yourself get hungry. Let's see. What's a good grub? I need some place to get sandwiches. All right, so I came on for you guys, but I guess you guys are not interested in updates. Thank you for your support. Who's this? Who sent that? Who sent that? Thank you. Remy. Oh, Remy Radical? Remy Dara's the Radical. I'm sorry, I'm messing up your name. Sorry. I'm screwing up your name, but let me play your music for the blessings you just gave me. Let me play it.
No, I can't have you play music. All right, you guys go on over and sub up and like Sylvia's video and channel. Everyone says not guilty. And the cupcakes are very interested in your updates, Miss Sylvia. This was just earlier. I know she's gonna after the whole trial is over, I'll have her on so she can speak more freely. But she did get admonished. All the media got admonished by the judge to not report anything about the jurors at all. Not one bit, not one iota. Thank you so much, Roberta, for your Venmo. She says, my daughter worked for a judge in NOLA. She had the staff make microwave popcorn. It was a ploy to get the jury going. Well done. Thank you very much, Roberta. Catherine said, proud to be a cupcake. You're the best. Maybe we can do a hoodie with just a cupcake. Oh, yeah. If you know kind of thing. Right, Catherine? Thank you, Lisa, for your Venmo. Says, thanks for picking Georgia versus Faust and for all that you do. I appreciate you guys so much. And I don't know. I did find my tea. Thank you. I did find my tea. I left it on the counter in the other room when I was looking for something else. Yes, she covered YSL. I don't know. Maybe they're not going to come back with a verdict tonight. I feel like they just did not get to deliberate tonight, like at all. Oh, Liz is Bigham. Liz Bigham. We call her just Liz, as in Barbie. When I'm just Ken, we call her I'm just Liz because Chris Melton referred to her as Liz. Her name is Elizabeth Bigham. She was the lead investigator for the cold case unit when they started trying to solve the cold case of Tara Baker back in 2024. Yellow Led Betero says, I'm praying for a verdict tonight. Thanks for all their amazing coverage. As always, can't wait to see what you cover next time. Miss Live Court. And may need to go on a courtcation next. Yeah, it's like going on tour with a band, except you're going around the country following trials. Well, you might want to save up to go to the Aaron Spencer trial because there's no new date on that yet, but it's going to be happening maybe in mid-March. And the last judge that was on the case was not going to allow cameras in the courtroom. So now that there's a new judge, maybe that will change. Thank you, Kim, for your 10 and for being our boots on the ground for other cases. That is who Liz is. Right. Right. Mama Fig said, I remember when the Ashley Benefield jury asked to stay late and I had hoped so I no longer read into anything. She got in trouble. She got into trouble during the YSL trial. Sylvia did. She's a rebel. I love her. I didn't watch that trial. It was like a year long. And I think that the jury selection was like a year long too, right? Crystal Justice says, the only reason I think they may have a verdict tonight is because if you think about it, Ricketts was down the list of who testified. Am I wrong on that? No, I think he was day 7. And I think there were 8 days of testimony. And then day 9, the defense rested and they did closings. And then today's day 10. And this is the first day of deliberations. But we don't know if they may not have been discussing the evidence and the testimony in the order in which they received it. They may just have had questions about him. You never know. You never know what they're thinking. You just never know. The Dale Warner trial is going on right now in Michigan. Is it Michigan? I don't know what day it's on. I haven't watched any of that. And the Colin Gray trial started Was that only this morning that started, that I was listening to openings? He's the father of Colt Gray, who is the school shooter from another part of Georgia. Appalachia High School, maybe? I don't know. I'm conflating all of my cases, I think. But I'm fading now. As you can see, I'm running out of gas. How late will they say? I don't know. She didn't say. It is 7:12 right now, 7:13. And so I don't know. Michigan, only 2 days of the Dale Warner trial so far. How long do they say it's going to be? Do they say how long it's going to be? Everyone needs to smash the like button, because really, it's like walking in and hitting, it's like wiping your feet on the mat. It's like wiping your feet on the mat. It's like the polite thing to do. We've been here for almost 7 hours today. It's a lot of hours that we've spent in the courtroom here in Athens, Georgia. And what a mind-blowing trial it is. And this is not a very watched trial for me. Hours to donuts. It's not. No, it has grown considerably, but the fact that there's 35,000 people a day watching certain YouTubers outside of Nancy Guthrie's house for 12 hours at a time is wild to me. It's wild to me. Thank you, Kat Randall, for gifting a membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're talking about the Gray trial? I was watching Bob do it too. This is the one trial that everyone should watch. And I didn't know that it was going to be like that. I did not know that it was going to be like that when I started covering it. And it is wild. It's wild. Right? So messed up. I don't get it. Becky says, Dale is guilty. I'm from the area. I'm watching it from Toledo. I mean, the cases that interest me the most, the trials that interest me the most are the ones where you really don't know what's going to happen, or an innocent person is being persecuted, or there's interesting questions of fact or law, or 14-year-old children are being tried as adults and then sentenced to life without ever having the possibility of parole. So not that that's not an important case, but it's not one that I'm going to dedicate days and hours of my life to covering live, I'm sure you can understand that. Aaron Spencer, I hope they're going to have cameras in the courtrooms. I hope they do. But we need to get loud about the cases that need people talking about them, because remember what Ahmad Cruz said in his closing. He said they didn't think anybody was going to care about Edrick Faust. They didn't think anybody was going to come in and defend him. They didn't think anybody was going to care. And that was heartbreaking to listen to. I think that there's a clip of it that I saved. Hold on a second. Because that was a great just one small part of his closing that I found to be heart-wrenching and, brought a tear to my eye. Hold on. But that was a really, really poignant part of his closing, in my opinion. You know what part I'm talking about, right? I can't find it right now. You are the last line of defense. That was from Alan Jackson's closing and Karen Reed trial. I forget which one, if it was number 1 or 2. That was something that he borrowed. Yeah, what a long, strange trip it's been. I don't call it plagiarism. I call it, out of a 2-hour closing, he pulled 1 or 2 lines from Alan Jackson's closing. I'm sure Alan Jackson is very, very, feels very, why can't I think of words right now? Took it as a compliment. Let's just say he took it as a compliment, I think. No word, no house, no Faust. No house, No Faust. What I may do is just start a new stream, teleport you over there, and then go live if and when they do a verdict, because I'm running out of things to talk about. And I think we all need to take a break. They very, very well might come back and say we want to go home. And there could be that. That is what could happen next. But tell me, do you think it was plagiarism that Ahmad Cruz took a couple of lines out of one of Alan Jackson's closings? Plagiarism. People are screaming about plagiarism. Do you know what motions are? Most motions, like for summary judgment and other motions, are, I call them scratch and sniff. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Okay. Most complaints are scratch and sniff. You change the dates, you change the names. You don't have to reinvent the wheel every time you draft a complaint. But there are people screaming out there that he plagiarized it, and it's so not cool to do that, and it's just ridiculous. Maggie says Liz is Jen with state resources and a badge. Terrifying. Thanks, Maggie. Kat Randall, thanks for gifting a membership. You're so sweet. Kippy Hippie says, how do they know that Faust DNA is from that night? If Chris has lasted a week, thank you for covering the trial. Thank you. Thank you. Exactly. There's no DNA of Edrick Faust in the house. There's no hairs. There's no DNA. There's no fingerprints. I guess they're trying to say, since his DNA was the only DNA found inside of her mouth, correct? I don't think her own DNA was even found inside of her mouth, which I don't know. Ed Wallace might say is impossible. The mouth DNA would only last 12 hours. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And I hope the jury's, astute enough to figure it out and to remember that. Lori says, thanks for covering this case. Thanks for being here for 9 months, Lori. Cupcake 2026 says, thanks for sticking it out. I'm tired too. We're all tired. We all need a break. Jody, why does everyone think it just Liz, Jer, and Chris Melton are drinking right now while waiting on this verdict watch together? What does everyone think they're drinking? Thanks, Jody, for your 5. Thank you, Satu, for your super sticker. I appreciate you so much. John says, Fox News reporting DNA from glove in the Guthrie case is about to go through CODIS. If these jurors didn't know what CODIS was, they're about to find out. Yeah, they've been talking about it all weekend, right? They're not supposed to be watching any social media at all, though, even with regard to the Guthrie case, I think. Thank you, John. Why did it take them so long to decide to run it through? Oh, because they just found the DNA? I don't know. I found a wild story that I thought was interesting, and I don't know that anybody's been talking about it. Shelley Quinn says, what are the rules and time limits for deliberations? There's no rules, no time limits. If the jury comes out and can the Karen Reed mistrial, it was 3 times and says we're hopelessly deadlocked. Then they give them the Allen charge or the dynamite charge and say, just go try one more time. Then they can declare a mistrial, but we're a long way away from that. They only deliberated for 1 hour this morning, and then we listened to a repeat of testimony for hours. They did too. I don't know what time she's keeping them in the courthouse until, because they got to pay the staff and everything to stay there. So until they say that they're hopelessly deadlocked a couple of times, there's not a mistrial granted. We need to cover Miles King. We need to do a lot of things. Not a House defendant. But as of right now, I'm exhausted. I don't need any more homework. Is there a hearing coming up? Something specific that we need to talk about? Thanks for your deuce. Water with a splash of crystal light. Oh, I agree. Cupcakes. I think that Ahmad Cruz is going to be a star. He's going to be a star. That's what I think. I'm sticking to it. I'm going to get sick again. I know it could be. I don't know. I'm not getting info from inside the courtroom. I just don't know. It's 7:22. I mean, how much longer could they stay? What's the collective bargaining agreement for the court officers in Georgia? Does anybody know how late they're allowed to stay under their terms of their union contract? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the John Kerry case. You're right. Was there a hearing last week? I thought the trial was supposed to start. I thought they were doing jury selection. No, if Edrick Faust is found guilty, he cannot be retried. No, that would be double jeopardy. If there's a hung jury, they can just choose to retry him. But if he is acquitted, no, that is double jeopardy. And the Constitution of the United States of as such America prohibits that. Unless you're in Massachusetts. Right? Yeah, Sylvia's still there. She's hanging in. Yeah, I'm not going to recommend for anybody to go on anybody's website and leave any kind of review. I mean, you can't leave a review for somebody unless you've been their client. You wouldn't have standing to do that. Just as I would not ever advise anybody to make a complaint against anybody or to leave anybody a bad review. No, no, no. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. Oh, well, thank you very much. Because Kazira says AJ wasn't the first to use the last line of defense. The phrase last line of defense was famously used by the defense attorney Donna Ratuno during her closing argument in the 2020 Harvey Weinstein trial. Well, Alan Jackson also did represent Harvey Weinstein at one time. Yeah, Ahmad Cruz is a private attorney. What? What, Sharon? Sharon says I had a jury stay until 2 a.m. in Florida before. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. That's crazy. Everyone wants a t-shirt. I'm taking a courtcation with Melanie Little. I'll allow it. Cy says, new Rosemary case. We could look at all wrongly accused. Yeah, but it deserves its own stream. Miss Baven in Florida says, Google says, how late can they deliberate in Georgia is up to the judge's discretion. Well, thanks for looking that up. I appreciate you. Yeah, I think here's what we'll do. Such a hard decision because, they could come back any minute. They might not come back any minute. Everyone may have left the courthouse and we would have to wait for the attorneys to come back. Let's do this. While we're waiting, probably that's when it's going to happen, right? As soon as they end the stream, that's when it's going to happen. I know. I feel that way too. Just let the stream going on standby. I don't know. Could do that. Half an hour more. Sylvia's on the bat phone. Thanks, Roberta. She says, I live in Michigan. Forget Warner. Caitlin Tracy, girl from Michigan, killed by her husband in Chicago high-rise. But is the trial going on right now? Is it being televised? Like the Dale Warner trial is being televised right now. So we're limited by what, in fact, is actually on trial, Roberta. So I don't know if that one's on trial. And being televised, because we need two things. We need the trial to be happening and also the trial to be televised. For those of you sending me the Kelsey Fitzsimmons video, I'm not in that Facebook group, so it's not available to me, so I don't have it. But thank you. If you are in the Justice for Kelsey Fitzsimmons Facebook group, you can go look at a video that she posted today about her baby. Oh, Nancy, thank you for your very generous $50 Venmo. She says, the Faust trial is riveting. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you for caring about it. Okay. There's a lot of great lawyers out there. All right, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put up the court is on a break placeholder, and I'm going to go eat dinner. And then if they come back to either tell us that there's a verdict or tell us that the jury's coming home, I will pop back on. So let's everyone go take a break. Stretch your legs, get something to eat, get something to drink, stay hydrated. I'm going to put this up in the meantime. All right. And I'll come back. Don't worry. I'm not going to go too far away. I don't know how long they're allowed to stay, but Misbehaving in Florida says Google says they can stay up to the juror's discretion. So let the mods get a break too. Everyone go get a break. We'll come back. And if anything breaks, but at the very latest, we'll be off for half an hour. So go do that. Okay. Thank you. I'll be back soon. All right, cupcakes. I've just heard from some cupcakes in the courtroom. There are 7 cupcakes in the courtroom. 7. I've got pictures, but I don't want to show them unless they all give me permission to show them. What I have learned in the minutes that I was off stream is that the jury is going to be allowed to hang out until 10 p.m. And so I'm going to make an executive decision. I've started a new stream that will go live when and if the verdict is reached tonight. Okay. So that's what we're doing. Thanks, C Reporter. I found out it's 10 p.m. When I end this stream in moments from now, it is set for 8, but if they come back before 8, I'll come back before. It will teleport you over. Buckle your seatbelts. You can be transported right on over. You have to do nothing. And then if and when the jury comes back tonight with a verdict, or even just to go home, I will come back on and let you know what's happening. Okay. Thank you for hanging out with me for 7 hours and 15 minutes today. You guys are amazing. We're going to be here. I'm on standby until that happens. Okay. So just buckle your seatbelts, go on over to the other chat, and you can hang out and chat with each other until we get there. Yeah. If they reach a verdict tonight, they're going to read it. It's going to come out. We may go into tomorrow on this. We don't know. And so it seems silly for us to sit here for 2.5 hours doing nothing. I'm going to start a new stream. That way it'll be separate. Okay. Buckle your seatbelts. I love you all. Smash the like button on your way out. Smash the like button on your way into the new stream, because that's like the polite thing to do. Thanks, moderators. I love you with all of my heart. Make sure your notifications are on, or just go into the new stream and hit the notifications so you'll know when I actually go live. Okay. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, stay safe. Free Edrick Faust. For the love of the traveling Mary. Tiny Jesus is here. And I will be there soon. Okay. If and well, when. Buckle up, buttercups. We're going on over. Safe travels in 3, 2, 1.